só leio, cara, não posso fazer nada. Vai, liga, vai.
Os 7 minutos para o início, 7 minutes to start. Douglas Silva de vermelho, falando ball de azul. Douglas Silva red, falando ball blue from Australia. Douglas Silva from Brazil. E o meio padlock pode entrar na área da primeira bateria. Agradecendo aí a galera local por liberar a sua praia, o seu pico, né? Pico internacional aqui, o Ponte de Itaúna, para um evento, um mega evento, né? Um Challenge Series 2022, importantíssimo. Depois do WSL, é o mais importante que tem. Eu não vejo esse ano.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go high. Try to put me out and I go wild. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Highs, lows, up and downs, and it's been an incredible season so far on the Challenger Series in 2022. Welcome back, bom dia, and good morning to you wherever you're tuning in to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. The arrivals this morning, Kira Pinkerton from the USA in the round of 16, Miguel Pupo, the local surfer from Marecia, Sao Paulo, Tessa Tyson from France, making her way on the beach here in Saquarema, and Kalani Ball getting ready. Within the top 100 of the rankings, so is Summer Macedo, and she's looking for a huge result here to qualify for the championship tour. Bom dia, Mitchell Salazar, Bruno Bocayuva, and Maida Pops here for the call early on in the morning. Day 5 of competition. It seems like we'll be running, but we're going to get the official call in just a bit. Bruno, been an incredible week of competition so far. What's been the highlight for you?
Oh man, so many highlights. I can't avoid thinking about Gabriel Medina, the way he came on the event, the way he drives the attention of the entire world, the entire community. So it was great to see him competing in the same event with his younger daughter.
Yeah, and
younger sister, sorry.
And let's see what we actually have on hand right here for the video package that our incredible team has done so far of the highlights of day number 4. And it was the women, Maida, that started off strong, and then we went into the men eventually in the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Summer Macedo against Sarah Baum on the number 5 heat. And she's surfing so well. Yesterday, she showed all the local knowledge that she's starting to build here in this spot. So I'm really, really excited to see.
And you saw Berilu Sakura Johnson too. And to me, the favorite so far, Bruno, has been Alyssa Spencer. But how about that kid, Douglas Silva? We have a couple of wild cards still in the draw in the round of 16.
Douglas is doing so good. He's an upcomer from the northeast of Brazil. And there was the great white shark, like I usually say.
Tiburón Blanco.
Yeah.
Right? And Maida, conditions look very clean out there. Yesterday afternoon, a bit bumpy when these men had to surf.
Yeah, today looks really clean, and I think we're gonna have like a beautiful day of surfing here. The sun's out, and probably the crowd will show up too.
And Joan Duru with an incredible finish to that wave right there, had one of the highest standout performances yesterday afternoon in chunky conditions. And as you can see this morning, not only glassy behind us, but the weather is beautiful too. We predicted the sun to come out for the weekend, and it is Sunday. We're looking at the rocks here at Praia de Itaúna. And Bruno, this is a magical spot. But, you know, thinking about competition today, we could be seeing one of the most important days of competition on the Challenger Series in 2022.
Yeah.
Some big, big heats coming up in terms of rankings.
Yeah. The 6th of the 7 stops on the tour. And we're going to start doing the throwaways, huh? So the dynamic of the rankings is going to be right there, huh?
There's really no room to lose anymore for a lot of these people that are actually still in the round of 16. Well, we got the official call. Let's go down to Travis Logie with Rachel.
That's right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Travis. So what do we have for today?
Morning, Rachel. We've got another glorious day on our hands. The sun's out, the waves are pumping. So same plan as yesterday. We're going to split the day in half. First half of the day is men's, second half of the day is women's. Both round of 16, so another 16-heat day, 8 hours of action.
Right, so today is Sunday. The beach is going to be crowded. Keep watching. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel. Thank you very much, Travis. And as he said, it's going to be 8 hours of competition. We're going to see 16 heats, and we're going to start with the round of 16 for the men. The Brazilian surfer Douglas Silva against Kalani Ball, ranked number 94.
Oh, very nice. And two new surfers, young surfers. And I like the tone of the voice of Travis. I'm so pumped. Like, yeah, let's do this.
Well, I automatically knew that we were going to be on when we showed up to the beach. Glassy, fun, 4 feet out there, a couple of 5 feet sets still, Bruno.
That's it.
And you hear the buzzer in the background. This heat is officially on, and day number 5 is underway. You talk about, you know, people that play spoilers. Douglas Silva wasn't even going to surf in the event. Got the call up a week before. Had an ankle injury and said, hey, why not? I'm going to surf in the event here in Saquarema. And so far, he's getting at least a 9th place finish. First wave of the day, it goes to Kalani Ball, the Aussie. Great first snap right there. starting off with a lot of intensity, made the final last year at the last event at Haleiwa, and an incredible finish for Kalani Ball too. Bruno, we've seen this so far in the event from him. He knocked out Liam O'Brien yesterday afternoon, and guess what? The 25-year-old looking good to make it through to the quarters.
Oh yeah, we can see the dynamic, like in the first wave of the first heat of the day, the guy's already frothing, like. So nice. We're gonna see today still the south swell direction with maybe the swell with 1.4 meters.
Meters, yeah.
Yeah, with a period of shifting from 12 to 13 seconds period. So, and clean conditions, like the wind direction will be shifting from offshore direction to maybe a side shore little one.
But that still shouldn't make things that difficult here, right?
No, yeah.
Maybe even better the lefts.
That's it. And from this afternoon to tomorrow, we're going to see a change of the direction of the swell. It's going to shift from south angle to the southeast.
And that's beneficial to this spot.
So for the point of Itaúna for the lefts, we're going to see a lot of lefts tomorrow.
So waiting on the score for Kalani Ball, should be a decent one. And he brought the intensity, a lot of energy. It's a 5.33. Great wave to start off for the Aussie. And you mentioned intensity, the intent too. This guy made the final at Haleiwa last year. He needs 2 huge results here, and for some people to lose out in this round too. But determined, passionate. He has the support of the rest of the Aussies behind him too. And Bruno, he's been doing it all event long. He could be doing it again, but that man might have a different opinion. Douglas Silva, you mentioned that, you know, not only was he not going to surf in the event, he's dealing with an injury still on his left ankle, and you can actually see him wear the ankle brace right now.
Yeah. So I'm amazed by his performance.
So am I. Surfed in the first heat of the event.
Yeah.
Had a buzzer beater air.
Yeah. A full rotation, like just landed on the flat.
This kid from the northern part of Brazil.
Yeah. Northeast, from Bahia de Maracaípe, Pernambuco.
Heard that place is beautiful too,
Oh,
Salvador
yeah.
and other
Full
areas.
of coconut trees and palm trees.
Very tropical.
Yeah, very warm water and good small to medium-sized waves.
Not that many big waves in the northeast part of Brazil.
We have bigger waves with summer swells coming from the North Atlantic.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe in Fernando de Noronha we have huge swells on the summertime. And in Ceará and a couple of states that are in the top of Brazil, we have good swells on the summertime. Yeah, and different to the rest of the coast.
There used to be a 6-star prime in Fernando de Noronha.
Yes.
I believe there's going to be a QS now there, right?
I think a 5,000 in the beginning of next year.
Next year.
The points are going to be held to the season 22-23 QS. Yeah.
Well, not a bad place to have an event, if you ask me. Yeah. One of the most beautiful places in the world.
Clear, marine water, marine life is amazing.
I feel like the South American region surfers are a bit spoiled when it comes to the events they have. They went to the Galapagos Islands, where Miguel Tudela actually won. A few other events in Ecuador. You're going back to Fernando de Noronha, and obviously here in Saquarema too. Things can't really get better for a lot of surfers in South America.
Yeah. They went for the barrels of El Gringo, this almost a slab.
In Chile.
In Chile, yeah. In Arica, the city of Arica. And Douglas did great there.
Yeah, that's what's impressive about him is that he's skilled everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's a bit scary.
He's all around it. Yeah.
If you see what the kid can do here against the best in the world, imagine what he can do when he's 100%.
Yeah. You know what? People in Brazil doesn't know him pretty much, you know.
Well, they know him
coming
now.
Up. Yeah. It's a nice presentation card coming from Itaúna, using the Challenger Series as a platform to show his skills to the world. Huh?
Yeah, 25 minutes on the clock. Silva with priority. And we're into head-to-head matchups now in both the round of 16 for the men and the women. There's Samuel Pupo. His brother's going to be coming up in heat number 4, and it's going to be a super heat. Former 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina up against number 6 on the CT rankings, Miguel Pupo. You won't want to miss that one. Seems like we might have a battle here by Kalani Ball. Up and riding. His second ride so far in this heat. Wraps it back, more of just a setup turn right there. And might get a strong finish. He does. Throws the tail and almost brings it around to a 180. But you see the control. You see, obviously, the determination that he has to make it into the quarterfinals. But he hasn't fallen on either of his 2 waves either, Bruno.
Yeah, I like the tempo, like the timing. It was just not, took the proper pace to do it. From now, the wave flats out a little bit, and then he kept pumping, and then went for the last one. Huh?
Boy, looks great, too, that
Almost
CI.
a signature move. Huh?
Yeah,
I mean,
for him?
Yeah.
No doubt. But, yeah, there's many times, especially in competition, where as we're looking at the replay here from a different angle, great blow tail there at the end, and you see it here from the front angle.
Wow.
I mean, you mentioned this is basically his patented maneuver. Many times, especially in competition, you see a lot of people surf a wave at not the right tempo.
Yeah.
And I feel like Kalani so far in this event, especially on a left yesterday, might be the best tempo surfed wave I've seen all event long.
Yeah. He kept the composure and the speed. And there's Timothée Bissot Camp,
Yeah.
à la Rio, at the right. One of the coaches of a French Olympic team.
And a former QS surfer himself that almost qualified.
I met him, you know what, in the year 2000 in Tahiti, in Chopu. He was a kid. I went for a bodyboarding comp there, Tahiti Skins, won by Aussie Ryan Hardy, with Mike Stewart, Guilherme Tâmega, Alistair Taylor, great legends.
Jeff Hubbard there too?
Yes.
Yeah. Great bodyboarder from the island of Kauai.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of talented bodyboarders out there.
Amazing tube rider, aerialist.
Yeah, and great surfer too,
Oh,
by
yeah?
the way.
Really?
A few of those guys love to shortboard a lot too, especially when it comes to more fun beach rigs.
Yeah, yeah.
When it comes to barreling waves, they're saying I'm bodyboarding all day.
That's it, like Guilherme. Guilherme surfs with the surfboards in smaller waves.
Yeah. But you mentioned Alain Ryu. We saw him there on screen. And, you know, one of the original young guns from Quicksilver, too, was on that trip to the Mentawais in 2005, I believe. Julian Wilson, Fred Patacia, Clay Marzo, among others.
Garrett Parks and guys like this?
He was in the third movie, yeah.
Okay.
But Garrett Parks won his segment as we're seeing the onshore pick up just slightly,
Yeah.
Bruno. Doesn't seem like it's affecting too much, but might be the first day where the onshore really starts picking up this early in the morning.
Yeah.
Besides the rainy days, I don't think we've seen too many conditions besides offshores early on. 2 days ago, I mean, as good as it gets here in Saquarema. We showed up early in the morning, offshore, 6 feet, perfect conditions. And obviously we ran a lot of heats that day too. 21 minutes on the clock. Still waiting for Silva to get a wave. Having a look at this one, it seems like he's a bit too far out right now. As Kalani Ball gets a 3.67 on his second scoring ride, he's just gonna get up and kick out real quick on his third one. So you got 20 minutes to go. You're looking at Silva waiting patiently for a wave. He's had a couple of Hail Mary airs to make it through heats. But competition changes, Bruno, when you go into a head-to-head matchup. And you're talking about an Australian Kalani Ball that has a lot of competitive experience on both the qualifying series and the CS. And in terms of head-to-head matchups, you have to be thinking that with priority, this guy knows what to do, and especially under priority as well. Here he goes on another wave. Going left now. Great first turn, almost loses it. Recovers well and is able to execute a second snap as he will hold on and finish that wave off. 19:50 to go. There's the Australian contingency, Kehu Butler right there with a couple of
New
thumbs
Zealander with them.
They adopted him, by the way.
Yeah, really.
Him
Nice.
and Billy Stearman. Paige Harab also in that group. But yeah, they are very tight-knit, and it's beautiful to see. Here's the replay.
Yeah, nice first turn. And then he almost fell there. And nice second one. Kept together like in front of the foam. What happened there?
It seems like maybe a little bit of a chop.
Yeah.
Maybe he slipped. It seemed a bit different though, and you can kind of see the texture that the onshore is bringing a little bit more. Yeah, and it's changed
crumble
quickly in 10 minutes. You know, it was very glassy when we first started off, and now all of a sudden you might have to let the first wave of the set go by and wait for the second one.
More cleaner maybe.
Ooh, but these lefts are looking
I know
fun,
what.
though.
I saw Douglas, maybe his body language showed to us that he was aiming the left.
Right.
That's João Chanca with Luis Henrique Campos, Pinga, the famous Pinga coach, manager. He was in the camp of Adriano de Souza in his campaign for the world title.
And Italo Ferreira, too.
Yes, man.
Have to say...
no, he has a great story about Italo.
Oh, yeah?
He went to the northeast to Bahia Formosa, the place that Italo was born, in that region, to look for a kid, up-and-comer from that region. And he watched the kid. Somebody told him about it. And then he said, no, I don't think he's special. I like this other one.
And it was
it
Italo.
was Italo with 12 years old.
So almost, what, 16 years ago?
Yeah.
2006, around there?
That's it.
Oh, we're lucky that he found him.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have a world champion and an Olympic gold medalist out of that guy right now.
Yeah, and Piga gave him the tools, proper equipment, proper support from different kinds of professionals, doctors, psychiatrists,
right?
Yeah, nutrologists.
Yeah, nutritionists.
Nutritionists, sorry.
Yeah, the kind of things that an athlete needs.
Yeah.
13 minutes have gone by, and we still haven't seen a wave so far from the surfer in red, Douglas Silva, the local boy, here from Brazil. Meanwhile, Kalani Ball, 4 waves ridden, just improved his low score on his last day, 4.1. His high score, his initial wave, a 5.33. And looks like he might be moving a bit forward or towards the peak and adding more pressure to the surfer in red.
And we can saw the current acting lad.
Well, Kalani's going to take this one. Douglas not even interested in it. Up and riding. Great first snap, more of a rooster tail turn right there. Timing the second section well, goes for the blowtail reverse and holds on. Love the way he grabbed his rail coming out of that maneuver right there at the end. And ladies and gents, Kalani Ball just having a heyday out there right now. 16:20 to go. He's looking to better a 4.1. Bruno, this is the first wave of Douglas Silva. He's up and riding. Ooh, and a quick one. Man, and you know, use priority. Doesn't seem like Kalani's in position to recover first priority, but either way, it seems like in a head-to-head matchup, he's feeling the pressure right now.
Yeah. I think he put the head in front of the action, you know. Yeah, he was already thinking about the first move.
Right.
Instead of doing the proper bottom turn first.
He was looking down the line already.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could see it clearly right there. And how about Kalani's wave, though?
Yeah, it was a nice A-frame, huh? He couldn't go right, and then he was behind the peak at the left. Was good to do the first turn. And how about that?
I love the way he grabs the rail just to control there at the end.
He was losing it before the bottom turn.
Well, he gets his best wave, too, a 6-point ride for the Aussie. So it extends his lead. Douglas Silva now needing 2 scores. Basically a 6 and a mid-5 as well to overtake first place. Halfway through the heat, too, Bruno.
Yeah, his combo down. Of course, he can get away from this situation easily, but he has to start building on.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than enough time.
Yeah.
You'd be thinking 2 waves easily.
Yeah.
Maybe even in 5 minutes you could do that too with how easy the paddle back out is right now. But so far, it just doesn't seem like he's comfortable out there right now.
It's a whole new scenario, huh? You know, man-on-man format.
And maybe, you know, this is one of the few times that we've actually seen Douglas Silva in a combination situation too. You know, even in an amateur event, you don't normally see this a lot. You see a lot of people tend to catch waves quickly early on. But this, as you said, it's a whole game changer. You go to a man-on-man format, head-to-head, and all of a sudden, your strategy has to change. And especially time management, Bruno. 30 minutes can be an eternity out there.
For sure. We saw so many buzzer beaters from the get-go here in Saquarema. As you said, he's trying to manage the proper place to sit, and sometimes he pedals far at the back and then the other way around.
Well, Kalani Ball hasn't been out of position, and he's still leading the heat. We'll be right back after the break. One of the most exotic, tropical, and beautiful places on the planet. We're in Brazil, Saquarema to be specific, and just around an hour and a half north of Rio de Janeiro. Bruno, you've been to Saquarema many times before. What are we expecting from both Barrinha and Itaúna when we come here?
Oh man, I'm always expecting good stuff coming from Saquarema, wave-wise, you know. We're not having Barrinha as a venue for the comp this season, but Itaúna Point, the lefts and the rights are doing good for us. So, and tomorrow we expect, maybe I was talking with Marcio Monteiro, former lifeguard here, a great surfer also. He was talking to me, maybe we're gonna see tomorrow the best conditions of the entire period.
Well, I love to hear that. As you see right there, water comes out of the river when it rains. It definitely helps the sandbars here at both Barrinha and at Praia de Itaúna. And you see right there the amount of swell that this place gets. Straight south and southeast, as you were saying, are some of the best things that we could get. But conditions today, fun, contestable, 4 to 5 feet on the sets. And all of a sudden, head-to-head matchups, 30 minutes, plenty of time. Mitchell Salazar here with Bruno Bocaiuva. Heat 1 in the water. Kalani Ball still in the lead. And it took Douglas Silva around 15 minutes to catch his first wave. And he has a couple of throwaway scores. Looking at this aerial view, Bruno, a beautiful Sunday morning here.
Beautiful, man. The beach is still uncrowded, but we're going to see a lot of people coming to watch the show. Huh?
You gave me a prediction yesterday in terms of the numbers. You said 10,000 people.
Yeah, around that. Huh?
I think we had 10,000 people here yesterday, though.
Really?
Yeah. I think we're probably going to see. I'm optimistic, 15 to 20.
Yeah.
You know, it is Sunday. It's still early. Get down here if you're around the area. Why not? We have a couple of former world champions coming up. One of them will be in Heat 4 against his good friend, Miguel Pupo. We're talking about Gabriel Medina. And how about the lake behind here, too, the river that just not only allows for a lot of that water to come out and the sand to really produce, but it's also a very scenic view, as you can see.
It's beautiful, Lagoa de Saquarema, the bridge there, the little town center there, small town center.
Is that Rio in the background all the way there?
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's the the region of mountains in Rio. 1 hour from Rio. It's not actually Rio capital. It's Teresópolis, Petrópolis, the mountains.
You could call it the metropolitan area, though, right?
Yes,
okay.
that's it. We call it the região serrana, the mountains.
Same thing as, us from LA, Orange County, Ventura, still the LA area, metropolitan. Yeah. Not necessarily the city, though, per se, but still within the area. 9 minutes to go. Kalani Ball in the lead. Douglas Silva in a combination situation at the moment, and the young surfer from the northeast of Brazil has looked uncomfortable out there in the water. Great surfer with airs, combination of maneuvers. As you said, charges too, loves to ride barrels, but so far in this heat, Bruno, he hasn't had any luck whatsoever.
Not at all.
And the amount of success the Goofy Footers have had here in the last 6 events that we've actually had at the QS and Prime level.
I heard you saying the scouts are amazing, huh?
Yeah. 6 champions in the last 6 years that an event has run here at the QS level have been Goofy Footers. Incredible statistic right there. Kalani Ball with the look. He's going to let that wave go. Didn't look bad, but maybe just adding more pressure to Douglas Silva. Playing some mind games out there.
The Goofies are calling the shots on the QS level, but on the CT level, Felipe Toledo as a regular footer, he's leading the pack.
I don't even want to talk about it, Bruno, okay? It's still a sensitive subject.
Yeah.
But, we had Travis in here the other day. I recommended if we could get some more lefts on tour. Yeah. He said maybe. He's going to try.
It's always a good call, huh?
Yeah. Here's Douglas Silva. First real wave that he's caught in this heat so far. 23 minutes have gone by. Just a couple of setup snaps. Needs a huge finish right here. Goes for the big rotation and somehow is able to pull it off. So that's a start. It'll break combination. And now with 7 minutes to go, it's going to be up to Kalani Ball to defend his first place position. Wasn't a bad way for Douglas to start off.
Oh, my goodness. So fluid at the first 2 turns. And then he kept trying to find his proper stance on the board, and then we could see he was going for the air. Huh? He's so confident.
Well, and you can see right there the amount of wind that there is on this wave too. When you see it from the beach, doesn't look that bad, but you can see it from this angle, and the wind's quite strong too.
Yeah.
Made it even harder to land that air.
Yeah.
Great rotation, though.
Yeah, no grab in.
His foot almost slipped off as well.
Wasn't a full rotation. It was good, huh?
But still, a difficult air.
Yeah.
Here's Kalani Ball, looking to improve on his 5.33. Strong start here for the Aussie. Better second one, too. And he has just been in rhythm with these waves. Here at Praia Itaúna, 6 minutes to go. He's looking to better a 5.33. Silva's score comes in as a 6.67, the best of the heat so far. But we got to be thinking this is easily going to better his 5.
Yeah, he kept building the speed. A nice extension on the bottom turn and 3-turn combo.
And a smart finish too.
Yeah.
Nothing huge, didn't want to fall off.
Very smart surfing. Huh?
Love the kid, love the way this kid surfs. And it's a 6.3, his best, extends his lead. So that means that Douglas Silva now needs a 5.63. And we got a mini paddle battle right here. It's going to be important to see who gets priority in these last 5 minutes, as Silva doesn't require an extremely high score, just a mid-5. And it seems like he is out in front in terms of the paddle.
Yeah. As you said before, he got the time to do it, and he's back on the game, huh? With the score.
Well, it would be an incredible comeback, too, if he makes it through this heat. He's a 5.63 at the moment. Very humble, very reserved, quiet kid, but not in the water, though. And despite a horrendous start to this heat, almost 23 minutes until he actually got a decent score on the board, he's back in it.
Yeah.
Gets the best wave of the heat so far, a 6.67. And now with 4 minutes and 35 seconds to go, it's more than enough time for a wave.
Yeah. Wave selection is going to be key, is a key element.
And let's look at how we got to this point in the heat with the heat recap. Kalani Ball started off real quick in the first 30 seconds of the heat, Bruno, with a 5.33 here.
Oh, yeah. He starts frothing, like, nice timing. I love this wave, like the A-frame that I set.
Then bettered his situation here with a 6-point ride with a beautiful blow to reverse.
Yeah.
And the Aussie has been in control of the heat so far. And then Silva with the answer back right here, a 6.67, helped his cause out.
Yeah, two rail turns, and then he went for broke, like, bang. Now he'll reverse.
Went big right there at the end, but then Ball just bettered his situation too, got his best.
Nice wave, huh?
A 6.3 here, Bruno.
Yeah, that was the 3 turns combo that we talked about it. I love the second one, huh?
Great style.
Yeah,
too.
the body language, this expression in each and every turn.
A lot of confidence right there by the surfer in
We
blue.
can see, huh?
And generally speaking, the Aussies here have done quite well before in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Kai Auden,
Yeah.
Mitch Colburn have won the event.
I remember it.
Wade Carmichael, a former finalist. Adrian Buchan out here,
Yeah.
Praia de Itaúna as well.
On the final, the runner-up with Adriano's victory in 2017.
Yeah, it was big that year, too.
Oh, yeah.
It was pumping.
And Iago killing it. Defeated Mick Fanning, Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, made it all the way to
That
the
was a
semifinals.
run, huh?
It was really where the world was introduced to him.
Yeah, he was a wild card, huh?
But then he qualified for the next season.
Yeah.
And now he is a staple
He's a threat.
on the World Championship Tour. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Kalani Ball with the lead. Douglas Silva, though, right behind him in second place, needing a 5.63, a very efficient and effective heat so far from Kalani Ball. He has 4 scores above a 4-point ride and 3 above a 5. And I think a lot of times you see people approach a heat differently, knowing that they're probably only going to surf 1 time in a day, too. If he makes it to finals day tomorrow, he will be surfing 3 times if he makes it to the final. But maybe the energy output that you can have in 1 heat in comparison to 3, much different.
Oh, yeah. It's a different mindset, different way to approach. It's, yeah, as you said, 1 chance, and you go to the finals day. Yeah. You got to give it all.
90 seconds to go. Priority with Silva. He could have a shot. Let's see what Ball does right here. If he's able to pressure Silva into a bad wave, well, he's going to use priority. Up and riding. The most important wave of this kid's life so far. Looking to move into finals day, into the quarterfinals. Oh, and a huge mistake there from Douglas. And that might be the end of his run here in the Corona Saquarema Pro. Still has a minute to go, though. Where is Kalani Ball, and how much of a defensive end is he going to play right here?
He's going to surf as a defense, as a defense move. Huh?
We're going to see him up and riding. Bigger size wave, too. And he's going to kick out. Oh, he kicks out,
what?
and Silva's going to take it. Well, he's up. And guess what? He's looking for the ramp here. Goes big, first turn. And that's incomplete. But, wow, a very surprising decision by Kalani Ball right there.
He left the window open there, the door, huh?
And it seems like Silva's going to call it quits right here, Bruno. A fantastic run.
Yeah.
Won his heat yesterday in the round of 24. Ends up with an equal 9th in his first Challenger Series event ever. But props to this guy on screen. Kalani Ball had an incredible performance yesterday, knocking out Liam O'Brien of the event. And look at the smile right there. He's happy. He's moving through into the quarterfinals, and it's his best result in 2022 so far.
Very important, huh? The first surfer to be qualified for the finals day. That's huge.
And unfortunately, you see the agony of defeat right there.
Yeah, he should stay with the head high. Huh?
Great performance, and he went up against a much more experienced surfer right there. in blue as well. Well, Kalani Ball with the 12.3 heat total. We'll be hearing from him after the break. Douglas Silva, unfortunately, out of the event. And guess what? We got more action. The local boy, Joao Chianca, will be surfing against Tim Biso in the next heat. Don't go anywhere. Things are just heating up here in Saquarema.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Well, a huge win right there from Kalani Ball, and awesome sportsmanship between the Aussie and the Brazilian. But the 25-year-old moving through with his best result of the year so far, at least a quarterfinal finish here in Saquarema, and all smiles from the surfer representing the Oceania region. Heat number 2 in the water now, though. The local boy from Saquarema, Joao Chianca, in the red, up against number 30 in the rankings, Tim Biso. Joao, number 18 in the rankings, Bruno, has a runner-up finish at the Vans US Open of Surfing. He lost the final to Ezekiel Lau, the flying Hawaiian, with his only CS victory of the season so far. But Joao Chianca has the experience of surfing out here almost every day of his life.
Oh, yeah.
And here he is on a right, maybe a little too antsy right there. He's got a lot of good energy around him, but he also needs to realize that he has a huge opportunity to go into finals day tomorrow. He has a tough test, though, in Timothy Biso.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Different styles, one goofy, one regular. They both are killing it. Surfing great.
So he got a 4-point ride here during the break, Bruno, on another right. He's looking for these ones.
Yeah, it was kind of a set wave, huh? Unusual rhythm at first, and then nice turn. A lot of power. He's a savage, like he goes for everything.
Yeah.
Each and every time. Huh?
I love the intensity that he brings to the game. 26 minutes on the clock. Tim Biso with priority. Let's go down to Kalani Ball with Rachel.
That's right, Kalani Ball. What a way to start the day. Looked like your race selection was really good. So how was it for you to make good decisions out there?
Yeah, I've just kind of tried to get busy every heat, and yeah, I just tried to do that again, and it worked out for me. I made a couple mistakes on a couple waves. It's super bumpy on those lefts, so yeah, I fell on a couple, but I got 2 decent scores and snuck through that one.
And what was the emotions when you could see your opponent trying to react? Like, how did that affect it on your confidence?
Yeah, I never felt safe in that heat. Like, Douglas has been doing huge airs this whole event, and yeah, he pulled out that 6 at the end, and then only needed another one, so I knew he could get that pretty easy. So yeah, never felt safe in that one, and yeah, just try to stay close to him and take the waves off him if I could.
Okay, so congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel. Congratulations to Kalani. We will be seeing him in finals day Here's Timbiso. First wave of the heat for him. The surfer originally from Guadeloupe. Great style, great first turn right there. And an even better second one, aggressive. And this is a huge heat for him. Not the finish he wanted right there at the end of his first wave, but he's number 30 in the ranks, 25 years of age, surfing for France, and the goofy footer with a lot of power. Bruno, he's looking to play spoiler against the local boy, Chianca.
Yeah, man. I spoke with him a couple of days ago. I was telling him his styles reminds me of Michael Campbell, the former runner-up on the
Ninja.
CT. Yeah, back in 1998. And then he said, I never heard too much about it, but people like to compare myself to Marco Luciano Occhilupo, the legend Occhi.
Yeah. Well, in Tim's defense, he was born a year before Mick Campbell ended up runner-up in the world, too.
That's what he told me.
He was born in 97. This kid, you know, has been around for a while, competing at the highest level. Opens up with a 4.33, and, you know, good comparisons right there. I like to see a lot of that drive. I think Lou Geegan in style every now and then, too, with the bottom turns.
Yeah.
Lou Geegan always had a deep bottom turn.
One of my favorites, all-time favorites.
And, you know, France has always had an incredible amount of great surfers. Joan Duru, Jeremy Flores, one of my personal favorites, even though, you know, he's Tahitian, Michel Perez.
Oh, for sure. And Marc Lacomar and a lot of great guys coming from there. Half Brazilian, half French. Patrick Bevon.
Yeah, yeah.
Great surfers from France. And as you said, coming from Guadeloupe, the Caribbean, French Caribbean, Timothée.
Yeah, well.
He's now living in Ericeira.
Yeah, in Portugal.
Yeah.
But what those surfers that, even though they're French, grow up in reef breaks primarily, heavier waves, once they make the transition to beach breaks, especially when it's big, it ain't that difficult anymore, Bruno.
Yeah, not at all. I was remember Boris Letexier from the 80s and 90s from Reunion Island. They used to have great surfers there, too.
Well, I think in terms of the success that we've seen on the championship tour, both on the men's and women's side, it's been the surfers from beach breaks that haven't had the amount of success that the surfers from reef breaks representing France have had. Michel Perez, former top 5 surfer.
Yeah.
Jeremy Flores, top 10 surfer. And Joanne Defay on the women's side, too.
One more coming from Reunion Island.
There we see Tartaruga turtle here in Saquarema. Crystal clear waters. A lot of marine wildlife here too, Bruno.
A lot.
Still looking for my peixe frito.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't found my deep fried fish yet so far here in Saquarema.
We're going to fight it, Mitch.
And
maybe tonight.
What's the other dish called too?
The feijoada that you
Feijoada.
Yes.
I can't find a feijoada yet. I'm still looking for that as we're seeing the rankings for João Chianca. He's still looking for his first CS win so far. 9,400 points and number 18 in the rankings. He does have a final finish this year on the CS. 9 minutes have gone by so far in this heat, and Chianca with just a 4-point ride so far. And, you know, speaking of the rankings, Timbiso number 30 in the world too. We still have Leonardo Fioravanti in the event. He's number 1 in the ranks.
Oh, look at that.
There you see him, Rio White in second, but he's qualified. So is Ryan Callanan in third. But how about Maxime Husino? Ian Gentile still in the event. We lost Dylan Moffitt yesterday. Morgan Sibilik.
We lost Lob too.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien. But I think he's pretty safe going to Haleiwa. You know, number 4 out there. We lost Iklau. Morgan Sibilik, though, is number 10, and he's coming up in heat number 6 against Ramsey Bukiem. It's an incredible heat, and I think in terms of the rankings, it's probably the most important heat of the round, too.
Yeah.
Both those gentlemen within the top 20. Here's João Chianca. Great first turn there for the local boy on the backhand now. Goes left, and a solid combination there for the young Brazilian.
Yeah, he was upside down, huh? Nice turn.
Very passionate young man, but you know what I've seen so far this week, he's been keeping the distance from himself and the event.
Yeah.
He's surfing, getting here a heat before or maybe 2, and after his heat, if Summer's not surfing, he's out of here.
I was thinking about that.
And it goes to show you the amount of dedication and how much significance he's putting into this event at his home break.
Yeah, you just nail it.
For the most part, as we see the replay here, Bruno, great execution with the two-turn combo. Do you think that a lot of times the surfers from Saquarema tend to surf Itaúna or Marinha most of the time?
Yeah, you know what? He and his brother Lucas, they surfed a lot in Praia da Vila, the other side of the church.
Okay.
Left kind of a point break, yeah.
Why is that? You think it's just a better wave? Or?
They live closer.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's a nice wave, not too crowded.
What is it, like a 5-minute drive maybe at the most?
From here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
No. Not more than that.
You said left-hand point break, and now I'm thinking I want to surf over there.
Oh, yeah. You should try, huh?
You said that tomorrow might be the best day out of the waiting period, so might be good over there, too.
East there, it's perfect also.
Well, you know who's excited to surf that left-hand point break is Tim Biso, but he needs to make it out of this heat in order to advance into finals day. The French surfer opened up with a 4.33, but bang, bang. Joao Chianca, a 6.67 on his third ride. And guess who showed up early? Three-time world champion, Gabriel Medina. And he looks focused, he looks determined. Doesn't necessarily need to be competing at this event, but he has something to prove to himself and everybody else that he can win here at Saquarema.
Oh, yeah. It's like a training field for him, huh?
Easily one of the best surfers of all time. Have to say the best goofy footer of all time, too.
We can say that.
In terms of competition, you know, maybe you have Rob Machado up there in terms of what he's done globally for surfing.
Maybe Tom Carroll and Noki.
Yeah.
Right behind, maybe after 3 titles, man.
Yeah.
We still have 2 goofies with 2 titles, Damien Hardman and Tom Carroll.
And then
the only one, yeah.
Italo Ferreira now, too, 2019.
He's at that club, huh, the goofies.
But besides that, not a lot. And CJ Hopgood did win in 2001.
The late and dears, Derek Ho.
Derek Ho,
93.
The first Hawaiian world champion, too. And
that was huge. And winning the Pipe Masters in that season.
Same year.
I think he came 6th on the rankings for the last event in 93 in his world title campaign. And then
he went from 6th to 1st.
Yeah, 6th to 1st.
Here's Tim Biso.
Yeah, speaking about goofies.
Yeah, he's looking to go from 2nd to 1st right here. Great start. Oh, an incredible layback there from Biso. And an even better third turn. He loves it. So do I. That's an incredible wave. And Tim Biso looking for a 6.35 for the lead. Passionate young surfer from Guadalupe originally. And the Frenchman who now resides in Portugal looking to upset the local boy, Chianca. How'd you enjoy this one, Bruno?
I love the variation. Like, look at that. The second one was huge.
Oh, man, that bottom turn to the third one was sensational.
Look at that. The left is working so good. Different angle here. Bangs.
And he said the variation.
Yeah, each and every time he did something different.
And that second and third turn specifically were just incredible. 16:20 on the clock. 7.43 for Tim Biso. He takes the lead. Now Joao Chianca requiring a 5.1. But let's go down to Maida. Where are you at, Maida?
Hi, I'm here at New One Athlete Medical Center. I'm here with Carlos Valle, the doctor here. So explain to us, what do we have here prepared for the athletes?
Hi, we have everything set up here. We have the recovering area. It's a very nice area that we have all the athletes when they come out of the ocean to get treatment. But we also have the first aid station and ambulances, everything ready for an emergency, a real emergency. We have this area here, which is all the athletes can come when they have an emergency. And the recovering area is more like a chill out area and it's the funnest area.
So there, inside there, is everything prepared for any kind of emergency?
Yes. In the first aid station, we have like level 3 emergency area, so we can provide like a very, very specific for any emergency that could happen with the athlete in the water, whatever they need.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Maida. Also, a big thank you. Muito obrigado to Dr. Carlos. And you saw Flor back there in the background, too. Big shout out to Flor. because they have really been helping out the athletes this week in terms of, you know, the injuries that they carry from competing year-round and traveling year-round too, Bruno. They're barely even at home.
Yeah, they're part of WSL family here from the regional office in South America. Flor is from Argentina, but lives in Brazil.
Yeah, in Santa Catarina,
Yes.
I believe.
And Dr. Carlos is a legend.
Yeah, no, he's helped out a lot of the athletes, and boy, they are very prepared. Level 3 emergency. You normally don't hear a lot of different levels.
Yeah, like a clinic in here, in our structure.
You know, I might have to go check it out and see if there's anything wrong with me and get some special treatment myself. But, you know, the big props to them. They've definitely helped out this week, and we have seen a couple of difficult situations, some injuries. We saw Naire Marquez, you know, have that situation out in the water.
More of an emotional issue.
But still,
I spoke to her.
It's a health issue, too.
She's doing good now. Yeah. It's a mental health issue, huh?
And there's a score from Timbiso, 7.43. One judge went up into the excellent. You throw away the high and average the other 3 out, and the high and the low, excuse me, and average the other 3 out, and came out as a 7.43. Best wave of the morning so far.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was a clinic, huh?
Well, and just like Joan Dru did yesterday afternoon, Timbiso was actually supporting him from the beach, yelling. He wanted Joan to go on certain ways. He was like, "Allez, Joan, allez," with the entire French crew, and a very talented young surfer. One of the few goofy footers that's actually left in the draw.
Yeah.
And, you know, you see this little left-hander that we have at Itaúna now. It should benefit a lot of these surfers that are actually up and coming, such as Joan Dru and Ramsey as well.
You know what? And the São Paulo Classic with between Gabriel and Miguel, both goofies, huh?
And best friends, too.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit older.
They grew up together, yeah. Miguel's a little older.
Just 2 years, though. So they've known each other for their whole lives. And it seems like Timbiso has known this way for his whole life, too. He's in sync, and he's in the lead. We'll be right back.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Huge heat out in the water in terms of the rankings. Number 18 up against number 30. And it is currently the Frenchman who is ranked number 30 in the world in the lead. That's Timbiso up against the local boy, Joao Chianca. Mitchell Salazar, Bruno Bocayuva with you for heat number 2 of the morning so far. How about the conditions and how beautiful this Sunday morning is, Bruno?
Oh, beautiful, man. We can see the foam, like the formation of the wave, like I said before, almost an A-frame there at the point of Itaúna.
You see the white waters that are coming through due to that A-frame peak. It's more of a TP really too, because there's a few rights that come off of it this morning. Yeah, and you see the wedge that kind of happens right there at The rock on the outside, you can almost see a left that is trying to break right there, but unfortunately it's just a bit too deep next to the rock.
That's a rare wave with east swell. Is a very rare swell in this region of Rio.
It's crazy how fast things can change too. First 4 days of competition, I felt like the rights were mainly the surfable waves. Today it's been mainly the left so far.
And tomorrow is going to be even better, the left. So,
man, where was this event when I was doing the QS? I feel like I wanted to surf this wave a lot more. I'm going to have a chat with Travis and tell him, you know, if we could have like a specialty event for our staff, or maybe just a he. Bruno, obviously you're invited too. We're going to get Kaipo there eventually as well.
Yeah.
But
like a goofy affair, huh?
We could do it. We could do it. And, you know, this is such a beautiful place. My first time in Brazil, really enjoying it. Super excited about coming here, and it's everything that I expected and more. And this guy has everything that he expects and more coming up, too. He's going up against Joel Vaughn. It's Maxime Houssino, the surfer from France, originally from Reunion Island. And, you know, likes to travel with his father, former World Pro Junior Champion in 2009.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. But let's see what João can bring.
Here's the local boy, Chianca Chumbinho. Big snap right there on the backhand. An incredible finish for the local boy. 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Down to the wire right now. Usually when you're thinking under 10 minutes, priority decisions are going to be very important. We just saw one right there. Needs a 5.1. He could be flipping the heat right now.
Yeah, we could see the anticipation, the body language. After the first move was a more of a functional turn. Look at that. Just preparing himself to this second one. Bang.
But maybe one of the best turns we've seen all morning long in the first two heats.
I love the angle. Look how we twist the tail.
I hadn't heard too much of João Chianca until before he finished second place at Pipeline in the Vulcan Pipe Pro a few years ago. After I saw him there, I was like, okay, this kid has my attention. When he qualified for the CT, I was like, okay, he piqued my interest. And the two heats that he lost to John Florence this year, I'm thinking he's world champion material.
Yeah, that was a classic duel. Yeah. Amazing.
Pipeline and at Bells Beach.
That's it, man.
And there's no shame in losing to a two-time world champion.
Not at all.
And potentially the best surfer in the world, too.
Yeah.
Here's Chianca again. It's going to be a quick one for him. We're still waiting on his previous score, though. 7 minutes ago. Oh, is everything okay? He's looking back. Don't know if he's just asking for some advice for somebody on the beach.
Yeah.
But his previous wave needed to be a 5.1 or better, and it's going to be very close. Scores are coming in right now. 6:40 to go. Biso out there with first priority. And we do see a set rolling through, and it's a 5.4 for João Chianca. It is enough for the lead. Now with 6:30 on the clock, Tim Biso requiring a 4.64. It is not a big score. We see a wave actually coming through right now. And Tim might be using priority on this one. Frothy start. Love the way he gained speed, this electric goofy footer. And a fantastic finish right there for Tim with a two-turn combo. Back and forth action here, Bruno. Best heat of the morning so far.
Yeah.
And the French surfer needs a 4.64 to retake the lead. 6 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. It's going to be closed. You know what? João did just a 0.3 more than he needed. Let's see. More of a check turn, the first one, and a vertical one at the second.
You know, but despite it being a transitional first one, he still added a lot of power to it, too.
In a little twist, a spicy touch there.
And how about the finish, too? Tough section. Up and over, engaging with the lip line. Needs a mid-4 and a fun heat in our second one here. Really love the way Tim Biso surfs. A lot of style, a lot of power, speed involved too. And he's not a tall surfer.
Not.
But
no, he's not.
You know, he's got that kind of flair to him that you would normally see in a much bigger surfer. You see Zeke Lau with that a lot.
Yeah.
And you see his frame and you're thinking, okay, this guy probably much quicker, you know, air guy. No, he's got the power to go with it too.
Fundamentals, like,
Still waiting on the score with 5 minutes to go. And imagine the amount of excitement that Maxime Houssainot would have if Tim Bissot, his teammate from France, even though they're not necessarily teammates, you know, the camaraderie between the Europeans is definitely noticeable. And especially among the Frenchmen too. We have Joan Dru still in the competition as well. Ramzi Boukian, part of that European contingency as well. The surfer from Morocco.
Even though he's from the north of Africa, he's so close.
And he actually competes for Europe too in the regional ranks. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. From the northern part of Africa. 4 minutes to go. Scores are coming through, and things are looking good for Tim Bissot. It is a 4.87. He retakes the lead. And now up and riding on another wave. João Chianca with priority let this wave go. And it was a good choice because he needs a 5.64. Has just under 4 minutes to do that. And look at him. He's frustrated right there. I think he really wanted to sell João on that wave.
But João didn't bought it. Like,
he's got a terrific air game too, João Chianca. We normally don't see it in competition. There's his partner, Summer Macedo. She's hoping for an opportunity, just a chance for João to make it through this heat.
So important for both, huh?
Well, even more for João.
Yeah.
Because he's closer to qualifying than Tim.
His home soil, home field.
Tim needs to make both finals realistically to qualify.
Yeah.
You're thinking, João, okay, if he makes another final and if he wins one event, the chances of him qualifying are extremely high. And here he is on the left. Good start right there. Deep bottom turn and a beautiful second maneuver. And he completes it. Summer loves it. So does Samuel Pupo. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. It's been a battle and a war of attrition so far by both gentlemen. The local boy from Saquarema looking good though. He needs a 5.64 or better, Bruno.
That was a bigger wave, set wave. The first wasn't that crispy, but the second one was so strong.
2 minutes to go. Probably got to think that he's going to get the score on this wave too. Great surfing right there from João. But we've seen our judges really take their time and want to get their results right. And, you know, this is an important wave. They know what's on the line in terms of the rankings, the surfers out there, their talent level too.
The more they take time to...
It means the closer it is.
Yeah, that's it.
90 seconds to go. Priority with Tim Bissot, and it is enough. It is his best wave, a 7.23. As you see the excitement right there, he is stoked, he is happy. And the surfer from right here in Saquarema takes the lead in the last 2 minutes of the heat. Now Tim Bissot down to second place again. Needs a 6.47 or better. He has 60 seconds for it, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. What a drama.
It's what we expected.
Back and forth, like, oh, yeah.
It's what we expected, and especially...
Nice way to start the day.
When you have the local boy out there, too, you need to expect the unexpected. And the crazy thing is, he's really been getting his best scores on the rights all event long.
Yeah.
Really the first time we've seen him go left in the first 5 days of competition. As Tim having a look here. 30 seconds. Joao's going to use it. Might be looking at this right here. Up and riding. Great layback right there to start. He's on his way to even better his low score of a 6.67. And a strong finish, too, for the local boy. He's feeling it. Miguel Pupo likes it. 10 seconds to go. And it doesn't seem like Tim Biso either way is going to have a chance to get the score that he was requiring before this last wave of Chianca. It's going to be the local boy moving through. Great heat by Tim Biso. He surfed an excellent heat. But this guy on screen does not want to lose at home, Bruno.
Heat is on, man. Heat is on. Great effort. Great heat. Congrats to both, huh?
But an excellent performance by the local boy from Saquarema. The beach is happy, and you see the frustration there from Tim Biso.
Trying to sink in, huh? To understand what happened.
Well, it's two sides of the coin right here.
Yeah, man.
The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
Yeah, the shock.
And, you know, when you had the lead for a moment, you feel like you could have done more to move through, and Joao Chianca betters his situation, gets a 7.67 and a 7.23 as his best two scores. And Tim Biso, unfortunately, bowing out of the competition in the round of 16. Ninth place finish for him. And Heat 3 will be coming up. Joel Vaughn and Maxime Husino about to hit the water. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil after the break.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Huge heat win right there by the local boy. One of the favorites in the event, Joao Chianca, former CT surfer looking to requalify for the championship tour in 2023. A lot of local support and obviously a Brazilian figure in the sport of surfing as well. Joao moving through into finals day. We'll see him in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Joel Vaughn out there in the red. Maxime Husino, number 9 in the ranks, in the blue. This is heat number 3 of the round of 16. Mitchell Salazar now joined by Maíra Paps. Maíra, bom dia, good morning.
Bom dia everyone.
Looking at the conditions and the two performances we've had so far from both Kalani Ball and Joao Chianca, what's your excitement level for today?
Wow, I'm so excited. This last heat, let's see first here, Maxime Husino.
Yeah, the surfer from Reunion Island, setting things up here for a strong finish. And I don't know about you, Maida, but it just seems like everybody's a little bit more motivated today than previous days.
I think so. The waves look really good right now. And also, we have now this man-on-man heats.
Right.
So they have to be more confident and excited for that. And also, we are here in round of 16 already. And many things to be decided right now on the rankings.
They're securing at least a 9th place finish here with this result. But Maxime, who is number 9, at the moment, if the Challenger Series ended today, he'd be in for the championship tour. So he needs at least, making it to the quarterfinals would help him out a lot, but semifinal or final would really be the thing that he's looking for. Let's go back to excitement levels. 1 to 10, what are we talking about?
Wow, I think 9, around 10.
9?
Yeah.
I was expecting
because-
like 12.
12. 9, because I think the whole day we're gonna see like so many good heats, and we're starting to build. It's too early right now, like almost 9. I don't know. Yeah, 8:30 maybe. And
Yeah, close to 9.
Close to 9. So I will leave the excitement like 12 for the midday.
Okay. I'm expecting you. In 3 hours, I'm gonna ask you what's your excitement level is.
Okay, I'm really excited to see the girls as well in the water.
Yeah.
That's why.
Should be a fun afternoon seeing the women compete in the round of 16 too. Here's the surfer who was coming into the event ranked number 34 on the CS. Jovan with a beautiful combination too. And the 19-year-old from Australia will be able to ride out of that wave as a complete maneuver at the end. 25 minutes on the clock. The French surfer in blue, Housineau, opened up with a 5.5. And as you see, Jovan right there, 34 in the ranks. 5,945 points at the moment. But this is his second best result so far this year. Had a quarterfinal finish at the Vans US Open.
Yeah, and he's giving a hard time to Maxime. This heat is so important to him right now. He serves pretty well. Surfer from Australia, Central Coast. And yeah, look, he looks really sharp right there. Strong maneuvers. Good to see him surfing like this.
Has 3 brothers too, traveling here with his father, Vani. And his first time in Brazil, he is enjoying every moment of this trip. Opens up with a 3.83. Maxime Housineau with the lead and priority. And a huge win for the local boy, João Chianca. He's with Rachel.
Yeah, wow, João, another nerve-wracking hit for you in this event, which is really important for you. How hard is it getting hit by heat?
It's hard. We have to reset. Every single day we have to reset. Every single day we have to be ready for everything. Today the conditions woke up totally different. The left was dominating, and I don't know, I knew I would have to make a big decision, either stay safe on the right or either risk myself on the left. And big risk, big reward. I went to the left, I went confident, and I don't know, stoked.
And how does it feel to be one of the favorites here, about the support, your girlfriend support, the crowd support? What does it change for you?
Changed a lot. The crowd looks like they love me. Several people in the beach that I see since my childhood, and they see me training on this wave. They see me putting so much effort every single day out here. So it means a lot for me. Even the security guards, they all love me. They are really a loved one for my family, for my people, So it's kind of emotional, but we don't want to get emotional. We have some heats to be done, so.
You can say in Portuguese, como foi sua estratégia, para você conseguir virar essa bateria?
Hoje foi um dia muito bom. Acordou diferente, as esquerdas estavam totalmente aparecendo muito mais do que nos outros dias. As direitas já não estavam isso tudo, e a gente tem aquele coração, né? A gente quer continuar no mesmo lugar, a gente quer fazer dar certo no mesmo lugar, a gente quer seguir a mesma rotina, mas o meu coração estava me dizendo que eu ia precisar sair da minha zona de conforto, eu ia precisar enfrentar o Timothée lá nas esquerdas, onde ele para mim era o favorito dessa bateria, onde ele estava com surf até mais superior do que o meu, onde eu não estava treinando. Então é isso, é o tipo de bateria que a gente realmente tem que ir com muita fé, tem que ir confiando no trabalho que tem sido feito.
Nice, congratulations. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel, and muito parabéns to the local surfer, João Chianca. A huge win for him, and as he said right there in the interview, job is not done. He still has 3 heats to go if he wants to be a champion at his home break at the end of this event. During the interview, though, Maida, Maxime Husino going to town right here. Already has a 5.5 in his scoreline, and he is looking to get his best wave in the first 10 minutes so far. Here's a replay of the same wave from a different angle.
Yeah, very nice wave. He kept like flowing, connecting maneuvers, strong ones. I really like this one.
And it's always been the backhand that has been his best weapon. But this kid, 19 years of age, needs a big result too, Maida, and Joel Vaughn looking to make it into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and with this air game, he probably will give a hard work as at least for Maxime during this heat.
Yeah, it was more of a chop hop there with the air, but you know, still his best wave at the moment, a 4.4. So you see the air right there. Didn't really go up and over the lip. There wasn't necessarily a section right there, but Joel, crafty surfer, made something happen, and that is his best wave. Husino's score comes in as a 6.6. 20 minutes on the clock. Priority with the surfer in red, Joel Vaughn. And you see the new talent coming out of Australia. This kid's one of them. Mikey McDonough. There's a couple of guys that haven't even qualified through their regional rankings either. But this guy was able to do it in his first full year of pursuing the qualifying series within Australasia. And it goes to show you the dedication, the determination that he has. And even at his 19 years of age, he's got an incredible package in terms of tools.
Yeah, sure he does. And also he seems to be very focused.
Yeah.
He was there with his father like the whole morning watching the waves and getting concentrated on that. Yeah, very, very potentially surfer from Australia.
Yeah, could see CT material in the future from Joel Vaughn. Wouldn't be surprised to see him there in the next year or two. Here he is up and riding. At the moment, needing a 7.7 for first. Couple of decent turns right here on the backhand. Tricky wave to surf for Joel, and goes for the backside spinner. And unfortunately will not be able to ride out of that wave right there. Board looks good though. It just seems like his wave selection hasn't been the best so far. With 18:40 to go, he's still going to be needing a 7.7.
Yeah, he chose this wave. It wasn't like the bigger one. And I mean, it was a good one, but I think the size of the wave will count a lot on the score. Look.
The incomplete air reverse there at the end. Tough section too, a lot of white water from both sides of that wave. And Maxime Husino having a paddle right here. He's up and riding. Great looking left. But he's going to kick out. Didn't see too much going on right there. And, you know, you see a lot of surfers from Reunion Island. Bruno and I were talking about this. Have success on both the QS and the CT level. Come from heavy waves. And it is quite far when you think of it, too. Closer to Africa. They have to travel quite a bit to actually get to France to compete in the European leg. But what they have is an incredible variation of waves, Maida, on Reunion Island. And obviously, they're very competitive, too. Joan Defay, Maxime, and obviously Jeremy Flores have come from there.
Yeah, Jeremy Flores was the one to show the world like how competitive they can be, and really good surfer as well. I wish I could go there sometime. Reunion Islands were always on my mind. You know, I don't know why. I just feel so so interested about this place. And I know about the sharks. I'm kind of scared about this, but I really want to go there sometime.
Yeah, and, you know, despite some of the difficulties that they faced lately, it's a beautiful place. And you got to be thinking in terms of the waves, some of the best waves in the world. And a lot of people don't go there to surf because it's so far away. There's maybe closer places, you know, in terms of people that come from the US or Australia. But there's a reason why it's producing such high talent like Maxime. He's going to let that wave go. Joel Vaughn's interested. He's up and riding real quick, though. And that's just going to be a throwaway score for him. 16 minutes on the clock now, and Joel Vaughn still trailing in second place. He needs a 7.7 to take the lead, while Maxime Husino, he's looking to better a 5.5. And the competitive experience from Husino still obvious out there. Former World Pro Junior champion out there in the blue jersey.
Yeah.
Actually beat Jetson Andre in the final in 2009 at that Pro Junior Worlds.
Yeah, and Jetson is a very tough competitor as well. He serves a lot, and Maxime is such a very talented person, and he's doing a good job right here, like with 6.6 score and then a 5.5. He has been like dominating this heat.
So far, we do see Joel Vaughn out there in the red jersey with something to say about that. But the French surfer in blue, Husino, with a commanding lead at the moment, he's still going to be leading after the break.
Still the same hit situation. The first place from blue, Maxime. You're trying to improve at 5.50. Still in second, center in red, John Volder is looking for a 7.70.
$13.40 on the clock, still in heat number 3 at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. You see the área de atletas do Banco do Brasil right there, the athletes area. The Aussies to the left. You see Samuel Pupo, his partner Summer Macedo right there on screen 2 on your right. And this is Maxime Husino, the heat leader from France. Great combination right there from the former World Pro Junior champion. He won that championship in 2009, Maeda, and since then hasn't been able to maybe replicate the same kind of success. But this so far has been his best year competing on both the qualifying series and the CS too.
Yeah, this year he's looking sharp, but you know, we saw like many times, not many times, but few times, guys that were world championship on Pro Juniors and then after they didn't succeed, like Pablo Paulino here in Brazil. We have a few ones that sometimes have some trouble to
transition.
To this transition to succeed in the big leagues.
Yeah, Pablo Paulino, two-time World Pro Junior champion. You know who was a 2-time World Pro Junior champion too? Joel Parkinson. It took him, what, almost 13 years until he won his maiden World Championship, his only World Championship. But hey, he's one of the few people that can actually call himself a WCT World Champion. Scores are coming through for Maxime Husino. Doesn't seem like he will be improving with 12 minutes remaining. So priority with Joel Vaughn. It's a 4.93 for Maxime. That means that Joel still needs a 7.7 or better. You look at what Maxime did on his first 2 waves, a 5.5, a 6.6. Normally see a lot of competitive strategy from French surfers, but I think in terms of how good the waves are right now, a 12-point heat total might be one of the best heats we've seen surf so far with 2 waves.
Yeah, it's true. He caught the wave like in the almost the first minute of the heat, and he used this strategy to staying busy right in the beginning, and until now it seems like the right way to do it.
Yeah, well, you know who's got the right way to do it? That man on screen, Gabriel Medina. He's coming up in the next heat against his great friend, Miguel Pupo. They're going to leave that friendship on land, though, and it's going to be all business in the water. Should be a fun and exciting heat. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up, heat number 4. There's Miggy on screen. Number 6 on the World Championship Tour in 2022. Had his maiden CT victory in Tahiti this year, Maida, and was just one spot away from qualifying for the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, but it was really good to see Miggy winning that event, you know. He's such, she has, oh, sorry. He has such a good talent in barreling waves. He's from a place that has really powerful waves and barreling, and it was amazing to see him succeed in Tahiti. And it was a shame that he was left behind the five first ones on the rankings for the WSL finals, but it was really, really grateful to see him succeed.
Absolutely. Could be in the WSL Final 5 next season. Wouldn't be surprised to see him there in both 2023 and maybe even 2024. He's still only 30 years of age. Same age as Maxime Housineau, who is currently in the lead, 9:45 to go on the clock. He's out there in a commanding lead at the moment. Young Joel Vaughan from Australia at the moment needing a 7.7. And here's Housineau, the heat leader. Quick wave in and out. Has second priority, maybe just trying to pressure Joel into misusing his first priority. And in terms of conditions, much more different than the first 4 days of competition, Maida. A lot more lefts today in comparison to a lot of rights in the first 4 days. There's Miggy. Here's Joel, though. Huge turn right there, but maybe a bit too big on the first section. Still has 9 minutes to try to make it out of this heat, though. And a few unforced errors there from Joel. Has 3 waves in a row that have been incomplete turns.
Yeah, it's true. He has having some trouble to finish his maneuvers. And talking about a little bit about conditions today, like we have many lefts, and it was interesting to hear what João said. That he said in Portuguese. He said that he thought that his Timothée was better than him on the left, so he was kind of nervous to compete against him on the left. I didn't expect to hear this from João, that knows this spot so well. It was funny.
Better than anybody else in the event, too.
Yeah.
But it goes to show you that sometimes even a surfer with his skills recognizes his weaknesses, too. And he knows that his backhand maybe isn't his best weapon, but he went out there, got the job done. The power of self-belief helped him out, too. Big heat coming up. Miggy, Gabe, you don't want to go anywhere. Still 8 minutes to go in this heat, though. Maxime Housineau probably very happy when he saw that there were a lot more lefts today in comparison to rights. And looking at the heat recap right here, he started off with an early lead on his first 2 waves, Maida.
Yeah, the first one, very good to start. I like this last maneuver, like really strong and committed.
And then the answer back from Joel Vaughan right here. His best wave so far, a 4.4. But he's been struggling to find the best waves of the heat so far, Maida. And it's been Maxime who has been able to do that, backing up his 6.6, his 5.5, excuse me, with a 6.6 right here.
Yeah, the best wave of the heat. Very strong maneuvers, good flow, connecting every maneuver. Yeah, this one was really strong, Mitch.
And the French surfer happy right there. You can see in the body language, he liked it. Here's Joel Vaughan. Needs something close to an 8-point ride. This should help. And a strong finish right there if he can hold on. He can. His 6th wave so far in this heat. And needs a 7.7 to be exact. Doesn't seem like it's going to be it, but it could better his situation and maybe be his best wave.
Yeah, and he still has plenty of time, like 6 minutes and a half remaining. But this wave for sure will put him back in the
mix.
The mix, yeah. Thank you, Mitch.
Maida, I'm always here to help.
Yeah, thank you.
6 minutes to go. Waiting for scores still. You can see the beautiful setup we have here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Beautiful conditions. The sun is out. Expecting a big crowd for this afternoon. And we got the big dog coming up. 3-time world champ. He's got the double chain right now, Maida.
Yeah.
Only other person I know that's rocking the double chain, Kanoe Igarashi. Usually wears at least one. But this guy from Marecia, Sao Paulo, going up against one of his best friends, Miguel Pupo. But they are leaving that friendship on land right now. And it's going to be all business once they heat the water. How funny is it that the two guys from the same town match up in a head-to-head matchup, too?
And also both of them competing here with no pressure at all, no rankings, aspirations. And there we see like Sofia Medina watching her brother.
There he goes. Just getting a few words of advice before he paddles out. Wore a long sleeve, a short sleeve full suit yesterday, opting for the trunks this morning. The water may be a bit warmer than it was yesterday morning. Just a big moment in terms of confidence for him. He hasn't really succeeded so far here in Saquarema at CT level competition. Even though this is a challenger, though, for him, he still feels like it is a big test in order for him to do well and potentially win the event too,
Yeah,
Maida.
for sure. I feel like for Medina here in Brazil is always complicated because he's so famous and he has all this kind of distractions and the pressure as well of the crowds and also about the media. So Adriano de Souza used to say that here was really challenging for him because like to stay focused, it was challenging.
Joel Vaughn with a nice spinner right there. Unfortunately, couldn't complete it. Just under 4 minutes to go. His best wave was his previous one, a 5.83. So the requirement now a 6.28. As you see the surfer in red right there, still requiring that low 6 in order to take the lead. Husano with priority, with control of the heat, just under 4 minutes to go. He's looking to better a 5.5, but I mean, I think going back to that point, couldn't it be the same thing for John Florence, though, in Hawaii? Couldn't it be the same thing for Joel Parkinson, Mick in Australia? Because Felipe's won here a few times, and I know he's not the same superstar as Gabe is, but that to me seems just like something that he hasn't had maybe the mental fortitude to break through with a good result here.
Yeah, I think so, but I mean, I think Felipe took advantage on this, you know, because especially like for media stuff and those kind of things. You know how the beaches stay like packed when Medina is in. Of course, with Felipe is the same, but yeah, I don't know why. Probably he didn't know how to break this point here.
Because out of the big three, Italo hasn't been successful in Brazil. Neither has Gabe. It's really just been Felipe so far at the CT level.
Yeah, Felipe is like a monster here. And now I think he has nothing to prove anymore like Felipe, so he's surfing for sure like with no pressure here. And when times comes and Felipe is getting succeed every year, more pressure this adds to Gabriel's bowls, you know. Like
2 minutes to go. Priority with the heat leader in the blue jersey, Maxime Husano, the surfer from France. And he's going to be playing a bit of defense right here. Knows what Joel Vaughn is capable of. Only needs a 6.28. We have seen him get big scores all event long, Maida. But with a minute 55 and the strategist that Maxime is, it's going to be difficult for him to really get a wave that will allow for that 6.
yeah, and we can see like this paddle there. He's really looking to make some pressure on Joel. 1 minute 30 left with priority. Yeah, tough situation for the Australian.
He's looking to at least make it through to the quarters to move up some spots in the rankings. This will help, though. It would be at least a 9th place result if he loses out in this round, but knowing Joel and how competitive he is, he's thinking of at least getting to the final right here in Saquarema. He's pressuring Maxime to use priority, and he pressured him enough. Husino up and riding on the backhand here. Great bottom turn. Excellent first turn right there from the French surfer. And a solid wrap to finish up. He's looking to improve on a 5-5. Look back to see where Joel Vaughn is out there in the water. 50 seconds to go. You know, don't know if he's going to make it back out in time. But either way, he's going to make the attempt. But how about the use of priority right here, Maida?
Yeah, it was like,
oh,
yeah, it was a good choice to serve this wave, like very strong maneuver there. And another one, so now he's looking backwards just to see if John will have another chance to serve. But
ooh,
yeah, there is a set coming. Let's see.
20 seconds to go. It's now or never for this kid in red. Joel up and riding. And Vaughn needs a big score, in and out, 10 seconds to go. Husino does improve a 6.07. And Vaughn now needs a 6.84. We're down to the final countdown. He's paddling. And doesn't seem like he's going to be up before the buzzer. And I don't think the wave quality was there anyways for the 6 that he was needing. So unfortunately, the Aussie Joel Vaughn out of competition here in the round of 16. But that guy, number 9 in the rankings, coming into Saquarema. Huge result for him. Guarantees himself at least a quarterfinal finish. Moving into finals day of competition. And Maxime Husino looking to qualify for the CT at the end of the year. He has a shot to do it here in Saquarema as well. A big heat win for him against the Aussie Joel Vaughn. But the biggest heat of the morning coming up so far, Medina and Pupo about to face off. It's going to be a battle of best friends out there in the water.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro. By TikTok, download the app. By 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
We got a super heat out there in the water. Gabriel Medina, former 3-time world champion, out there in the red jersey, and his best friend Miguel Pupo in the blue. It's a battle from Sao Paulo, but it's happening in Rio at the moment. Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops, and special guest for this heat, of course, from Maricía Sao Paulo himself. Number 10 in the world on CT Rookie of the Year, Samuel Pupo. Bom dia, Samuel.
Thanks so much for having me here, guys. It's my first time here talking with you guys, so I'm pretty nervous, but I hope we get to see a good heat, and I'm happy to be here.
Hey, how is it that all 3 of us are matching with our uniforms?
That's crazy, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't planned.
It wasn't.
It ended up happening anyways. Sammy, you have your older brother out there, Miggy, in the water. Obviously, your idol, but you also have one of your best friends out there in the red jersey. Any complications on who to root for in this heat?
I think it's pretty obvious. You know, my brother's in the water. I'm gonna be cheering for him, but We know it's going to be a really tough heat and a really exciting heat, so it's really fun to watch because I think both of them don't have any pressure on themselves, and that's going to be really interesting to watch.
Well, Sammy, we opened up the heat with your brother getting a 7.33. In terms of the two heats that he surfed, you know, in previous days, he's looked dominant in terms of wave selection.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good out here. You know, we've seen in the CT event this year, and he surfed really well. And we can see he's still in form. He's been in the preseason already training, so he's really fit right now.
Do you guys have any extra motivation to come to this event after the great performance during the All Euro Pro?
Oh, for sure. I mean, for me, it was basically I came here just because of the people right here. They really cheer for all the Brazilians, and I really like that. It's really motivating for me. So that was my main reason for coming here.
Well, here's
Gabe's.
the three-time world champion with a huge air, and don't know if he was able to ride out of it or not. We cut right before he does, and he's just like, okay, like, what do you think? Sophia loves it. Seemed like a big air right there, and one of the best surfers of all time out there in the water in the red jersey. What we expected, Maida, it's going to be fireworks all heat long.
Yeah, exactly what we expected. He just came out like firing, and Miguel Pupo with a 7.33. Very good wave surfed, and now we're gonna see this score for Medina. But I mean, the beach is completely on fire.
Yeah, and it's packed at this point of the morning too. Here's the replay, Sammy. You've seen this guy since you were what, 3 or 4 years old?
Yeah, I mean, he always does that. Oh, wow, what an air. And then tough landing, but he made it. So it might get a little bit down on the score for the landing, but it was incredible air. Maybe, obviously, in the excellence, I think.
Well, it has to be the best air of the event, too, right? In
For
terms
sure.
of height, the hang time. And what do you think makes this guy so special? What is it about Maresias that produces so many great surfers like yourself?
I don't know, man. I mean, we have such a nice beach in Maresias, so many different ways, but I feel like Gabe is just a different guy, you know. He's just special talent, and in Maresias we have so many opportunities on the beach to practice for barrels and air. So we see that in me and in Gabe's with the air, you know.
Well, he is a special human being. Opens up with a 9.33. The highest wave of the event so far. Here's Miggy with the answer. Great 2 carves from the goofy footer, and it's gonna finish with a great air reverse too. I mean, we knew what to expect out of these two surfers in this heat. We knew it was gonna be a great heat, but the way you open up like your brother, a 7.33, great wave, and backs it up right here, Sammy.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening while we thought it was gonna happen. You know, both of them no pressure, so they put it on the best surf. We could see, and Miggy going for the 2-wave combo. You know, he ready to have 2 nice waves, and Gabe's with the highest score.
And the few wraps right here, and you see the patented air reverse at the end from your brother. This is something that we've been seeing for 13, 14 years, excuse me, at both the QS and the CT level from Miggy.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see that from him. You know, it's been since he got in the CT. I feel like his surfing changed a lot since he was a teenager. He used to do so many airs, and then he kind of went to that classic guy with the rail game, and then I love when I see him going to the air.
Yeah, the combination of both maneuvers is definitely the best thing from Miguel surfing. You know who needed a great result, though, and he's moving through into the quarters? Maxime Husino. He's with Rachel.
That's right, Maxime Husseino, who's now placed in the 4th position in the Challenger rankings. What are the emotions now on the path to qualification?
Yeah, those rounds are crucial because you get so many points, and at the moment I think there's too many people in the race to really think of the ranking rate, but I'm just trying to get a win. That's what I've been trying all year, to get a win on the Challenger. That's what been missing all those years that I've been doing the QS. I've been doing a lot of quarters, a lot of good results, but I never got a win, and I think that's what I need to do. And I know that I'm gonna get a really tough hit next round against Gabriel or Miguel, which are both the best ranking surfer in this event. So they have nothing to lose here, and in Brazil they want to do the show. So I have all the belief in myself to just keep going and try to win this one.
And what do you think that helped you to win this one in today's conditions?
Yeah, I was hoping the wave will stay because I saw there was the swell was supposed to drop, but actually the swell changed direction and it went much bigger, so it was perfect. And I've been scoring a lot on the right recently, but I was hoping this contest will be only left because I surf much better on my backhand, and we haven't had much even on the left. So I'm really comfortable with my backhand, and hopefully the wave can stay like this, and I can show what I can really do.
Congratulations, you made it. See you in the next round, and back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel. Felicitación to Maxime Husino, moving through into the quarters, and as Rachel said, moved up in the rankings to number 4. Scores in for Miguel Pupo a 5.9. That comboed up with a 7.33 at the moment has him in the lead, but Gabe now needs only a 3.9, has priority, and he's having a look here. Up and riding. Wraps it back, more of a setup turn. He's looking down the line. You can already see what he's thinking of. And a big air right there from the 3-time world champion. Beautiful rotation, and not only a great heat, but I know that it's going to turn up even more. We still have 20 minutes on the clock. Sammy, 2 guys that you know well, but this man has been not only one of the most important surfers in the history of surfing, in terms of Brazilian surfing, he's been the best of all time.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's just pushing our level so much. You know, we love to watch him competing. He's probably one of the best competitors of all time. And we saw that here. You know, he needs a medium score, and he already went for the air. He's really confident. And we 10 minutes in, and we have an amazing heat already.
You surprised at all, Maida?
Yeah, not completely unsurprised. And also, I was thinking about the levels of excitement. Now now we got in 12.
You got
already.
the 12
yeah,
now
the
already.
12
Okay.
already.
19:40 on the clock. Miggy with priority. We're probably going to see a situation change here with the last score of Medina coming through. It is a 5.73. Moves him up in the first. Miggy needing a 7.74 and a good back and forth heat between the 2 surfers from Maricía, Sao Paulo in the round of 16. Sammy, going back to you, though. First of all, congratulations. Rookie of the Year, number 10 in the world on the CT rankings. What do you think was the most difficult test that you faced this year in your rookie season?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. It was an amazing year. And I feel like the test for everyone was basically the cut after Margaret's. And it was really tough, you know, going back and forth in the contest and needing a couple results. Here comes Miggy.
Yeah, Pupo up again. More of a check turn right there. Going down the line, big air. And won't be able to complete it. Realistically, you got to be thinking he's going to be needing something at least in the 8s to be able to beat Gabe in this heat. But in terms of competing with your brother for the first year or two, you got your best result as a rookie, number 10, but your brother also got his best result on CT, number 6. What was that like?
I feel like it was just a combination of me getting in the tour and giving that fire to him, you know. He said after Saquarema, he was really inspired, you know. He's been in the city for 10 years. He never made a final, and I made it in the first year, and he was like, oh, I want that too. And then we went to the rest of the year, and he won his first contest, which was a dream come true for the whole family. And I feel like for all the Brazilians, we were all waiting for that win for him. And it was just really, really a special moment.
And how was to do this final here? How was this experience?
As what I said, you know, whenever I come here, all the crowd, they're really supportive, and I feel like that brought that fire inside of me that I just wanted to surf well for my family and for everyone watching. And that just came with the result, you know. I was just trying to surf better and better every heat, and then had a really, really hard heat with Ito in the semis, and then Felipe in the final was just so dominating, really hard to beat. So it was a really, really special moment for me. Best heat of my life for sure.
And what about the level of intimacy between you and your brother? I know your relationship is very special, but there's almost a 10-year age gap between the both of you.
Yeah, I just, you know, we love each other so much. You know, I've been growing up watching him on the CT for the past 10 years, and then I never thought I would get in the CT and he would still be there. And now we're here, so it's just so incredible to think about that. Think that I was, you know, 10 years old when he qualified, and I didn't even know what was the CT. And now we're here, and it's just so much love. I remember in Chopu, he was just resting on his room, and I was on the boat for about like 5 hours, just trying to get the best feedback for him as possible from the ocean and from what waves I think is the best. So it's just an example of how much important he is for me.
Well, he's breaking away from Gabe right here and might be able to get on this left. Miggy up and riding. Needs a decent score, close to the excellent range. Kind of a transitional floater right there. He's going to kick out. 16 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time. You can see Gabe follow him, though. It seemed like Miggy maybe moved a little bit over and tried to position him out of, get him out of position, though. But let's go down to Rachel with a very special guest, too. Who do you have, Rachel?
I am here at Área dos Atletas Banco do Brasil with this really special guest, Sofia Medina. It's been a while since you don't watch your brother live, like so close. What are your thoughts on his big air wave?
I love watching him. Actually, it's been a while since I watched him live, and I truly admire him. Like in the water, without the water, I truly admire. Oh, he's in a wave now. Yeah. So yeah, I was talking to him and I was like, you don't even make me nervous, but I do get nervous. I don't need, because like he's doing his best, and like he's already a 3-time world champion, and he's still working so hard and pushing him like through his limit, and that inspires me so much. And like I truly love watching him training or heat. Like I love watching him.
Even when he's running against Miguel, that you also know since he was a little child. So, what are your feelings?
I feel happy for them because they are doing what they love, like together, since like they are little kids. And I come to Miguel's house since I was a little baby, and we used to hang out a lot. And so I'm just happy they are there, like doing their best. And they are really close friends, but in the heat they will do their best. And I truly admire them both because we came from the same place. So they are such an inspiration for us.
Thank you so much, Sofia. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel, and thank you to Sofia. There you see the beautiful logo of the Corona Saquarema Pro. It's a packed beach this morning for heat number 4, Medina versus Pupo. Sammy, you know, we discussed your rookie year, what it was like competing not only with your brother on tour, but in terms of legacy, your family also has a very beautiful story with surfing in Brazil. Your father, Wagner, former professional surfer himself, your shaper. But as we see Gabe right here, he's going down the line, has a backflip in his arsenal too. Looking for the ramp, he's not gonna get it. Your father been around for a long time. Honoring him with both your presence on the championship tour and having your brother on the CT2. What's it like still surfing his boards to this day?
For me, it's just so important to qualify with his board, and for the whole family, it's just, you know, it's really important for me personally to have, you know, my father's board under my feet, and to let everyone know that we have great boards in Brazil, and that we can do it with our own material. And I was just really happy with all the boards we had this year. You know, I went to pipe with a really good quiver, and then got a nice result to start off the season. And yeah, as I said, it's just I wanna do it for the family.
Did you have a favorite spot on tour?
Jeffries for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeffries. We had such an amazing swell for that contest, and it was the one that I was most excited about.
Love to hear it, and Gabe's loving this heat out in the water right now. More action to come after the break. We'll be right back.
Esporte é vida, é emoção, é disciplina, é inclusão. E é por meio da Lei de Incentivo ao Esporte que grandes eventos esportivos acontecem. Viva o esporte!
Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, o Estado do Esporte.
Just as we expected out there in the water, the battle of some great friends from Maricía, Sao Paulo. It's been an exciting heat so far between Gabriel Medina and Miguel Pupo, three-time world champion up against number 6 in the world on the Championship Tour rankings. And it is the surfer in red, Medina, who has the lead. Pupo needing a 7.74. Mitchell Maeda and special guest Sammy Pupo, number 10 in the world on the CT rankings in the booth. Sammy, before we went to break, you mentioned the J-Bay, your favorite stop, but Maeda had asked you a question about competing here in Saquarema. A lot of excitement in terms of not only competing here, but the crowd is amazing too. And looking at what Saquarema presents, this is a challenging wave, and you had two of the highest waves, and they were both on rights. What was it like competing here at the CS level instead of the CT?
It was really interesting. You know, I came here, I'm a little bit off still. You know, I just started my preseason, so I was surfing just a little bit, still a little bit overweight. So it was a little bit tricky for me with the hard conditions. You know, physically I was really, really bad. So first he was nice. You know, I had to do basically a 10-minute heat, and then got one of the highest scores of the event so far. And then, went against a really good guy in the Challenger Series, which is Dylan Moffat. And we had a really nice battle in our heat with Luca and Ryan. And he got the better of me on the last wave.
Yeah, and what do you think about the surfers that are actually currently qualifying for the CS? Maxime Hustino moved up to number 4. We have Dylan Moffat, who's in the run. Morgan Siblett could be requalifying at the end of the season, too. Anybody exciting to see on the CT for you?
For me, no doubt. I think Ramsey, just for me, watching all these years, him on the Challenger, and knowing his potential on a CT, his surfing just fits perfectly. So it's going to be a hard guy if he qualifies, and I hope to see him there.
Yeah, and he's coming up against Morgan Siblick, which is an amazing heat, and especially in terms of the ranking, Maeda, very important. But this young man on screen, Maeda, is also looking to qualify. That's Ian Gentile from Maui.
Yeah, he made a really good job the last few days, and he serves pretty well. And he looks so mellow, I think, like when he's giving some interviews. Yeah, such a good guy and very strong competitor.
Had a semifinal finish in Nericeira. His best result of the year so far is within striking distance in top 10. That's an event you won before in the past, Ribeira de Ilhas, a complicated wave to surf, and you had a good performance there during the CT at the Male Ripco Pro 2, Sammy, excuse me.
I won. I think my first QS was the Ribeira that I won, and what a tricky wave it is. Every year I go there, it just feels like I'm going to zero again. Just get there, you have to figure out boards again, and here comes Gabe's.
Well, he's looking to better a 5.73.
Yeah, and then was a special moment for me. It's just, I was 18 years old when I won that Challenger, and really hard heat against Stuart Kennedy, which is an amazing surfer.
Here goes Gabe on an insider, quick in and out, and your brother had just won the event in Galicia in Pantin the week before too.
Yeah.
Add a little extra motivation for you?
For sure, it was a really nice year for us. I started really bad the year, and then Miggy was doing really well, and then he won Spain, which is, I think it was 2 contests before Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went to Azores, and I got 9th, he got 3rd, and then I went to Sarah, and then I won the contest. And I just went from, I think, 110 in the rankings to, out of nowhere, top 10 in the rankings, going to Haleiwa. And almost qualified that year, but had a little bit of a shocker in Haleiwa and Sunset, but still going.
I think you're too hard on yourself every now and then, though. You finished top 10 in the world in your first rookie year, and we're going to show the scores here for what's happened so far in this heat. 6:30 to go in the heat, and you see Gabriel Medina, 9.33. Maeda, the highest wave of the event so far. A couple of judges, actually 3 of them, throwing a 9.5 out there.
Yeah, it was a really good wave. For sure, if he had a clean landing, it would be like a 10-point ride.
More than likely, as Miggy's still out there with priority, he needs a 7.74. We've been saying that he's going to need at least an excellent score to make it out of this heat. Having a look here, he's going to use priority. Up and riding. First wave of the set. Loader to start things off, and you can see the body language right there. Frustrated with that wave, not really popping up. And as we see your brother, Sammy, kick out. His best wave so far is 7.33. What do you think has been the most difficult thing in terms of transition from the QS and the CS into CT competition for yourself?
It's just so different, you know. I think the waves is the main thing. You know, we come from the CS and we have nice waves, but most of them are not like super powerful, like Margaret's and Sunset. So, you know, getting in the CT and then having Pipe as your first event and then Sunset, then you go to Portugal, which it's a nice beach break. We're used to it, but we go to Australia, which is Bell's, another really hard wave to surf, and then Margaret's to just finish the cut. So it's really scary when you look at it for your first season, but I feel like I was really relaxed, and that made me, you know, get good results. And Pipe was just, for me, I went from, you know, not knowing how to barrel on my backside basically, and then going from learning so fast in the contest and beating Jordan on the round of 16, which was really big for me. You know, big conditions and perfect pipe. It was really special moment.
Yeah, getting a quarterfinal finish in your first event isn't bad either, especially at Pipeline. And in terms of head-to-head competition, much more different on the CT than on the QS. As Gabe going to use priority here, he's going to block Miggy on this one. Goes for the throw toe reverse, pulls it. And with ease too, and a little combination there to end for the surfer in red. He's looking to improve on a 5.73, 4 minutes to go. Would you have to say this is a good use of priority by Medina so far, Sammy?
I don't know. I don't think Miggy would be really hard for me to get the score on that wave, but we knew Gabe's could do better on this wave, so it was a nice move for Gabe's, you know, trying to better his score and put Miggy to need no more. So it's a nice move, I think.
Well, playing a little bit of defense right now. He's looking to improve on a 5.73. Looking at this angle, Maida, it's been consistent in this heat so far, and Medina's caught 9 waves in 27 minutes.
Yeah, keeping busy, and look, this air game was really nice, and another 2 good maneuvers to finish this wave, keeping the momentum, trying to improve some scores, and putting Miggy in a tough situation right now with 3 minutes remaining.
And if you were in your brother's shoes at the moment, Sam, any kind of advice that you would be giving him?
I feel like wave choice, you know. If I was him, I would just sit and wait for a really good wave and put on that combination with a, you know, good rail game with a big air in the end. It's definitely going to get scores. So I feel like now it's just it's up to the ocean. You know, we're used to that, and we're just hoping for a good wave.
And looking at the heat recap right here, your brother started off with a great wave, a 7.33, like he has done all event long. And unfortunately for him, despite the quick start and the beautiful surfing on rail, it was the 3-time world champion that opened up with a 9.33 afterwards with this incredible air.
Such a good guy in the air, you know. He has everything, you know, front side, back side, and then this, it's just... It's so crazy. I feel like we got used to it, but if it was someone else, we would just be like going crazy right now.
It's almost baffling to the point, Maida, that you expect to see big things from him every single heat like this, and when he doesn't do it, you expect the unexpected almost.
Yeah, it's true. That this might put some much pressure on him, you know, because everybody expecting like a big show, especially here in Brazil.
But Sam, he hasn't really done that well here in terms of CT competition in Saquarema. So for him, maybe confidence-wise, especially going out against Miggy and beating him in the round of 16, might not be a bigger morale booster than this win right here.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that's the main reason that he came here for. You know, he never made semis in Brazil, maybe. So still a place that he wants to prove himself. I think not for everyone, but for him. So I feel like it's really inspiring to see that from him, you know. I three-time world champion and still chasing, to get better.
Yeah, I think in 2013 he might have lost in the semis to Jordi, but that was actually in Rio. It wasn't here in Saquarema, but it's crazy to me to think that out of the top three, Italo and Gabe haven't had good results here in Saquarema. It's been Phil's dominant series, won 3 times here, 2 at Barrinha, 1 at Praia da Itaúna. That was this year. And we see Gabe up and riding again, 50 seconds to go. He just dropped a 6-point ride. And with turns like this, he might be bettering it again. Goes for the big rotation at the end. And he's looking silky smooth at the moment. 35 seconds. So when a heat starts off like that, Sam, any kind of mindset switch for you in terms of hearing somebody get an excellent score in the first 5 minutes?
Oh, that happened to me in the final against Felipe. First 5 minutes got a 10. So it's really hard to just, keep your mindset focused after, hearing that your opponent just got a perfect ride. But we have so much time in the water and just got to keep focused. And I feel like Miggy did that, and he still gave himself an opportunity to.
Well, and he surfed a great heat, too. 13.23. It isn't a bad heat total. And here he is up and riding. Right. So this wave does count. It's before the buzzer. A couple of beautiful wraps right there, but he's going to need a strong finish. Goes for the throat tail reverse and just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Sam, good performance, but just wasn't able to get those waves that Gabriel was able to get.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing heat. We knew that was going to happen, and Miggy did a good job. He just needed another good wave. And the wave didn't come, and Gabe's just, again, he got a 3-point wave and made it a 9. Yeah. So he always does that.
He's a freak. And Maida, good performance for Miggy, 9th place finish here in Saquarema.
Yeah, very nice performance for him. I loved his style surfing here and competing at home, giving this show to everybody on the beach. So nice.
And there you see Medina making his way up the beach, being escorted by security as always here in Brazil, and the 3-time world champion. Will be hearing from him after the break. And Kaipo and Bruno going to be coming back up into the booth. Sammy's going to be staying, but Mitchell and Maida, we're going to be going out. Sammy, thank you very much, and expect to see big things from you in 2023. Maybe a world championship, too.
Yeah, that's what we're going for. So thanks so much for having me here, and see you guys.
Yeah, anytime. We'll be right back with more action from Saquarema. Don't go anywhere.
Leva 10 atletas na primeira divisão do esporte mundial e os aplicativos já preparados. Essa bateria de camiseta vermelha aí entra aqui, ocupando esse pela direita, finaliza essa primeira onda, na sequência, ainda vai subir uma pequena região, mas estimou na frente dele e conseguiu completar ali com uma grande escalada.
And welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And if you're just catching up with us, you're going to want to get a replay because Gabe Medina just moved on into the quarterfinals. But right now, an incredible moment with Gabe Medina and his mother and the embrace on the shore after his victory. It's Kaipo Girl, Bruno Bocuyuva, and Samuel Pupo. How do you feel about this, Sammy?
Wow, what a moment. It's just so emotional, seeing that image. It's hard not to cry, a special moment for both of them, I think. It's just for everyone. It's been a hard moment for both, for the whole family, and it's just really emotional moment.
Yeah. Bruno, this gives me chicken skin.
Oh, for sure, man. That's unconditional love there.
The love of a mother for her son, no matter what, always perseveres. Always ends up on top in the end.
That's it.
Well, we got a new heat out in the water. Heat number 5, round of 16 with Ian Gentile. And Ian started early.
Oh, yeah. He starts firing like 2-turn combo. Nice touch with his style, huh, Miggy? Oh, Sammy, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Ian's such a nice guy, and then Lucas right after him, two-turn combo, really similar waves, and just nice way to start a heat.
You know what? Full of narratives, different narratives. We had the friendship of Gabriel and Miguel. Both are at the top level, city surfers, 3-time world champion, 6 on the rankings, and now we have 2 guys that are being coached by the same guy. So
Yeah,
Lucas
both coach with Leandro Dora.
That's it.
And when we look at Lucas Silveira, this is the original kid that Leandro chose
The first one.
The first one, right? Sammy, you know about this history here.
Yeah, Lucas has been such an amazing talent since he, started surfing, so we're just waiting for him to qualify. He almost made it last year. And, it might be a tough heat for Leandro here, trying to coach both of them. It's really interesting to watch.
This dynamic, I've seen it happen before with guys like Jake Patterson. I've seen it happen before with Michael Hall, where you have such a good group of surfers that you're coaching. And sometimes, Bruno, you have this friendly fire where, okay, now I got 2 of my surfers going against each other.
That's it. That's some special moments and mixed emotions on the field.
Oh, I mean, it has already been an emotional day. You look at someone like Lucas Silveira, Leandro Dora, grabbed him very early on and started to take him on the wing. But I'm going to get back to the story because Ian Gentile up and riding, the young man from Maui who's trying to fulfill his destiny. Very early on in his career, people were saying in the surf world, Sammy, this is the next kid, this is the next kid. That's a lot of expectations. And I know, you know what that feeling is like too.
Yeah, it's a really hard feeling, I'm not gonna lie, when you're everyone's talking about you really early, it's hard to, put on that expectation and surfing good and then qualify early. Everyone wants that, and when it doesn't happen that early, it's just really tough. And we see Ian here, just so much talent since he was really young, still surfing really well. And I think he really found his kind of going to emotions in the contest. I feel like now he's really calm and just really relaxed. And I think before he was a little bit, nervous, I don't know, but now he's really looking good.
I think this year for Ian Gentile was the year that he broke through. We're going to get back to that story because we got an important interview. Rachel's up against the glass with 3-time world champ Gabe Medina. Take it away, Rachel.
That's right. That's the Gabe we know. Talk us through that big air, and how is it for you to lose fear to make this again?
Yeah, the air was really fun. I just had the biggest section, and yeah, as I said, I've been training a lot, and that gave me a lot of confidence. And I'm stoked to land like this kind of airs because, yeah, you need to be confident. You need to be prepared. And yeah, I feel 100%, and hopefully I can get more ramps.
You did the highest score of the event, and how about being in the water with Miggy in a heat that with no pressure for any of you?
Yeah, I mean, Miggy is my brother. We've been surfing since ever, and yeah, either way, like, I was gonna be happy, or for him or for me. So that was a heat that was a win-win, and yeah, unfortunately, I won't have to go, and I'm happy to be in the quarters, and I wish all the best for Miggy.
And now em português, como é que foi essa bateria? Foi divertida? Várias esquerdas, seu aéreo foi enorme. Como é que foi? Conta pra gente.
Tinha altas ondas, o mar melhorou bastante. Esse é o Saquarema que a gente conhece, né? Essas esquerdas, com as rampas. Tá um pouco ventando, mas tá vindo muita onda, então muita oportunidade. Então dá pra pegar bastante onda e arriscar bastante. Então, feliz que finalmente chegou esse tipo de onda.
You made it to the quarter. Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you. Congratulations, Gabe Medina. We're going to see Gabe Medina, finals today, quarterfinal number 2 against Maxime Houchneau. This is going to be a big quarterfinal. And you know what, Bruno, that actually has a lot of qualification implications for Maxime Houchneau. He's not going to make it out of there. So, wow. The challenge is going to be up for the French surfer.
We talked a lot about that in the previous days, like the spoilers.
This is the spoiler that can spoil.
Can we have a bigger spoiler than Gabby? I don't think so.
No way.
Yeah, and as we look at Ian Gentile, number 7 on the rankings. This is an important heat for Ian Gentile as well. Needs to make it through here into the quarters. If Ian makes it into the semifinals, he has a 98% chance of making and clinching his spot on the championship tour.
So important. What a wave he did right now. You know, backup score. I think maybe even better than his first one. Really nice surfing, a lot of speed, power. You know, he's a big kid, so you know he's gonna throw a lot of water.
Yeah, and back to those percentages, Sammy. Ian makes the final 100%. He's in. We're going to see him on the championship tour. He's showing the kind of form right now to win this event.
No doubt. I mean, you want to do it before Haleiwa, you know.
Yes.
Everyone wants to do it before Haleiwa.
Yeah.
And here's the opportunity. I feel like this wave really fits his surfing, and he's showing that to everyone. He's really looking really confident, scary.
Yeah, let's rewind back to your qualifying year over at Haleiwa. How nerve-wracking is that?
It's just crazy. I got to Haleiwa. I think I was the last spot in the rankings, and it's just like all the pressure is on you. You know, you're the guy, you're the last guy, and everyone's just hunting your spot. So for me, I got there, and I got in with that mentality of like, I'm not in, you know. I was like, I need to make semis to really get my spot. So I feel like I got there just in a hunting, you know, kind of feeling instead of just defending.
Yeah, I think Haleiwa, Ali'i, when we look at that wave, though, that's a wave that you don't want to leave at your chances there because weird things happen at that wave. Even though it's a good wave, in 30 minutes, some weird stuff can happen out there.
For sure. I mean, it happened to me last year. It's just weird things happened to my opponents, and I was just like, I'm just going to take advantage of that. But the ocean just went like crazy, and then they were just like getting washed all the way to the beach, and then I was just trying to get my waves, and it's just crazy.
Oh, look at the rockin' Moroccan, the machine with the warm-up right here. This is another guy I'd love to see on the championship tour, Bruno.
It looks like a prep for a UFC fighter. Like,
yeah.
He knows how important this heat is for him. It's just both of them, you know, they really need this heat. And you can see that he's fired up.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really fired up. You know, number 14 coming into this event, Ramzi Bokhayam. Number 10 is who he's going to go against, Morgan Siblick. So that's going to be another heat with a lot of weight on it, a lot of gravity for that heat.
You know what? Just for being on the round of 16, Ramzi, with the updated ranking, it's number 10 now.
Yeah,
I just received it.
Getting right there, right? Now, of course, these scenarios will change as people lose, but Ramzi would love another layer. And so because there's still that one more event, and like Sammy says, it's a seesaw at Haleiwa. You see people that are above the cut line lose early and they drop, and you see people all the way down. I mean, I'm telling you, like down to like 18th on the rankings and make that cut line at that last event of the year.
For sure.
And just like this event, just like with someone like Gabe Medina, you put those World Tour surfer guys on it, they're stealing points from these guys and taking. Are you going to surf Haleiwa, by the way?
That's what I was going to say. I'm going to be one of those guys.
We have one more spoiler in the house.
Yeah, but like I feel like Hawaii is just never enough. You know, if you have the opportunity to be there and practicing, it's really important for everyone, and that's my focus. I'm just going to be there. Trying to get better at that place.
Yeah, and the first leg of the tour, is there.
Look, you get a big start in Hawaii, and for sure you can actually almost guarantee making that mid-season cut. So you do good at Pipe, which you did. You do good at Sunset, which you can. Then you can go into Portugal, you know, with a less weight on your shoulders. And and stop number 3, Super Tubos. Another wave that does like weird things can happen out there.
Yeah, I feel like that start of the season it's really scary. You know, it goes straight to pipe and then sunset and then Portugal, which is a really nice wave. If you start off well, you can get really relaxed and try to put yourself in the top 5, you know, kind of situation or mentality.
Yeah, I love it. That's where your year starts. Taking a look at the scores that we have here in this heat, a 5.83 for Ian Gentile, a 6.77 also for Ian Gentile in his score line. Lucas Silveira just with a 4-point ride, so Lucas got to get busy. He has priority, Bruno, but he needs an excellent score. He needs an 8.6.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, has the 2 best scores so far.
And Ramsey getting some advice from a good friend.
Oh, yeah.
That's already made the tour a couple of times.
Number 1 in rankings, right?
Yes.
Number 1, yeah.
Surfing amazing, huh?
Not a bad sport.
Yeah. And even though Ramsey comes from the north, the extreme north of Africa, it's part of the Euro force. We can tell.
Well, when we look at, and we'll talk about in that
Yeah.
heat a little bit more about Ramsey Buchan, but he did spend and move very early on into the Basque Coast, right? To do some training over there. Morgan Siblick is who he's going to be up against, and Morgan already tasted the World Tour. Morgan, like Sammy, was a Rookie of the Year as well, but how many things can change in just 1 year? Morgan went from number 5 in the world to not making that cut, so he wants back on, Sammy.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like after that first year, he made top 5, and that's just so. I imagine that it must be so hard to back it up. You know, everyone's just watching you, and then he went to pipe and got Red Bull sponsor. It was just all the focus was on him. He had the best room, and it's just a lot of pressure. But I think if that cut didn't exist, he would probably requalify for sure after, you know.
Speaking of rooms, you probably have moved up in the Rip Curl house a little bit with your status now?
I hope so. It's up to Kiko, I think. Now.
Really? We'll call Kiko out. You need at least your own room, you know what I mean? I'm thinking...
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I'm just going to wait for it.
we know who gets the top room already. It's the room right after that,
yeah. No, Gabe is back.
Yeah.
He has the best room for sure. I just want to have my own room and my own space.
We got more conversation with Samuel Pupo and the conclusion of this heat right after these messages.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro. And by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Back on the beach here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We are in the round of 16, heat number 5. Ian Gentile out in the water along with former junior world champ in the way of Lucas Silveira. I'm Kaipo with Bruno and Samuel Pupo talking you through all the action. Thank you for joining us, guys. Sammy, it looks like it's been a lopsided affair so far in the favor of Ian Gentile.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of slow heat in terms of waves. Lucas just been waiting for his first really good wave. So Ian, started off well and it's pretty dominant right now.
And that momentum it seems to be key,
yeah,
Bruno. But how many times have we seen buzzer beaters in this contest?
A lot, since the day one. Huh? But Ian is doing so great, like crispy surfing, huh?
Crispy surfing. Both surfers coached by Iago Dora. Interesting story. Leandro Dora. Interesting story with Leandro and coaching in that Lucas was his first star, and as a kid, Lucas and Iago are good friends.
Yeah.
All the attention early on was towards Lucas Silveira with his potential.
He moved.
And then I hear a young Iago Dora said, "Dad, pay attention to me."
You know what? Lucas moved with his family when he was 11 years old from Rio to Florianopolis just to be a professional surfer. And he was the first to be coached by Leandro.
So
then Ricardo dos Santos, the late Ricardo dos Santos, came on the board.
So do you think someone like Lucas moving in early on helped Iago Dora's development as a surfer?
For sure. I used to ask Leandro about it. Hey, Iago is coming in. Oh, no. He just wants to play soccer and video game. And one day I asked the same question. I kept repeating the same question. Then he gives me back one nice one. And now he's doing great. He's seen Lucas going on trips, having sponsors. And now I think he's coming. And, well,
it's almost like the positions have switched in a way, and now maybe the inspiration from Iago can pull Lucas onto the championship tour, Sammy.
For sure. As he said, I think Iago was the most amazing, just so fast. He got better so fast at surfing. I think he started so late, maybe 9 or 10.
Oh, yeah.
And then 3 years
Even
after,
later.
he was doing backflips. It's just,
yeah.
What are you doing, man?
We recognize him first almost as a free surfer before, as a competitor.
Well, I remember I knew him only as kind of a Volcom free surfer until he got his wild card here and made a big name for himself. More stories on the way, but right now we got Ian Gentile on the left. Just a really good board control and turn placement by Ian Gentile. So looking very much in control right here. Don't know if he's going to improve upon that 5.83. Bruno, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know, because the wave wasn't that big. Wasn't a set wave, but the pace, the composure, the style, everything is there.
Yeah.
Front side or back side, no matter what.
Surfing was there. His board is just looking really spicy right now, really fast. Sharp Eye has just been doing a really good job with all the surfers. And we see that the wave, had it was a little bit bumpy, and I think it's a higher tide now. And still amazing surfing.
Still coming in until lunchtime.
Yeah, how important is it to have in your quiver just a board that skates through flat sections like it looks like that Sharp Eye does, Sammy?
Yeah, I've rode Sharp Eyes before, and it just has that feeling that whenever waves are hard, it goes super fast. And my first challenge that I won with Sharp Eyes, so it was a special moment for me, and we see that Ian really has that special board under his feet.
But you mostly ride dad's shapes, correct?
Yeah, I went to Sharp Eyes, and then after that, I just wasn't getting that much attention, and went back to my dad's boards. And
Dad made you some magic ones.
Yeah, for sure. I qualified with his boards. Went to Haleiwa with his boards, and it was really, really good. It's a really special moment for me to qualify with our board.
Oh.
Yeah, and it really made Dad proud.
Very meaningful, huh?
Yeah, and surf Dad's board also to a final here, here this year.
Still, I still use the same board this contest from that contest. So right after the final, I just kept that board in my room. You still have one more contest this year. Just wait a little bit.
In the vault.
All right, well, we got a lot going on, and I'm wondering where Maíra is. Where are you?
I'm here at WSL VIP area, Kaipo, and it's so fun right here. Like, people are chilling out, watching the competition. The sun is out today. It's an amazing vibe down here. And we also have free Coronas. I think it's kind of early to have one, but like people are really, really enjoying themselves. Have some places to sit, also coffee and other drinks. And it's an amazing place to see the competition.
Yeah, and you know what? That's going to fill up throughout the day. The vibe is just getting going, isn't it?
For sure, for sure. It's already kind of packed, but I think we have enough room for everybody. And also the beach is crowded. So I think more that the day comes, this will be completely packed, Kaipo.
Maíra, that coffee cart right there, those guys are the absolute best.
Yeah, Daniel Boquinha is a legend from Rio, from the community of Vidigal, right next to Leblon.
Well, whatever he's putting his magic in a cup, I love it.
Yeah, very nice coffee here. 51 ice down there. Everybody enjoying a lot. They have everything for each flavor.
Thank you, Maíra. As we see Lucas Silveira, he's going to get right back in the heat, Sammy, with that last wave.
Wow, no, exactly what we expected from Lucas. Just super solid surfing. His backside is just so strong. Started off nice with a nice hit. Nice carve, and then the wave backed off a little bit, but he still kept going, and the finish was the best one, I think.
Yeah, really good flow there. What do you think about that?
Oh, precision could be his last name. Like.
And you know, I'm a little surprised. The score comes in at 5.5. I feel okay, a little bit low maybe, but the judges, they get to look at a bunch of time. Now Lucas needs a 7.1 if he wants to turn this heat. He's under the priority of Ian Gentile, and Lucas is able to find a corner, but this wave tapers off into nothing.
Yeah, like Sammy said, a little downtime in the middle. Yeah, between the first and the last turn.
Yeah, I mean, waves like today, I think the judges really like to see dynamic surfing, just two really big turns, one and right after the other. You know, not that downtime. I feel like that, you know, hurts
That's what keeps the score a little, when you have any time that you're not just going top to bottom or doing something big, dynamic. Yeah. And I like it now. There was a time in judging that you needed to do a big air to get a big number, but now you can get a big number with a big turn.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we're seeing that a lot this contest. You know, in my heat, Luca did just one really big backside turn. He got same score as me, as I did like 2 or 3 turns. So we see that here in this contest, and it's been like that for a while.
Yeah, well, let's check out a recap of this heat with Ian Gentile at the moment on top. He had an early start, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. He did great, going front side first and then back it up with the left after.
Yeah, 5.83 for the opener for Ian Gentile on the recap. A lot of board control and that sharp ice flowing, Sammy.
Yeah, really spicy. You know, those first 2 waves, that's basically for this here. You know, he had the 2 best waves on the right, and then Lucas just trying to get back to him on the left. You know, really nice surfing. We hope to see him in another good lap.
Yeah, here we go with Lucas Silveira. This is his comeback wave, a 5.5 for Silveira to reduce the requirement for him. Right now, he needs a 7.1, and we're under the 5-minute mark. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown. And I love the drone shots, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, man. Our operator is doing great,
Clear water here today. Talking with some of the guys in the VIP, actually, Adriano de Souza, saying that this angle right now is actually really good for Itaúna, and the size is really not too much current, not too overpowering. What do you think, Sammy?
Oh, I really like these conditions. Whenever you come to Saquarema, you don't know what to expect. The water could be super warm, or it could be like extremely cold, like kind of like Portugal. So you just come here with your board shorts or foot suits, and you don't know what you're going to wear. And as Adriano said, today is really nice conditions. The wind is a little bit bad, but it's still really fun.
Yeah, and this is a wave, Bruno, that it can be 2 foot, 3 foot, but it can also be 12 foot.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. First professional comp here back in 1975 on the finals day. There was waves, the set were like 12 feet, man.
Yeah.
The winner used a 9.6 board.
Well, we look at back in 1975, that was a single fin for sure, and hopefully they had a leash at that point.
I don't know.
This is like right
I don't
era.
think so, yeah.
Leashes kind of came into the play in like the late 70s, really, you know, so wow, that's a great history. Here we go, Silveira, this could be the comeback. Let's see, hooks it off the top one time. One more beautiful dynamic turn, just can fit 2 in there, but his need is a great one at a 7.1. What do you think, Sammy?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You know, 2 really good turns right off the other, and I think he might better his 5.5 and trying to put himself in a better place for another score. I don't think it's going to get in the seventh, but I really like the wave.
Yeah. Here's a replay, Bruno.
Yeah, I agree with Sammy. You know, he can build up his momentum in the heat, maybe scoring his best now, and then trying to reach a second chance on the end of the heat.
Interesting move by Ian. He wasn't really close to Lucas on that one, and then you know, ended up being a nice wave. Could have been better. You know, you never know here in Saquarema until you get the wave. You don't know if it's gonna be that really good.
Yeah, I saw a little double up on the beginning, and he took advantage to do a nice extended bottom turn on.
Yeah, I mean that's his surfing.
Yeah,
you know, that's really his surfing. That he's just trying to put on his best to really get his scores. I feel like Lucas he really knows what his potential is, and he always fulfills that. He knows he has the power, and he's just trying to show that to the judges.
Well, 90 seconds to make a change. 6-point ride checks in. 6.61 is now the requirement for Lucas Silveira. However, Bruno, under the 2-minute mark, typically there's your 2-minute drill in which Ian Gentile, with priority on top of Lucas Silveira, can just really pursue him and stop any opportunity.
Yeah, now his chest came on.
Really calm approach from Ian, just paddling really calm.
Yeah. But that's his person, Sammy. Isn't this his personality? He's just like, he's such a great surfer, but you talk to him on land, and he's just kind of
so easy.
Yeah, easy going. And even there's so many competitors that would be on the shoulder.
Yeah, that would be me for sure. And it's so hard to watch those seas. It's kind of like Miggy approach. It's just so calm and
mellow.
Now wave approaching. Ian letting Lucas go on the left. Nice first turn.
Too much white water.
Yeah, and pokes the nose, so that should be it. We're going to watch the clock tick down, and Lucas Silveira, barring some type of miracle coming through, will not be getting the score. What went wrong here, Bruno?
The wave wasn't that big and was a little bit foamy, but he tried it.
Well, there you go. Lucas is going to exit competition with an equal 9th place finish. However, the good news for Lucas Silveira, he's going to add 3,320 points to his ranking, so that is going to help him going into Haleiwa, a wave that he could do very well at. Qualification hopes continue for Ian Gentile because Ian is into the quarterfinal with a convincing victory off of Lucas Silveira. What a heat. We got more heats coming your way. Samuel, thank you for joining us. We enjoyed you in the booth. Stick around. Hopefully we'll see you again finals day.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I wish I could stay more. You know, it's really nice to talk to you guys, and I'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you, Sammy. Hey, Bruno, you're going to stay with me because we got more heats to call. Coming up next is going to be Ramzi Bukhayam and Morgan Siblick when we return to the show here in Saquarema.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Thank you for joining us for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 6 in the round of 16 out in the water. The rockin' Moroccan Ramzi Bokhayam out against former CT Rookie of the Year Morgan Siblick. Both surfers with a chance to qualify for the 2023 Championship Tour, but they need to go a little further in the comp here. We're going to open up, Bruno, with this wave for Morgan Siblick.
Yeah. Nice snap, a second one, and then a proper bottom turn. Nice hit at the top, and then a little phone climb, and one more snap. Oh, still to go. Yeah, one more. That's the last one.
And that's the stuff that Morgan Siblick does. He has extremely good wave selection, and that's what I noticed about him. And then also his execution.
Very solid surfer, huh?
Yeah, super solid surfing. Really leans, Bruno, on the fundamentals, right? I mean, he can do errors and stuff, but really known for just a great, powerful rail game. Speaking of power, this is Ramzi lining up a right-hander here. We know how sharp he is on the backhand, and that's an example. Snaps off the top. One more hooking turn for Ramzi Bokhayam. This wave doubles up on the inside, but splits, so a little bit of a challenge for the rockin' Moroccan. But he's able to get through a couple of sections before just kind of a rail dig on the inside, but did all the damage on the outside.
Yes, nice dynamic. There's both going backside, and they are so close in the rankings, huh?
Yeah. 14th place for the 29-year-old Ramzi Bokhayam. Ramzi on the paddle back out, a big, powerful surfer, and actually has a hope for his country to have the first Moroccan to qualify for the Championship Tour. Here's a replay, an illustration of the sharpness on his surfing.
Spotless, like nice. Nice dynamic. Now the waves flats out.
So we'll be waiting for that score. Morgan Siblick opened up with a 4.5. We are waiting for the first score for Ramzi Bokhayam, and he just barely nudges out Morgan Siblick for the lead with a 4.67. Let's throw it down to Rachel. She's with the last heat winner, Ian Gentile.
Ian Gentile, well, most of them were going to the left, and your two best scores were in this right-hander right here. What made you look to it?
Just I've been surfing there this whole event, and then I wanted to just get one wave really quick right off the bat, and then it was actually better than I thought, so I figured I'd try to get another one, and ended up being the two scores. I thought the heat I'd be able to get like a better left in there, because like you said, all day it's been lefts, but didn't go that way, but I'm stoked.
And you will be the third Hawaiian to qualify if you do so. What does it mean to you?
Third guy from Maui if I end up qualifying, right? Yeah, still a long way to go if I was thinking about qualifying, but I'm just trying to enjoy this moment, enjoy the pressure, and got to get used to it.
Congratulations, you're into the quarters, and thank you guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Rachel. Congratulations to Ian Gentile. We're going to see him finals day when we run those quarterfinals. Hailing from Maui, but both parents from Brazil, so he's kind of got two flags on his shoulder, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. Father and mother from Ceará, northeast of Brazil, at the top. And then he was born in Florida, but raised in Hawaii. Huh?
Yeah, raised on Maui, where he started catching eyes of the surf industry at a very young age, 10-year-old, 12-year-old, winning Menahuni comps. By 14, he put out a video part, and that Andy Irons was quoted as saying he's the best 14-year-old in the world. And that's when all the attention went to Ian Gentile, and a lot of sponsorship dollars, too. Billabong at the time were throwing, some support his way.
Yeah. The spotlight, the pressure came on.
Well, I mean, it's all part of the game. Here we go, 23 minutes counting down here. Ramzi Bokhayam in the lead. Ramzi, again, from Morocco. Agadir, Morocco, originally. Dad's Moroccan, mom's European. Early on in Ramzi's life, he moved over to the Basque Coast to get more involved in surfing. And Ramzi, he's had a pretty cool development. In 2012, he was the European junior champ. In 2013, Ramzi Bukhayam came second to Gabe Medina, in the World Juniors. Tell us about that, Bruno.
That was held in Joaquina, Florianopolis, in the island of Florianopolis, the capital of Santa Catarina state. And there was a clash of goofies, so powerful. Yeah.
Now,
Medina was already on the city level, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you think something like that is a motivation for Ramzi Bukhayam after all these years? 29 years old now. We'll get back to the story of the 29-year-old because we're going to pay attention to his surfing right now as he gets one big snap to finish on the left. Ramzi Bukhayam opened up with a 4.67. But what I was going to say is, don't you think that there's a little bit of frustration because Ramzi, early on in his junior career, was in the same sentence, same class as Gabriel Medina, and he's watched Gabe go to 3 world titles.
Yeah, man. Everybody has their own pace, huh? And Ramzi has the tools, have everything to do it big, huh?
That's an example right there of a couple of hammers out of the tool chest for Ramzi Bukhayam. So now he's got the left, he had the right, and we're going to see how the 2-wave total irons out for Ramzi. Ramzi, he wins this event, he clinches his spot on the championship tour.
My goodness.
What a great moment would that be for Morocco, but for the entire continent of Africa.
Oh, yeah, for sure will be a historical moment. And we were talking in this event so much about the legacy of William Cardoso.
Yes.
It took like 12 seasons to qualify for the CT. And then we have this story of Ramzi.
Yeah,
Not that far, huh?
I mean, in the quarterfinals, we have a couple of guys who've been plugging away for a long time. Maxime Husno and Ramzi Bukhayam.
That's it, man.
And that's never give up. And now they're just so close to achieving their dream.
With that trajectory, like towards close to Gabriel also, because Maxime won the Pro Junior world title back in 2009.
That's
and
right.
Gabi lost to Jadson. That Jadson was the runner-up in the final for Maxime, you know?
It's a long path sometimes to the championship tour, but an exciting one because you get to display wonderful surfing. Ramzi Bukhayam comes out of this one complete. 5.5 on his last effort on a left, and he may just do better than that on that last wave. What do you think, Bruno?
Oh, I like the tail slide at the end and how he kept the composure there. Oh, a top turn, very vertical at the first, and then bangs. Almost with the layback.
Oh, that was an exciting, dynamic finish. You get applause from the athletes area for surfing like that, no doubt.
It's Jorgen Kuzine and Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, we're going to see Leonardo Fioravanti in the next heat against Luca Macinas. That's going to be a matchup.
Yeah, nice one, huh?
Siblick looking left. Bottom turn, banks off the top there. Morgs, couple more arcs on the backhand, finishes off. Can he do the finish? And close one on that.
Yeah, you know what? The 30 seconds mark, the new rule, huh?
I mean, I think if he could have, sell that a little bit more and ride out in front of the whitewater. I don't know if that last maneuver is going to be deemed complete. We'll take another look at it, Bruno. You tell us.
Yeah, I like the tempo dynamic. Yeah, one after the other, back to back, and then he did it. I think he did it.
I think he did too, but
he didn't reach the 3 seconds time, but
it looked like he was in control.
Yeah, the body language, the way
but just a little bit more would have made sure. We're going to see what happens when the judges put their number. The judges did put their number down for the last of Ramzi Bukhayam, a 7-point ride with a 5.5. So the Moroccan out in the lead with a couple of strong scores.
Yeah, 2 big turns, huh? And a little variety on the design, on the angles of that turns.
There's all the numbers from our judges. One judge went as a 7.5. That's the high that gets thrown away, along with the low of a 6.5, averaging out the remaining 3 numbers. Easy math there, 7-point ride.
Yeah, solid one.
Last score for Morgan Siblick. They did deem that final maneuver complete because Morgs checks in with a 6.77.
Yeah, now the game is almost tied.
Morgan needing a 5.74. So again, Morgan in the blue jersey needing a 5.74 at this moment to turn the heat. But we have so much more surfing to happen in this heat number 6 of the round of 16, 17 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
It's nice to see them not so closed here, sitting.
Well, we're talking about both of these guys being able to qualify and clinch their spot from the Challenger Series onto the Championship Tour here. We're looking at the math for Morgan Siblick. Second place, he makes the finals. 99% chance he's going to make it.
Man.
He wins this event. 100. He's in there.
We're gonna see the graphics, like, yeah, qualified.
And that's the news that they want to hear. Every single one of these surfers, when you make finals day, that is a big goal because Hawaii is so unpredictable. Haleiwa is so unpredictable. We're going to have a reduced field there for the men. We're going to start with 80 surfers instead of 96. But you already heard from someone like Sammy Pupo. There's going to be a lot of Championship Tour surfers in those 80 surfers. So we're going to see big names go down early when the Tour veterans join the mix.
Enormous amount of pressure from day one there. Huh?
Yeah, and you know, the conveyor belt that Haleiwa is, the current, the size of the wave, the end section there at Ali'i, the toilet bowl, which is just treacherous. It's not, if it's big, it is not a user-friendly wave at all.
No, it's gnarly. It takes a lot of energy from the surfers. Huh?
It takes a ton of energy, and that final section there with the current going against you and the coral heads just showing themselves where you see there's no water underneath you in the toilet bowl.
That's it. Their own version of Boca do Jacaré. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The toilet bowl.
But no sand. It's
no sand,
hard, sharp coral.
Yeah.
I've had terrifying experiences there. Absolutely terrifying.
Did you visit the reef? Like,
I've got a little bit cut, but I've just absolutely ruined boards there.
Really?
Yeah, just done. Yeah, I'm scared of Haleiwa. I'm going to admit it right now. Morgan Siblick looking on the comeback. He's got nothing going on there, but no harm, no foul. He was in second priority, thought he'd just give himself a chance. Watchful eye of Ramzi Bukayam taking a look, notices that he's still going to be in the lead with that effort from Morgan. He's still got priority, takes a look at his watch.
Yeah.
And
we are halfway through, huh?
Yeah, halfway through the heat. And the beach is not just warming up, it is filling up with human beings and everyone grabbing a seat for a beautiful Sunday of competition here in the wonderful town of Saquarema.
The guy is a wise guy there using sunblock, sunscreen, huh?
Yeah, the UVs are out. Here we go. Couple of turns from Ramzi. That's not going to change the situation other than handing over priority to Morgan Siblick. So Morgan now has priority. Now his requirement remains the same, a 5.74. Likely that Ramzi will not improve upon his scoreline with this wave.
Yeah, the wall was too fat, huh? In this session now. You saw it in bail.
Ramzi on the paddle back out here, and a time for reflection for Ramzi. It seems like he's the body language that I see from Ramzi is he's very calm in a very important heat. I think both of these guys are, and they realize, I'm sure they realize the situation that they're in, but you know, when you're a competitor, you just got to be able to have that mental state where you can block out all that noise in your head.
Yeah. That's so important. It's a key element. Huh?
So now we have the on-site announcers giving some information to our surfers. You saw Ramsey turn his head and just getting the news that his last wave was a 2.5. Here he goes. He's under priority, so he's going to take a chance here on this right-hander. Looks down the line, sets up a long drawn bottom turn, hooks off the top on the backhand, bangs it vertical, stabbing through the lip for a finish. Again, looking to improve upon his low of a 5.5. I think this is just Ramsey staying busy at this moment.
Yeah. It's not much of a good size wave.
Yeah, a little smaller,
yeah,
but the surfing's there.
Yeah, I like the release of the tail there, the second move. Huh?
Siblick up and out. He recognizes there was no scoring ability on that wave. Kicks out early. He wants to maintain priority out there. Sees a better second wave. Whitewater roll in for Siblick. On his heels here. Throws the backside rotation and has to fight for a finish, but the Whitewater just gobbles him up.
Yeah, you just said a little while ago about he has the air game in his repertoire, but.
What do you think about this, Bruno? What went wrong?
Maybe the landing was a little bit not in the proper place.
Yeah, kind of landed with that upward explosion.
Yeah, a little backwash there too.
Yeah, and the backwash is always here, and something that all of the surfers have to be able to deal with every single day. Flying by, you can see the main peak here, the left that rolls off, and the right against the grain, against the current. A combination of sand and a little bit of rock bottom, but the sand is like a fine packed sand that really holds its shape.
Yeah, for sure. That's an important element.
Yeah, well, Morgan Siblick, he needs a 5.74 at the moment. Can Morgan come back and take out Ramsey Bukhayam and earn his way into the quarterfinals? We'll find out right after these messages.
My name is Ramsey Bukhayam. I'm from Morocco and I'm 28 years old. Well, I've been doing this for quite a long time now, so I've been kind of close a few times and I feel really confident. I know that I can mix it up with these guys up there, so that's why I keep doing it. It's time for me, you know, I'm 28, turning 29. I feel like I'm in my prime, you know, physically, mentally, and in my surfing, so it's time for me to get up there and show the people that I can mix it up with these guys too, you know. It's time to prove it.
It's time to prove it, says Ramsey Bukhayam, and he's proven it right now in his matchup against Morgan Siblick. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the beautiful state of Rio de Janeiro in the surf town of Saquarema. It's a sunny day and the crowds are out and everyone's having a good time, including myself and Bruno Bukhayuva.
That's it, Kipes. And I agreed with Ramsey. He's at his prime.
He is.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, this is the balance in his, at 29 years old. is being fit enough and still surfing at your peak, but having enough experience to make knowledgeable decisions.
28 years of age. I think is a key moment in the surfing career, in the surfers' careers.
Well, we've seen, because of this one guy, his name's Kelly Slater, he's extended the expectations of pro surfing. There was a time in pro surfing, especially the 80s and early 90s where I came up, is pretty much by the time you were 29 years old, you were put out to pasture. 30 years old, they didn't want to see you. It was a young man's sport. Kelly just proved that to everyone, hey, you can do it till you're 50. And he's for Ramsey.
Yeah, I like the fade first before this, the first turn, and then he lost control in the second half of the last move. Huh?
The good friend in Leo Fioravanti saw that and just goes, oh no. This is Morgan Siblick on the replay.
To the roof. Huh?
He needs a 5.74.
Yeah.
What do we think?
Oh, I think one move, we saw that. Great scores with just one move, but I think he needs a little more.
I believe so too. I concur with you. We're still waiting for the last score for Morgan Siblick. Last score for Ramsey Bukai. I'm not going to change the situation to 2.1. Morgan's still looking for a 5.74 to advance. 6 minutes on the clock, and we are waiting the decision by the judges to see if Morgan can turn this heat in the final 6 minutes.
I think it's going to be a close one. Huh?
Well, it's taking time, so that indicates generally that it is going to be close, because the judges up there in the judges tower, the pink judges tower that you can see in the background, can watch the replays a number of times. Leo Fioravanti jogging down the beach, going to paddle out in the channel when he's going to be matched up against Luca Macinas in heat 7 of this round, coming up right after this. 4.93, not enough for Morgan Siblick. Morgan still searching for a 5.74. Morgan now is under the priority of Ramsey Bukai. Clock ticking down. Ramsey looking, paddling for this wave. Wants to keep track of where Morgan Siblick is. Morgan's able to sneak away a bit. That wave closes out. No opportunity. And you can see now Ramsey wants to be ultra aware of the whereabouts and the location of his fellow competitor.
They're going to be close now, huh? Maybe the chess game will start now, 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, when Bruno talks about the chess game, we're talking about the fact that Ramsey has priority and basically can take a wave off of Morgan. So you have priority and you have the lead, you can do that. But 4 minutes, 40 seconds is kind of a long time.
Yeah.
Generally, like the chess game starts, I want to say, what, 2 minute mark? What do you think, Bruno?
Yeah, that's it. When the last opportunities come.
Yeah. I always think about waves too, Bruno, but longer period swells from where I'm from, but that you get a chance every 15 to 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And so when you break it down that way, in the final 2 minutes, you're maintaining that control for about 8 waves, okay? I mean, generally, the closer wind swells and stuff, the waves can be closer together. But that's when you can really play that defense, if you would. And we're getting to that point almost. Now we're down to 4 minutes.
Yeah. Clock is ticking. He won't stop.
And you can see with Ramsey and where he's doing. Let's take a look at our heat recap here. Ramsey Bukai against Morgan Siblick. Ramsey here on this left. Beautiful carving maneuver. And remember, gets a big finish here. Throws a tail. That was a 7-point ride.
Oh, nice combo. Nice cutback. A lot of style in the first move. And then finish up so strong.
Little drift here. Actually, that first one was a 5.5. That was a 7-point ride.
The
Ramsey going
soundtrack,
back in 5.
It's like a video part, huh? Yeah. We're getting pumped here, huh? Let's do this.
All right. So that was our recap, our heat recap, and that leaves us right here with Ramsey Bukaim on top of Morgan Siblick. 5.74, still the requirement for Siblick, the surfer from Merriweather, Australia.
Oh, such a nice place, huh? We have to remember MR.
I was going to say there's a great history over there in Merriweather. Well, four world titles actually are home there in Merriweather.
Matt Hoy.
Oh, you got a great list right there. Yeah. It's a hub of the development of Australian surfing through the ages, through the decades. 2 minutes 25 seconds. Siblick still looking for a wave. Ramsey still with the priority.
You know what? I've been to Merriweather Surf Club 25 years ago, 1997, for the first time.
Wow.
Yeah.
97 seems like it wasn't that long ago, but I guess it was. 2 minutes remaining. Whitewater comes through here, and both competitors have to duck through this wave. And Ramsey's now can really do that 2-minute drill you were talking about, Bruno.
Yeah.
Now the chess game begins. Now Ramsey can play a little bit of defense. The one thing, though, as I look at the horizon, he's going to have to make decisions because it looks like multiple waves may be on their way to the sandbank here.
That's it. They are shoulder to shoulder, huh? Look at that. Nice shot, guys.
Siblick is going to sneak away on the right. No. Try to be sneaky. Ramsey's not buying it. He's keeping him within his sights. Clock continues to tick down. Ramsey checks his watch, just aware of the time, because right now he wants to be able to take away any opportunity he can from Morgan Siblick. And I like his positioning when now he's on the inside.
Yeah, very smart, huh?
Keen eyes from the Australian crew, all rooting for Morgan Siblick.
Not a blink there, huh?
Now, what can you do in this point, Bruno?
Man.
What do you do?
Yeah, just hope, pray.
Well, the set is starting to rear itself at the 30-second mark. We'll see what the decisions are between the two competitors. Little foam on the outside. Will Ramsey use his priority for the block? And there he goes. Down to 20 seconds for Morgan Siblick, and Ramsey just wants to lock this one away in the refrigerator and move on into finals day and the quarterfinals. Opportunity. Morgan Siblick needs a giant score. It's a smaller wave. 0.74. I guess we're going to be waiting for scores to see what happens. Wow. That was a sneaky one. The wave was smallish, but he did get 3 nice maneuvers in. This would be a heartbreak for Ramsey. He's looking at the beach in disbelief, asking, did he do it? Did he get enough? What do you think, crowd? And Morgan with the nervous jaw.
Oh, my goodness.
Again, he needs a 5.74. Some sportsmanship on the shoreline.
Yeah. Nice scene, huh?
And no indication from the judges as of yet. They're going to take a really close look at this last ride for Morgan Siblick.
Expectation, huh? We can feel it.
Well, talk us through this. What do you think,
was
Bruno?
a small wave, but he did great, huh? Nice timing. Trying to take the most out of each move, but
I think the wave was too small.
Too small, huh? Yeah.
I think the surfing was there. I think the wave was too small. The judges thought the same thing. A 4.73. And Morgan's going to get the news that he's going to leave Brazil with the equal 9th finish here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Ramzi Bukhayam, however, one step closer to qualification. Ramzi Bukhayam on to finals day, and he's into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, good job, huh?
Clutch performance, great surfing from the rockin' Moroccan. You hear the drums? You hear the guitars? You hear the noise? We're gonna rock on out of here, but we're gonna be back with more action here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. When we come back, we have a special guest for you.
On the championship tour, the level is high. You have to absolutely rip. Every heat, you have to put up some big scores, and your equipment has to be dialed. You have to be dialed with the conditions. You have to be fully prepared at every event. And I think experience helps a lot. So, hopefully next year I can bring a bit of that into the World Tour. Why do I want to be on the championship tour? It's simple. It's, when I didn't make the cut, I was frustrated. I was frustrated myself. I was angry because that's where I want to be. I grew up watching the best surfers in the world, Kelly, Andy, Mick, being on the World Tour. That's what I want to do. And when I fell off, there was nothing that was going to stop me from getting back on tour.
Number one on the CS rankings is Leonardo Fioravanti, and he's taking on a very hungry competitor looking to make his way back to the championship tour. That's Luca Messinas from Peru, number 19 in the rankings. Heat number 7 of the round of 16 in the water. We got one more after this, but a decisive heat for Messinas in terms of requalification for the CT. I'm Mitch, that's Maida, and we have a special guest, Richard Doc Marsh. Morning, Rich.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, how you doing so far? How's your trip in Brazil?
Always love this place. It's the second time I've been here this year, actually. I was here for the CT a few months back with Callum Robinson, Connor O'Leary, etc. So yeah, I feel very familiar here.
Yeah, and looking at the location out here, Saquarema, difficult wave to surf. Biggest piece of advice you'd give to a surfer out there right now?
I guess be adaptable. It's actually, for a beach break, it's really predictable. I've come here probably 6 times now, and it's pretty similar each and every time. So it's like a beach break, kind of like a point break, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you're a former CT surfer yourself. You competed at the highest level. What do you think has been the biggest difference since you competed up until right now?
Oh, they've just got a lot better. We just weren't that good compared to them. No, I think equipment and just, it's got a lot more professional, which is great.
Yeah, and looking at the heat right here, you actually used to help out Leonardo Fioravanti. He opened up with a 4.5. And the Italian stallion not only looking good to requalify, but he's looking for back-to-back CS wins, Rich.
Oh, absolutely. He is a complete weapon, this guy. Leo's such a phenomenally good surfer, so consistent. And, yeah, look, I think he's leading the ratings for a good reason.
Yeah, and last year during the CT event in Mex, he had a good performance, actually made it all the way to finals day. And you look at the performances that he's had so far this year on the CS, You see some improvements in the surfing?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, for me personally, that was a real heartbreaking result for Leo. He got a third place, got beaten by David Silva, missed the final with Jack Robinson. For me, that would have been the dream final. You know, two kids that grew up together on Quicksilver. I was, you know, I was all in on that one, so that one really hurt, actually. Leo was really happy with the third, but me as a coach, I kept it to myself, but I was actually super bitter. I won't lie. It does hurt. Even third places hurt sometimes.
Hey, well, that's the competitiveness, not only in yourself, but through your athlete as well. Looking at Luca Messinas, though, we call him La Máquina, the machine, the Peruvian workhorse out there in the water in the blue. But here's the Italian, Leo, with a second scoring ride so far. Decent combo right there. Already has the 4.5. Messinas opens up with a 2.1, and you were here for the Oi Rio Pro as well. You saw Callum Robson's performance, Maida?
Yeah, I saw. He killed it. It was amazing to see him surfing right here. Very interesting performance.
And looking at the replay here, Rich, Leo's just doing what he's been doing all event long. He's got 2 waves in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, look, he's the master at building pressure. He likes to start his heats fast and then put pressure on the back end. Try to control the last 10 minutes is the playbook for Leo, and he does it really well.
Well, and he's been doing it to excellence so far in this heat. 24 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the glass where Rachel is with Ramsey.
Congratulations, Ramsey. You're into the quarters now. And you were telling me that this heat was really hard. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, Morgan is a really top surfer, you know, like he came 5th, not last year, the year before. He's super solid, super strong. So I knew if he was going to find a wave and do 2 big backside turns, it was going to be, I knew I had to do 2 sevens to make that heat. You know, that's what I went in the water. You know, that was my objective. And yeah, it was hard because the faces are not that clean. So front side, it's really hard, you know, to find a clean face, to do proper turns. So when I had the section for that layback, I had to push, you know, I was like, okay, you're going to get another 5 if you don't do something like special. So I pushed and I got a 7, and then I kind of like, you know, sat on him a little bit and try to control the heat. But I'm happy. It was a hard one.
And what are the expectations on your upcoming opponent, Jan?
Yeah, another strong guy. I feel like all the big boys are down, you know, at the bottom of the, I mean, there's Gabriel on top, but yeah, it's going to be a tough one again. But, you know, tomorrow is another day, and I feel good. Like I told you, I just want to make heats. Tô na vibe aqui no Brasil, and that's it, you know.
And you were a good friend with Leo Fioravanti. What was he telling you before the heat?
We were looking at the right, because the right was kind of starting, and I was like, so, but I started there. I felt, I don't know, I just felt like going left, so I just went back to the left. Yeah, we were looking at the rights, and he's actually surfing the rights now, so we'll see. I'll go watch him now.
Thank you really much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Felicitación to the Moroccan surfer moving through into the quarterfinals. Best result of the year for Ramsey so far. And Rich, you're originally from Cronulla in Sydney, but you've been living in France for many years now. You've seen Ramsey grow up.
Yeah, he actually, well, he's obviously Moroccan, but when his family immigrated to France, he lives in Anglet, same town as I do. So him and his brother Sammy, good friends of mine, and yeah, I'm a massive supporter of Ramsey. That was a hard heat for me to watch, actually, because Morgan's a great guy, and he was obviously a casualty of the cut this year, which I thought was pretty tough, actually. So yeah, I didn't know how to feel on that one, but I'm glad for Rams. He's in beast mode right now. It's going to be hard to beat him, especially if that left keeps popping off.
No doubt. And we have 21:35 on the clock. Leo having a look here as the machine, La Máquina. Luca still nothing better than the 2.1. Leo gets a 5:07 on his second ride, gaining speed here. He's looking for a ramp and goes for the backside rotor. Incomplete right there. Luca Messinas, though, no stranger to competing here in Brazil, especially in Saquarema. Many visits here for the Peruvian machine, Maida.
Yeah, Luca Messinas is such a very good guy. He competed here like this season, yeah, and he knows how to compete here in this spot.
And
so
maybe one of the best backhands we've ever seen on the championship tour as well, Rich. Not only is this an aggressive surfer, he knows how to compete, but he's still only 26 years of age, has a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about him, to be honest. He's obviously on the CT this year, so I got to see him. His backside is super solid.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, and just I love the way he leans into his turns on his backside. He's just so aggressive. He doesn't let a section go without doing some damage. He'd be probably happy that it's going some lefts, right? Like
100%. When he actually saw the opportunities that he had this morning, he was relishing the opportunity to surf against Leo, who's #1 in the rankings. Former travel partner of mine, Luca Macinas, while we did the QS together, has a couple of QS wins too. Ecuador won an event in Barbados a few years ago at a left-hander, but he comes from Mancora in the northern part of Peru. And here he goes. No stranger to competing in South America is this gentleman in blue. Decent first turn right there for the machine, and Luca is going to finish off his third wave. Seems like he's a little bit out of rhythm so far in the first 11 minutes, Rich.
Yeah, look, this is what happens when you surf against Leo. He gets a quick start. You know, he hasn't posted a big score, Leo, a 5. You know, it's not that big a score. And he's already put Lucas on the back foot. You know, my advice, if I could get in Lucas's ear now, would be just steady yourself. You can't go those sub-quality waves and produce over 5s.
And one of your surfers already clinched a spot in qualification. That's Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, Ryan and Connor O'Leary have both requalified, which is great news. So far I've got a couple in there. Let's see how we go. We've got one more event for a couple more surfers with any luck.
And what do you think it's going to take for them to win a world championship as we see the replay here? Obviously, with the new format, Rip Curl WSL Finals, going to lowers, both of those guys have a shot. And I mean, you talked about Ryan Callanan. To me, he's a top 5 surfer, too.
Yeah, well, look, I think that's definitely been, whether you like it or not, part of the final series, being top 5, and then they reset. The ratings not counting after that. It probably does help those guys because they're lacking a bit of consistency. So, yeah, it probably works in their favour, but they've got to make that top 5 first. But, yeah, if they get there, there's no reason why they can't go all the way. Both those guys have been so much improved over the last few years, and they're not young guys either. They're both in their 30s, and they're still improving, and that's, I think that's a really good sign for the future.
Yeah, it should be. You got a question for Rich, Maida?
Yeah. Actually, I have, like, you've been here for like 6 times already. So what do you think is the main thing, like, to surf good these waves here? Like the biggest tricky part?
Yeah, look, the backwash is a huge part of it. So it's timing. If I had to pick one thing, I'd probably say timing is super crucial. And then just that, like, being super aggressive, because with the backwash, you don't get many opportunities. So when you do get an opportunity, you've got to jump on it. I like what Ramsey said in that last heat when he did the layback on the left. He saw the opportunity and he didn't hesitate. And that's how you get 7s.
Yeah, and looking at the conditions out there, it's quite tricky too, bumpy on the face. And, you know, it was glassy this morning, but within the first 30 minutes, it was changing, Rich, and these surfers out there needed to adapt to those conditions. And now let's kind of shift back over to the Aussie scene, because it seems like the camaraderie among them, very strong. You normally didn't see that, you know, a few years ago, and it really did happen due to the Challengers Series being the new route to qualification. We're going to get back to that, though, as Luca with his best wave here. Excellent combination right there on the backhand. And that's what this kid can do, Rich. He needs a 6.
Yeah, that was pretty good, eh? He projected through that. Here's Leo behind him. What an exchange.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Leo's missed that last little finish, but the damage might have been done out the back. Love Luca's last turn. He projected through that lip. It was great.
Pretty heavy when you consider the amount of power that he puts into each and every turn, and maybe the sections there are lacking every now and then, but Leo, he's been selecting the best waves all event long. There's a reason why he's in the round of 16, Rich.
Wow, that's such a nice wrap just there. And there's a beautiful 3-term combo for Leo. He probably didn't even need that last foam climb. Yeah, good score.
And there you see the peanut gallery celebrating Leo's wave. Yanka Kosa, Sammy Pupo. And this was Lucas's last, Rich.
Yeah, I love this little wrap. Only the 2 turns. The last turn probably had a little more impact than Leo's turns, but 3 against 2, I think that's where the judges will go to. Probably an extra bit of a push there for Leo, I think.
Yeah, it's usually quality over quantity, but Leo's turn still had the quality in them. It's a 6.1 for Messinas, waiting for Fioravanti's score. I was talking to you about the Aussie contingency here. Molly Picklam on the verge of qualifying. We already got Macy back on the CT. But in terms of the men, I mean, obviously a lot of great surfers out there, but the kind of unity among them is something that we hadn't really seen until the last 2 years.
Yeah, I guess desperation forces you together. Yeah, it's a little bit of that. I think the community's been built around everyone really trying to qualify for the first time. You know, there's Chipper and there's a whole bunch of guys there that are working really hard to get there, and it's not an easy job. This is a hard tour, actually. It was meant to be a little easier than this, I think. The prize money's pretty low, there's a lot of travel in this, and it's a hard tour. So yeah, I think that's forcing guys together and building that mateship and trying to really support each other every opportunity they get, which is a real good positive thing. I think Australians work really well under those sort of guidelines.
That's a great point. Go ahead, Maida.
Yeah, do you think it's completely different from when you first started, like, surfing?
It's actually probably throwing back to when I did first start surfing, because it was a little bit similar. You know,
Oh, yeah.
the prize money was quite low, so we all had to stay with each other. We all had to share car rentals. So it sort of forces you to spend a lot of time together. When you're on the CT, you normally get your own hotel, you get your own car, you got a bit more space. You know, you're there to support each other, but there's a little bit of a disconnect where, you know, you got five guys in a little car, 5 guys in a hotel room or a small house. You're getting pretty close.
Hey, so you want to be a professional surfer, you got to be on the CS. And Leo Fioravanti leading the heat and leading the CS rankings. We'll be right back.
First priority blue, second priority red. Lead in the heat, surfer in red.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to beautiful Saquarema, Brazil for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitch Maida and special guest Richard Dog Marsh here in the booth. 12 minutes to go in heat number 7. It's Leonardo Fioravanti out in front with an 8.33 and a 5.07. The Peruvian Luca Messinas with priority needs a 7.31. He's gotten big scores all event long, and he's had a couple of big wins throughout this event too. Rich, you formerly coached Leo, and you've seen him grow up not only as a kid, but you reside in France now, and seeing a lot of Europeans do well, I must think it hits close to heart.
Yeah, look, I'm really happy for Leo. He's such a great surfer, and it's really good for the Europeans too. They had a big push a few years back, and since then they've been a little bit quiet. It's just been Federico and Leo the last couple of years representing for the Europeans. Yeah, I'd like to see that expand. I know Morocco is a bit of a stretch for Europe. It is Africa, but we'd take Ramsey as well, I think, you know. But for me, you know, I'm obviously Australian and living in Europe, so I feel really lucky to have a lot of people I can go for and call them all local favourites.
What was it like seeing Jeremy Flores win at home in 19?
Oh, it was sick. Jeremy's such a rock star. I'm such a great fan of Jeremy's. And he actually beat Leonardo in the semi-final of that one. So I was on the beach. Yeah, and Leo just got to the semis actually through the quarters with the last like 10-second barrel at Le Gravier. It was such a great event. Really missed that event actually, France. I wish it was on the tour. Think it should be. Such a, great memories from there.
Yeah, and it seems like we might be having that event next season, maybe on the CS. So hopefully getting back there in 2023. It seems like Leo interested in this. The heat leader looking to better at 5:07. That's a great start. Beautiful first turn and an aggressive second one. Rich, it just seems to me like this kid's unstoppable. He hasn't made a mistake all heat long.
Yeah, look, I'm glad he didn't listen to himself and he's surfing the left hand and not the right. But this is Leo's playbook and he does it so well. Starts fast, you know, a small score, 5, and then every wave he's taken since then has built on that. And this one will do the same. This will be his highest score, I think. Amazing surfing. Look at the torque out of that. That sharp eye looks great under his feet.
Well, the timing too, right? Like he's riding the same board that he won at Iseda with right here.
Yeah, look, and that's pretty standard too. Once you lock into a good board, you'd call it a magic carpet. There's no reason to change it. They normally go from 2 to sort of 6 feet if you get a good all-rounder.
Yeah.
I'd be guessing that one's a 77. Here's Lucas here.
And
wow.
Lucas riding a Timmy Patterson under his feet. Ends up riding a couple of sharp eyes every now and then, but pretty keen on the T Pattersons. Though with the last wave of Leo going to come through, he's probably going to need 2 scores. And Lucas just been a little out of sync. He does have a 6.1, Rich, but going up against the informed surfer of the event, you need to be on your A game.
Yeah, for sure, and you can see the pressure getting to him there. That was a pretty straightforward blowtail to reverse, and he would normally make them all day. So yeah, this is, again, Leonard, this is what Leo's really good at, builds pressure to the opponent. And, you know, Lucas should go out the back now and reset himself, have a moment, take a couple of deep breaths and just tell himself it's possible, commit to the whole 30-minute heat. Don't let it overwhelm him, and, you know, there's no reason why he can't mount a comeback.
Not at all. 9 minutes to go, and it's a 6.83 for Leonardo Fioravanti, so Luca Messinas now needs a 9.06. We've seen it do it before in both CT and CS competition. And Maida, you were telling me last night during dinner that you think Peru has the greatest food in the world.
I think so. Like, I love Peruvian food. They have like all this fresh fish, seafood, and I think it's the best spot to go to eat. Like Lima has a lot of good restaurants, like Michelin stars restaurants. So these guys, they eat pretty well the whole year when you're at home in Peru.
Ever been to Peru yourself?
No, I haven't. We just had a Peruvian restaurant open down in my quartier in France, which has been great. Shout out to Tinto. They do an awesome job. So I'm getting to know the food without going there.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah, it's really
I'm with
good.
you.
Yeah.
I love it.
The chaufas, and also they have the ceviches.
Oh, the ceviche is the best.
Yeah, the ceviche is the best.
As a proud Mexican myself, though, I do have to say that our ceviche might be a little bit better. But there's Luca, though, and proving that Peruvians have more than just ceviche. Great blowtail reverse, transitional second turn, and looking for a strong finish. Needs a 9.06. And he says, what's up? You like that or not? 7:30 to go. And just what the doctor ordered right here, Rich.
Yeah, not too sure. I thought that was a bit messy. It's definitely going to be a strong backup, but I was thinking when you said he needs a 9, I think he needs 2 scores. Look at this, he's a little bit disengaged there. It was a little messy, kind of a flatter section, but yeah, it's going to be one of his top 2 scores, that's for sure. Beautiful re-entry there. Nice wrap here. And then a brilliant claim, like throwing it back to the judges. You got to love a bit of showmanship. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Little, not that high though above the lip. That was kind of, it was a little bit lateral for me. I don't want to sound too critical here. It was a great wave, and it's going to hopefully pull him back into the heat.
Hey, there's a reason we got you in here. We want you to be as critical as possible.
Okay.
The Peruvians love it, though. You see Daniela Rosas right there celebrating Lucas's wave. 6 minutes, 35 seconds to go, so don't call it a comeback just yet. But as you said, Rich, should be one of his top 2 waves. Easily going to diminish the requirement of a 9 now. And there you see a young Brazilian surfer in the blue jersey coming up. Kawa Costa, the local wildcard, doing great things, Maida.
Yeah, we are also proud of him, you know, such a young boy, and stepping up in these big leagues and showing his surfing. Very humble guy here from North Brazil, but now lives here in Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, he's doing pretty well.
You've been impressed with what you've seen from the local surfers, Rich?
I haven't seen a whole lot. Obviously, the other Brazilians, Panda and all those guys I know, Michael Rodriguez, of course. But this young guy, tell me a bit about him. I don't know much.
Well, you're going to see he's got a couple of decent waves on both on the backhand and the forehand. But 2 heat wins so far, first CS event ever. So quite impressive that he's actually in the round of 16, and he's got a tough matchup though against Joan Duru, somebody that you know very well. And Joan looking to requalify. It's a 7.03 for Luca Messinas though. Now needs an 8.14, an excellent score, isn't out of range. But knowing how good Leo is at controlling the rest of the heat, it's going to be tough right here, Rich.
Oh, look, that's a really good score, and that's what he needed. That's exactly what he needed. And it would just his morale will boost now. He waited. I think he did a good job at resetting, like we touched on. And the 7, that's the second highest score of the heat, and he'll feel boosted by that. You know, that's totally doable. An 8, he just got a 7, and it was a pretty small wave, so he'd feel pretty good about the situation he's in right now.
Especially with 5 minutes to go,
right?
too.
5 minutes is a long time to sit on someone when it's normally today there's been 2 waves in most sets, so Leo'd be well aware of that. So there's a good chance he'll get another roll here.
Yeah, and just under 5 minutes, it seems like there might have been a switch in priority, but looking at the heat recap, Rich, it started off with Leo's wave, on the right, and he eventually transitioned into the lefts, getting his top 2 scores, an 8.33 and a 6.33 here.
Yeah, that was well done. Jeez, he's good, isn't he? I love that projection he gets out of those sharp high boards. So solid, Leo, and he just built and built pressure in this heat. Is Luca, though, I'm really happy the judges saw this. That it was a risky move, and he did get a little tail above it, and so the 7 points was a really great result for him.
It was well rewarded, wasn't it, for how the wave was?
I think so, and that second turn was really solid. He projected through the lip, threw a lot of spray, and a bit of showmanship always helps, I think.
Well, he's doing Christ the Redeemer right there. It's very Brazilian of him to do it right
I think
here.
it was more like, come on, show me the money.
A little Cuba Gooding Jr. there from Jerry Maguire.
Right, I think it was show me the extra points. And you look, he surfed that wave really well, and I'm glad the judges saw that.
Yeah, for how it was, it's probably as good as he could have. 7.03 on that one, still needs an 8.14, 3:20 to go on the clock. And Maeda, you've seen Leo do well in the past before. Not as well, though, in CT competition here in Brazil. This will most likely be his best result, as we're seeing Luca paddle here. Do you think that Europeans have a connection somehow with Brazilian surfing?
I think so. Actually, the vibes, you know, he's really enjoying here. He's very connected with many Brazilian surfers as well. And I think they have some good beach breaks as well in Europe. So he knows how to surf here. And yeah, now he's doing fine, almost like quarterfinals. And
well, he's got a shoe in. He's right there, 2:40 to go. What do you think about time management here, Rich?
Yeah, look, I think Luca's making a mistake here, letting Leo dictate where he sits. He's got second priority for sure, but he still should sit on the dominant peak, and I think he's paddled off that. Leo's going to follow him no matter what. The best chance he's got is hoping there's a 2-wave set, like I mentioned, and taking advantage of that. And that's, you know, having the surfer with priority in the lead, control where you sit, it's a big mistake.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, and we're seeing Fioravanti, as you said, dictate the pace of this heat and the end of these last 2 minutes as well. There is a set coming, though, and we're going to see where they are in terms of positioning. Be nice to see Luca at least get a chance right here, and maybe Leo have to play a little bit of defense. He's going to let Messinas go. Not on the first wave. Luca decides to let that one go by. And there have been some double ups every now and then. Messinas might be looking at this one. Won't be breaking, though, 90 seconds. And this is what you see from somebody that's been competing at the highest level since he was 15 years of age. That's 10 years, not only on the QS, but at the junior rank level too, Rich.
Oh, yeah, Leo's so good. He won the juniors when he was 16 years of age, and it was under 21s back then. So, you know, he's a hardened competitor. And, yeah, this is a mistake by Lucas he should just sit and wait. He's not going to get the score he needs on these smaller waves. He needs a reasonable wave to do that on. So really it's hands on rails and wait until that wave comes, or if it doesn't come, well, that's it too.
Yeah, well, we're down to the last minute here, and it doesn't seem like Messinas has had a shot. He even looked at a right. 50 seconds, an 8.14. I mean, it's not an impossible score, but as Richie mentioned, it would have to be a great wave very similar to the 833 that we saw from Leo in this heat. And interesting enough, they actually share a background. Luca Messina, his grandfather, I think might have been great-grandfather's last name was originally Messina. He came from the town of Messina in Italy and originally moved to Peru. I'm talking about almost 100 years ago, maybe. So a little bit of Italian connection right there, but a proud Peruvian out there in the water in the blue jersey. He's been a Pan American champion before, an Olympian, and he's looking to requalify for the CT in 2023. And it seems like there's just not going to be enough time right here as Leo might be blocking him. He's going to let him go, though. And Messinas with the shot. Maybe spoke too early here. Decent first turn. And unfortunately, you see the body language. It won't be enough. Rich, it was the control and the pace at the beginning of the heat that just gave Leo a huge win here into the quarters.
Yeah, Luca fell into the trap there a little bit. He probably could have run a different heat there and set his own pace. Probably would have helped him. But look, he surfed really well and he mounted the great comeback after a reset. Yeah, it was a good heat. He should feel good. I mean, look, he got 13.13, which is a great result. Leo, though, on 15.16 is it's huge. It's hard to get over that.
Almost impossible to beat him when he's in form as well. Well, that's heat number 7. We got the last heat of the round coming up. Joan Derou from France and the local boy, Kawak Costa, about to hit the lineup. We'll be right back from Saquarema.
Como Saquarema é lindo.
Nossa, o Caio voltou.
Such a special place, such a beautiful village.
Leonardo Fioravanti, a celebrity worldwide and no stranger to competing here in Brazil at the highest level. All smiles after a huge heat win against his good friend Luca Messinas. It's the Italian stallion, though, keeping the dream alive, and he is #1 in the rankings, already qualified. We're looking to go back-to-back with Challenger Series wins. The last heat of the round in the water right now is Joan Derou from France, ranked number 40, so big heat for him. And the local wildcard, Kawak Costa from Brazil, will be in the blue jersey. Mitch Maida and special guest Richard Dog Marsh. Rich, you've obviously seen Joan Derou now that you reside in France for a long time. He's a former ISA gold medalist, CT surfer as well. He's going to be up and riding here. Has made a quarterfinal appearance before. That was in Fernando Noronha almost a decade ago. But he's looking to get a victory here in order to keep his chances of qualifying alive.
Yeah, look, one of the best backhand surfers I've ever seen in my life. I don't think you can understate his ability on his backside. Incredible surfer. His consistency, particular backside again, is really good. This will be a hard heat for the young Brazilian. What do we got going on here? Has he lost his board, or is that a board change?
Not too sure. Might have actually switched boards. And we are, only been gone for a few minutes. 3 minutes have gone by in the heat, but he did catch a wave during the break, just a 1.77. Might have actually creased his board. We don't know yet. Probably going to see the replay here in a little bit. But Maida, this is a kid that you've been talking about for a long time. His sister Yanka, also a great surfer. She was in the event. And this is what we're looking at right here. Wrapped it back and that went for a big turn. It seems like, you know, that equipment did end up falling victim to a crease. Checked his board out immediately and felt it. Oh yeah, oh, it seemed like the leash might have actually separated from the actual board. But originally from the northern part of Brazil, Maida, now resides in Rio.
Yeah, now resides in Rio with his whole family. He moved with Yanka and also their parents. And he just won here like the Pro Junior during the Saquarema Surfing Festival. Yeah, he did a really nice job. Everybody's so delighted with his surfing here. And now, the first time ever on the Challenger Series, already like in the round of 16. A very nice job for him.
Brazil, the dominant superpower at the moment, Rich, in terms of global surfing. And you were there for Medina's first win in 2011 in France, too. What was it like seeing his rise to the top?
Yeah, look, I saw Gabriel surf as a young guy when I used to work at Red Bull. He got invited out to one of the camps we used to do. And, yeah, you could see he was a superstar in the making. Such an incredible surfer, and he's only grown from there. Personally, I think he's the best competitive surfer in the world and the best one I've ever seen.
It's a big statement. I agree with it, though. 25 minutes to go. João Duru out there, and you were mentioning the consistency that he has on the backhand. But an incredible two-rider, too. Comes from those big beach breaks in the southern part of France, but loves to travel worldwide as well. Has been there, done that basically everywhere. An ISA gold medalist before. He's looking to requalify, though. What do you think his motivation is, knowing that he's already qualified once, but France needs... Actually, they're in desperate need of a few surfers on the CT. They don't have a single one right now.
Yeah, look, I've had a chat to him about that. He lost his sponsor, or had a problem with his sponsor Volcom a few years back, and he signed for Dockers, and it just sort of gave him a new lease of life. They really supported him, whatever he wanted to do. He could do, you know, sort of be a free surfer or continue on the Challenger Series. And so once you get that opportunity, they threw it back to him, and he went, you know what, I'm not done. I actually think I've got a bit more to give, and I think I'm still at that level, and I agree with him. You know, he's definitely still at that level, and I'd really like to see him go all the way. I think he could be a CT surfer and deserves to be up there.
Yeah, no doubt. He has the surfing to do so and the experience as well. You know who has both of those things? Leonardo Fioravanti. He's with Rachel.
Leo Fioravanti, you're into the quarters now, all smiles. Was this an easy hit for you?
No, it's never easy. Especially, you know, when you get into the round of 16, everybody rips. I mean, Luca is an amazing surfer, so competitive, and we've had some good exchanges before in heats, and I'm happy to get that heat.
And what about competing in this sunny Sunday? Many people at the beach, they're cheering for you. How are you feeling?
I know, you know, in the forecast, Sunday was like the worst day, but then it's Sunday, and, you know, in Brazil, everywhere, you know, the beach gets crowded, everybody's cheering, everybody's crazy. And we woke up this morning, it was like 4 foot offshore, and just felt like it was going to be a good day, and I think everybody's enjoying the show.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Felicitazioni to Leonardo. 23 minutes on the clock. Not much has gone down so far in this heat, and that's a competitive young man, Rich, that you've seen for a long time, and that smile doesn't fool anybody. We know that he's looking for another victory. Live action, though, Kawakosta, great first turn right there from the rookie. And in his first CS event, he's looking unstoppable right now. We did have a split peak, though. Seems like João Duru was on the right. And Rich, we've normally seen the lefts be the big score so far on day number 5 of competition, but a few rights every now and then have scored well too.
Yeah, look, I'm a little surprised Joanne's not hunting the left, being a goofy. We can't help ourselves. This is a beautiful wrap here, throws a lot of spray, sinks a little deep off the bottom, and just gets a little late to the party for the re-entry. But still, really aggressive surfing, and yeah, that was nice. From a young bloke, he's on the front foot and he's attacking.
And then Joan on the right here, as you were saying, surprised not to see him on the lefts.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, his backside's so good, like we mentioned, and there it is. Like, you saw that, and there was the timing Joanne's got. That was a beautifully timed finishing maneuver.
Just shut me up. Ranked number 40 on the CS, 33 years of age. He's been around for a long time, Maida, but he's looking to requalify for his second stint on the CT.
Yeah, I think he has all the skills to do so. Like, he's in 40th place on the ranking, so he might have to have a finals here and get a good score here in Saquarema to maybe take a opportunity in Haliva.
Yeah, and looking at the backhand performance right there, easily the two best turns we've seen on the right all morning long, Rich. But in terms of the actual wave selection, it seems a lot more difficult to select a right because there's less of them out there.
Yeah, and I think the backwash is a lot more on the right. The beach is a lot steeper as you head towards the island up at the north. So that sort of junks up that last section, and you know, it takes someone like Johan Daru. And I think he's one of those guys that the Challenger Series is really hard for him. Once he gets to the CT, I think that's where he'll shine. You know, you could put Federico and a bunch of guys in that same box. Once they actually do qualify, then you'll see their best surfing. So, you know, Johan would be looking at this as an opportunity right now for sure. And this is already a good result. And he's got a younger guy here, so he'll be hoping to start fast, which he did, a 6.67, and put pressure on him now. But I think Costa with a 6.1 is a good start too. So, look, that's probably a pretty even start.
Yeah, it's 4.33 for Costa, actually. It's a 6.1 heat total, and Johan Daru gets a 6.17.
Really? So. They gave him a 4 for that, the two turners, so they saw he got there a little bit late.
Yeah, on the second one. 20 minutes to go. Priority with Daru. Let's go down to Bruno, who's in the Área de Atletas do Banco do Brasil.
Thank you, guys. We're here at the Área dos Atletas, Banco do Brasil, Athletes Area, Banco do Brasil, and the heat is on, man. We see Morgan Sibulik is here, Andy dos Santos back there, Jorgan Kuzine is here. Everybody cheering for the favorite surfer, fellow countrymen, countrywomen. The torcida are on, the supporters are on, and the waves are pumping, the comp is going off. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno. And yep, the torcida is definitely on here on a domingo, a Sunday. 19 minutes to go, and you were mentioning that the judges have been spot on all event long, I feel, Rich. They've definitely dealt with some different conditions. The first day of competition specifically was as hard as it gets when it comes to actually surfing an event in terms of the athletes, but judging has been very difficult, especially on the first 2 days when it was big and rainy.
Yeah, look, I thought they were a little bit hot and cold in the first couple of days just because they didn't really set a theme. But I think since then the theme's been pretty clear. They're looking for big, aggressive manoeuvres. And I think back to that timing thing, and I think that was just shown then. The young guy just missed his timing a touch, Costa, and Johan hit his mark perfectly, and that was the difference in the scores.
And for you, do you think it's because Daru is so good at the actual spots that we have on the CT in comparison to the CS that he'll shine more there?
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, he's barrel riding and being a goofy footer, so backside at J Bay, Margaret's, Bells, etc. These places he excels, you know.
And looking at the South American ranking for Kawak Costa, Maida, number 42, but as you said, he's still in the Pro Juniors as well.
Yeah, he's still on the Pro Juniors, and he's the first on that ranking, so he did a great job here in the Pro Juniors. He's only like 19 years old, and I think he's starting to build his confidence and all his surfing as well, his powerful surfing. He's doing a great job.
Well, here he goes. On another left-hander, opened up with a 4.33. Wraps it back on this one. And that wave just going to fade out. You can see the body language, a bit of frustration. But, Rich, how incredible is it that we're seeing these young kids, 19 years or younger, most of the time already making a push to qualify for the CT?
Yeah, awesome. In the 4th round and at his local beach. That's so cool to see. And, yeah, love it.
You saw Jeremy Flores qualify when he was 17, a couple of other guys too.
Yeah.
The age gap isn't that noticeable between a 35-year-old to an 18-year-old.
Well, no. I mean, once you're at this level, age doesn't matter, does it? You know, it's longevity, and it's what some guys sort of peak later than others. And, you know, a lot of guys are off tour by 30, and a lot of guys are just hitting their straps. So, yeah, there's no rhyme or reason with that.
What do you think? We're going to see a comeback by yourself in the Masters division, maybe?
No, I do get invited to the odd Masters event, and so I feel like I've surfed enough heats in my life, and I don't want to surf anymore.
Like on a more personal level, after the CT event in Mex, yourself, Ryan Callanan, Andy King, and Justin Becre, a kid that you coached that was in the event, we made a trip to my hometown of Mazatlan after Barra de la Cruz, and How amazing did you enjoy your time here in Mexico and now in Latin America, as you're in Brazil several times in the same year too?
Yeah, love it. I really enjoy it, and I feel like it's sort of the Wild West in a lot of ways, Brazil and Mexico, and I love it. Living in Europe and Australia, just that point of difference is really addictive. I enjoy.
So when you would give a piece of advice to these surfers, you're coaching them obviously, but psychologically in terms of global travel, what's kind of the biggest thing that you see a lot of these kids maybe not break out of their shell initially?
Yeah, look, I think you got to expose yourself to the new culture and accept it for what it is. You know, you can turn up there with a frame of mind as a European or an Australian, and you can be a bit judgmental. And I think you've just got to immerse yourself in that culture and not judge. You know, take it for what it is and enjoy it. And I think that's the best way to travel, full stop.
What was kind of the biggest things that impacted you when you first traveled initially?
I think coming here was back in the late 80s was really heavy, you know. Brazil was a different place back then. We used to have the event at Barra de la Cruz in Rio, and it was pretty heavy, you know. There was some stuff going on. There was some riots on the beach and some stories out of that period of time. And yeah, I think that was pretty shocking for all of us, you know. But it sort of made us immersed. We were staying with Brazilians. We were, you know, made Brazilian friends, close Brazilian friends, and you know, I ended up loving it, and I still am coming back to Brazil as much as I can.
Yeah, and Maida, you've been around for a lot of those moments too, historical moments, and not just as Rich was saying, back in the late 80s, a much more different country, but in terms of the quality of waves and the big moments for surfing, we've seen a lot in Brazil too.
Yeah, we've seen a lot, especially in Barra da Tijuca, where he said, like, there's been like very traditional spot here in Brazil. Rio de Janeiro, actually, the Arpoador, we have some good stories from there as well. But I believe so. You were talking about back then was a completely different vibe, I think, outside of the water as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we hadn't seen a crowd like that, you know, so passionate and vocal. You know, it was, yeah, we were used to crowds being, you know, almost a cricket crowd in Australia, like kind of a clap, golf clap, bit of a wave. Like in Brazil, you know, you really needed security to get to the beach and get back from the beach. And if you're surfing against Victor Ribas or one of the boys or Fabio, you had to be careful, man. and it wasn't the surfers, it was just the passionate crowds, and you know, that was just part of it. So when you came to Brazil, that stuff was all on your mind, for sure.
Did you feel a similar experience when you traveled and competed for the first time in Hawaii too?
Yeah, you did. I guess Hawaii's a bit different too, because it's such an old sport in Hawaii. You know, it's kind of the originator of surfing. So in that way, it's where it was the opposite in Brazil. It felt like a really young sport. So there was that sort of newness about it and that freshness. I think that was the major difference.
That's a good point, because I feel like you're seeing that a lot more in countries where we're going to on the CT. El Salvador, to be specific. You were there for the CT event. Bigger crowd at the end of the day too. When Felipe lost the final to Griffin, there were a lot of people that were upset initially, and then they eventually kind of figured things out, and the result was obviously clear that Griffin had won. But you're seeing a lot of that crowd and that passion move into other parts of Latin America too. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see that last year in Mexico, but I feel like in years to come we will.
Yeah, I hope so. I think that's, yeah, I think the Mexico event was awesome. Like, yeah, it was probably one of the best events I've ever attended. Loved it.
Okay, I'm putting it out in the world right now. It's gonna happen. We're going back to Mex in a few years. Bronte McCauley looking to make her way back onto the CT, and so is Kira Pinkerton. We'll be right back.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
People are showing up to the beach here in Saquarema. It's a busy Sunday, Domingo, in beautiful Brazil. The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the last heat of the round of 16. João Duru at the moment leading what is a slow heat against Costa, but the Brazilian in second place, only needing a 2.85 for the lead, up and riding. Nice little setup turn right there, and goes up for the foam climb. Mitch, Maeda, and a special guest, Richard Dog Marsh. Rich, looking at João Duru right here. Great first turn. Oh, I love the way he grabbed the rail on the bottom turn. And a beautiful floater snap to finish. Down to 10 minutes. He needed a backup score, and it seems like he's just about to get it.
Yeah, that was insane. Did you see how low he got off the bottom there? That's brilliant. Yeah, he's so incredible. He's a technician on his backside. I think every grommet out there that wants to improve their backside surfing, watch this kid here. Nice wrap there. Lip line, gets there late, and the little claim, no claim to finish. Nice and low, rides out. Here's the young junior from Brazil. Nice turn, and then a foam climb up. But I think we're going to see a big spread in those two waves.
Yeah, 100%. Scores are coming through already for Costa. And as Maeda, you were saying, pro junior champion here a few weeks ago. He's leading the junior ranking in South America at 3.37. But there's a difference in competing in four-person heats for the most part, up until a man-on-man heat right here.
Yeah, for sure, it's completely different. And now seems that he's feeling a little bit pressured as well. I think this whole hype that creates around an athlete when he's doing good, when people didn't expect to do so, yeah, probably he's feeling a little bit pressured right now. Surfing against like João Duru, that it's an amazing surfer as well.
Yeah, it's not an easy task when you have one of the best European surfers of all time out there in the water either. And looking at the beautiful landscape right now, this is Praia de Itaúna in Saquarema. 8:35 to go, and you know, João Duru waiting for his second scoring ride, might even be his best wave. He's got two great waves in his scoreline so far, Rich. A 6.33, so he even gets his best one right here too.
Yeah, look, that made sense. I think it was a really well-surfed wave, and it was a hard wave to surf. Back to that timing, the first section had a huge piece of backwash in it, and he did really well to pull the wrap short and concentrate on finishing, making a major finishing turn.
Yeah, and 8 minutes to go. This is an important time now for Costa, as we're looking at João Duru in the lead. He needs an 8.17, and as you were mentioning, Maeda, he's still a kid, 19 years of age, not even legal in terms of drinking in the United States, but he does have an incredible air game. Ooh, and that was a priority mistake right there. 7:40 to go. This is what happens when you compete against somebody that has CT experience like Duru. He's gonna try to make up for it though, going left. Might look at a ramp right here, but that wave unfortunately just dying out. Rich, obviously a huge heat for him, but Duru knows what's on the line, and he's just schooling the youngster at the moment.
Yeah, look, he's pacing himself, isn't he? And he's building pressure on the young fella. Look, really, Costa just had to go into this heat with nothing to lose, and I think that's what the rookies do have that the veterans don't. You know, there's a lot of pressure involved for João to qualify this year, where the young Brazilian's here anyway, right? So he won the junior just before this event. He got the wild card. Here he is. He just got to get on the front foot and go all in.
Yeah, and looking at the heat recap with just under 7 minutes to go, Duru opened up with a 6.17, and Maeda, he's been in control of the heat.
Yeah, for sure. Since the beginning, like, this wave was really well surfed. I like this last maneuver. He threw the tail. Very good one.
If I'm honest though, Rich, I'm very surprised that not only Costa has made it this far, gets a 4.33, his best wave right here with a decent combination. I mean, for today's standards, you're in the round of 16, one of the toughest rounds of the event so far. But the two rights that he's picked off, I haven't seen anybody surf the rights as good as he has today.
Look at that bottom turn. I mean, that was the full Oki S. Grab the rail. I mean, it's a shame young Costa left a good 1.5 points on that left-hander he had. If he could have timed that backside finish a little better. So that was a missed opportunity for him there that would mean a lot right now, moving into the last sort of 6 minutes of this heat.
Duru might be looking at the first left that he's going to catch all heat long. Up and riding, great looking wave. Goes for the air reverse and will not be able to pull it. Just under 6 minutes to go. He gives priority back to Kawakosa, who needs an 8.17. An excellent score. Going back to coaching though, Rich, how intimate do you think your personal relationships need to be with the surfers that you're actually coaching?
That depends on who the surfer is. Some of the guys need that kind of companionship, I guess you'd call it, and some of the guys just need to be coached very professionally and are not looking for that emotional support. All my guys have sports psychologists. I make sure they work with someone because that's not my role and that's not my strong point. So yeah, I'm really careful. I think emotional health's really important, and you know, mental health's such a big part, and this is such a big part of this sport, the up and down of mental health, and I think it should be handled professionally.
Yeah, well, Maida and I were actually talking about that the other day. It's something that we're seeing be promoted more and more, and it's very fortunate that we have a lot of people here at the WSL that are actually able to help out with that. But you're absolutely right. You do have a great relationship with Ryan Callanan, as we see Kawakosta right there. Use priority, paddle for that wave, still needs an 8.17, 4:30 to go. It seems quite hard right now, but you and Rhino have a very, very father-son kind of like relationship, and it was cool to see that in effect last year when we actually did the trip in Mexa, and you know, he just got married, he requalified already, and you're expecting big things obviously from him in 2023.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, yeah, he got married during the actual competitive year, which as a coach I wasn't too happy about, I won't lie. He was going to come here, but his best friend Craig Anderson was getting married at this period, so he decided not to come here as well. So he put a lot of pressure on himself, but to his credit, he pulled it off, you know. As his coach, and this is back to your point, you know, even as a really good friend of his, I just have to step away from that and just be really honest. I don't think this is the smartest move for your surfing. It might be the smartest move for you personally, but for your surfing, I don't think it is.
And what's it like dividing that?
It's not always easy, you know, but I just think I've got to stay true to my values too, and just be really honest. And I'm often wrong, and you've got to accept that and admit when you're wrong. But yeah, you've got to speak the truth.
And how did he deal with what you thought? Like
he ignored it.
But what did he say?
He basically said stuff off. I'm going to live my life, and I've given enough to surfing, and I've sacrificed enough. And that's, you know, people don't realise there's a big sacrifice in this, and it's a great job. And when you're winning, it's the best job in the world. But when you're losing, it's not that good a job at all. And, you know, Ryan's been on both, you know, ends of this. He's been a really winning surfer, and he's, you know, not qualified. So, yeah, it's not an easy job, and it's good. He's honest with himself, and he's honest with me, and you know, I've got to respect that.
How do you get that through a surfer's head, though? The fact that they're going to lose so much more that they're going to win in a sport where, 80% of the time you're actually losing a heat instead of winning it? Well,
you try to frame it as learning, you know, so you lose a lot of heats, but in each heat you lose, you try to take a little bit of learning out of that, you know, a lesson. And so there's always this forward projection. Even when you lose, there's something positive in there.
Love that. You either win or you learn, basically. And
you know, it sounds a little American game show, I guess, but no, that's the truth, you know. So, and the learnings are a really big part of this, you know. And if you want to keep improving every year and go into your 30s and have a long career, you have to see it like that, I think.
Well, and you just gave us basically a clinic in the last two heats, and I hope people were paying attention because that's a lot of valuable information. 1:50 to go. João Dru still with the lead, has priority, and in complete control of the heat so far. Kawakosta, the surfer who's up and riding, needs an 8.17, and with the tide still coming up, just doesn't seem like he's going to have an opportunity. 90 seconds to go. Rich, I just want to say it's been a pleasure to have you in here, and I admire you and I respect you very much, not only as a colleague, but as a friend, too.
Thank you very much. It's been great to get out, and I'm going to go fishing right now, actually, with my son. So, yeah, look, thank you, Saquarema, for keep giving us not just waves, but fish as well.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things to do here in Saquarema, and we might be seeing a wave here from Kawakosta, still a little over a minute. Up and riding, he's going to go left, and He's got a great air game. Going for the rotation right there, but the section just wasn't allowing for what he was thinking. Maeda, strong performance from the youngster, 19 years of age, a couple of heat wins, but round of 16, 9th place in his first CES ever. We're seeing big things in this kid's future.
Yeah, sure. I think she has to be really proud of his job until here, because he didn't step it up. He had a very good competition here, and yeah, we're proud of him. We know that he has like a lot of things to show in the future. He's strong, he's humble, so keep doing the job, you know.
Yeah, and it goes to show you the relevance that Joan Duru still has, not only the CS level, but potentially rich on the CT too.
Yeah, look, that was a great heat to watch, and good on the young guy. You know, he did real well, Costa. He should be real proud of himself. A 9th place in a Challenger Series is a huge result, and good for Joan. Let's hope he keeps going.
Yeah, would love to see another goofy footer back on the CT as well. A couple of 6s for the French surfer in the red jersey, and he's going to be matching up against his good buddy and fellow European Leonardo Fioravanti in the quarterfinals. We'll be seeing that action potentially tomorrow. Mitch, Maeda, and we're going to say bye to Richard Dog Marsh. Thanks for joining us, Rich. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was fun.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Women's action about to hit the water. It's the round of 16. Bronte McCauley, Kira Pinkerton, qualification points on the line. Don't miss anything. Corona Saquarema Pro. We'll be right back.
Are you seeing the strange image of several planets flying around here at Itaúna Beach? This is a provocation for us to remember that our planet Earth is a limited edition. We only have one of it. And if we continue to consume plastic the way we are today, we could soon lose it. That's why Corona will recycle a plastic bottle for every bottle of Corona sold, which should represent more than 287 million bottles recycled just this year. Let's go together for a better world. And we're back at the Corona Saquarema Pro as we see exiting the water a successful Joan Duru. I'm Kaipo with Bruno, and we are switching gears. The women are in the water. Round 16, heat number 1. Kira Pinkerton, Bronte McCauley out in the water.
You know what, Kipes?
What?
We have the updated rankings. Kira Pinkerton is now in the 15th position, and Bronte McCauley is at 7th.
So Bronte's gone up a point, came into Brazil number 8, so needs to keep on charging. Here she is on the replay, charging on the backhand.
Yeah, nice pace, good rhythm, a couple of good turns.
Kira Pinkerton, this is her opening ride.
Just one move, but a powerful one. Will be good to see the dynamic of a backsider and the frontsider. in the rights.
First for Bronte McCauley, a 5-point ride drops, and a 5.4 for Kira Pinkerton. Early lead with Pinkerton. Bronte with priority drops into this wave. Again, choosing to go right. Hooking on the backhand. Little downtime, looking for a finish. Gets the finish.
Oh, yeah. That was a good one, huh? The second turn was more of a functional turn. And he got the chance to go big at the end of it, the third one.
Bronte McCauley.
Yeah, I said 7th. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is you're probably talking about adjusted rankings. We're sure we made this graphic coming into this event. This is the number 8 coming into this event. Bronte McCauley from Gracetown, Western Australia, narrowly missed the cut, the mid-season cut on the championship tour. We took top 10. She was 11.
Ooh.
And now she wants to get back on that tour. Again, we take the top 5 women from the Challenger Series to qualify for the championship tour. Another replay here. Second ride for Bronte McCauley.
Nice. Vertical on the first one. A little downtime, like Kipes said. And then the best one, the end section.
And this ride that we're seeing from high up above on the bird's eye view earned Bronte a 6.17 and the lead. So well done for Bronte. She's made 2 quarters coming out of this heat, and look at the squad loves it.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox, Leon O'Brien, Morgan Siblick.
So the crowd loves it.
Yeah.
Bronte McCauley comes out of this heat, and this would be her 3rd quarterfinal making it this year on the Challenger Series. She opened up this year at Snapper Rocks with a quarterfinal finish. She had a quarterfinal finish over at the Vans US Open, and then in Bolito, semifinal finish for Bronte McCauley.
Nice, nice. You said about her hometown, Gracetown, such a small village in a place, beautiful place. So many surfing spots, wildlife.
Yeah, great vineyards, a lot of empty space, a lot of open area there. Here we see Kira Pinkerton, like you were saying, 15 on the Challenger Series rankings from San Clemente, California. And Kira is hearing from our on-site announcers of her requirement of a 5.78 is what Pinkerton needs to take the lead back from Bronte McCauley. Here comes Pinkerton. She looks engaged.
Yeah. 5.40 in one move, huh? The first one with so much power. You can tell she has a big frame and a lot of technique, huh? In a small wave.
Wave really kind of tapered off, however, so there wasn't an exciting moment on that wave. We'll see what the judges think. 5.78 is the requirement for Kira to go into the lead. One more time on the replay. What did you think?
Yeah. A little downtime in the first, like more of a functional snap. One more rail turn. And then suddenly, boom, bangs. Water to the top, to the sky. Speaking about sky, there comes the bird eye views.
Well, we'll see if there's the 5.78. It would have to be, well, she had more maneuvers than that opening, but I feel that opening maneuver was a more dynamic maneuver. We'll see right now. Here we go. Third wave ridden by Bronte McCauley, our heat leader. Nice hook off the top, pokes the nose on the way down, was looking ahead, and unfortunately she goes incomplete on that. And now maybe a little paddle battle. Looks like Kira does have a head start, however.
Yeah. You know what? I think she was already aiming down the line, eh?
Yeah, I feel she was maybe taking a look down the line to place her next turn and inadvertently poked the nose. This did turn into a paddle battle. Kira Pinkerton looking back at the judges' tower to see what the priority squares are doing, and she's going to get the news that she does have first priority. She's also going to get the news that her last wave was a 4.23. Not enough. She's still trailing Bronte McCauley. Kira Pinkerton in the pink jersey needs a 5.78. So the news coming into the lineup here. Interesting note that both of these women out in the water are second-generation pro surfers. Jim Pinkerton, father of Kira Pinkerton, a star on the Bud Pro Tour in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, the PSSA?
PSSA. PSAA, yeah.
PSAA, sorry.
Yeah, a domestic tour that was really flourishing through the late 80s, early 90s with as many as 15 tour stops in a year. And Bronte McCauley, of course, her father, Dave McCauley, championship tour surfer and one of the most successful competitive surfers ever in Brazil.
Oh, for sure. 4 wins, huh? 4 big wins. The tour have a gap in Brazil from the 1982 to 1986.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't come to Brazil for 4 years. And the comeback was in Florianópolis, Santa Catarina, and Macaulay won the contest against Oki on the final.
Wow.
And then he won 3 events. The last one was in 1993 at Barra da Tijuca against Fabio Gouveia in the final.
Wow, what a final.
Yeah,
well,
we used to call him, because of that, Mr. Brazil.
Well, I'm sure Bronte would love the title of Miss Brazil if she's able to do that and be successful here and make Dad proud. So we'll see that that 4th wave for Bronte McCauley, a little bit sticky on that finish, so she's not going to change her score line. Also, Dad Dave. Oh, let's get to this replay first, and we'll talk more about Pops, because we're going to talk about Bronte in real time here.
Oh, yeah. Too much white water there.
Yeah, that was 3.67, so that does nothing for her score line. However, a lot of support still from the Australian crew.
They are always supportive, huh?
All right, let's throw it down for an interview from our last heat winner.
Thank you, Kaipo. I'm here with João Duru. The morning, the rights were better, and then it seems like the shift a little bit for the right ones. Sorry. And you have such an incredible surfing on your backhand. How was it?
Yeah, there was some really good left this morning, but I knew with the tide getting high, it could change to the right. So it was a tricky choice. I did it. I didn't know if it's going to work. And it finally worked, so it was a hard one and stuck to make it.
It's such an important event for you. Like, how do you feel to compete here?
Yeah, I have no stress. I had no results, so I was here just to make it and just to surf. And so it started to be good, and now I'm in the quarter. It's been a long time since I didn't do a good result, so I'm really happy to be here and try to go as far as possible tomorrow.
Okay, so congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Maíra, and congratulations to João Duru coming over here with, real no expectations. Without that pressure, he's able to surf freely, and he's going to find himself in finals day.
Oh, yeah. And Doggy was saying the heat before, during the João Duru's heat, about he's having a new sponsors, a new relationship, new opportunities. He's not feeling the pressure anymore. She was there at the CT. He's willing to get back, but with not a big amount of pressure.
Kira Pinkerton rode away for a 2.5, not changing the situation out there. Kira is still looking for a 5.78. Bronte McCauley now regains priority, 17 minutes and the 45 seconds on the countdown. We're taking a look here. Bronte this time, again, eyeing up the right. Good size wave here, waits. Anticipating the lip there, one big maneuver. That was a big dynamic maneuver. We'll see if that goes north of the 5-point ride she currently has in her scoreline.
Oh, yeah. She went like to the second floor. Huh? Nice top turn. Look at that. The way she do a very standard bottom turn and then hit the lip hard. Huh?
I like it in slow motion. You can see she waits, anticipates to place her board just in the right spot, vertical, 12 o'clock, up in the air. What do you think? One move, you think she gets better than a 5?
Oh, I think she can. Huh? I really believe that.
So it's 16 minutes and 55 seconds. We anticipate the last score for Bronte McCauley and see if she increases her lead over Kira Pinkerton. We're talking about Bronte and her dad, Dave McCauley, who's won four championship tours, or it was before events, I'm going to say.
The fourth victory was already on the World Championship system, but the third, first ones, no. And the second one was against your good friend, Martin Potter.
Wow.
Yeah. 1989.
Yeah, Potts didn't think he lost that.
Yeah. The crowd at the beach thought the same way. Was a riot after the result.
I love
Dave was surfing with the rule book on his hands.
We're going to talk history here too, man. Thank you for tuning in. But hey, look at Dave still ripping. I mean, he surfed his way to a Masters World Championship last time. That Masters Championship was held in the Azores. So a talented surfing family, the Macaulays, and Bronte's doing the job right now. Here she goes again, utilizing the priority, hooks it on the backhand one more time. Up, down, does not survive that explosion. That is unfortunate, but the fortunate part, the previous waves, that one big backhand re-entry, 6.6 is already her score line.
Yeah. Best score of the heat so far, huh? We are halfway through, almost.
Yeah, that's building a score line there. Bronte was on her way to a giant number if she survived the alligator jaws on the very inside.
She was a little delayed. Huh?
Kira Pinkerton now turns her attention out to the Atlantic Ocean and seeking out a wave. She's down the beach, surfing a different peak from Bronte McCauley. What do you think about her placement in the lineup?
Yeah, interesting. We always have two situations here, the point and the little sandbank beside her, not too far away.
Yeah, you can see. Whoa.
Oh, even falling?
Even with the fall, I did not anticipate that. Even with the fall, the quality of that first turn from Bronte McCauley, she got a 6.90. Now she's backed Kira Pinkerton up with the need of an 8.1. So Bronte's sharp, lightning fast backhand is coming into play. It's a weapon, and the weapon's super sharp.
Oh, yeah. She's building the wall, huh?
It's a big wall. One judge went as high as a 7.3 on that last ride. So Bronte McCauley exerting a ton of pressure on the young Kira Pinkerton. We'll see how Kira responds to that pressure.
Yeah, a lot of commitment.
Commitment as well as technique.
Oh, yeah.
Mechanics.
Verticality.
Put it vertical. So, well done surfing. But, again, I said it once, I'm going to say it again, Bruno. We've seen so many buzzer beaters throughout this event that it is unpredictable what the result or the finish is going to be in any heat.
Even in combo situations like.
Bronte takes a look at anything. She can look at any wave she wants. She's second priority. She's under the priority of Kira Pinkerton. And trying to locate some of the surfers out in the lineup as far as the proximity between the two surfers, and to see if Kira's still on that far bank.
Yeah, it looks Kira is looking towards the left.
Well, we'll see. There's Kira. Up and down, and now Bronte McCauley with priority.
This wind is blowing the faces of the lefts.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Give us a little bit of a wind update, Bruno.
I think it's more of a southeast wind. It's not that good, but it's not blowing too hard. Still, we have some open, clean faces.
Okay. Well, I was hoping we were going to pull back on that shot just a little bit so we could see where the surfers are in the lineup as far as the peak. We have this one main peak that's a pretty predictable and pretty dependable peak out here at Itaúna, correct?
Very consistency. We find that. We call it the point of Itaúna.
Okay, thank you, drone. Here we go. So this gives you a little idea.
Oh yeah.
The drone guys are doing such a great job. An idea of the separation between Bronte Macaulay and Kira Pinkerton.
This perspective is so good, huh?
Yeah. So you can see Kira way up into geez, I'm upside down over here, to the south, right?
Yeah. No, to the north.
To the north, okay.
No, to the south.
To the south,
You're
I was
right.
right.
To the south, to the north. To the right, to the left.
So Kira Pinkerton, way to the south right now of Bronte Macaulay. Bronte on the main peak. So Kira, can she mount a comeback? Is she going to come back? Well, she needs an 8.1. She needs a big score. Hey, Teresa Bombalas, she's going to be in heat number 2 against Laura Rupp. We are back here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. This is heat number 1, the round of 16 for the women. Winner on these 1-on-1 surfer matchups moves on into finals day and the quarterfinal. Right now we have Bronte Macaulay in the lead over Kira Pinkerton, and it's a strong lead. Bronte Macaulay with a 6.6 and a 6.9. Kira Pinkerton, you can see her surfing that peak off of the main peak right now. Even with priority, she sees something down there. Kira Pinkerton needs an 8.1. I'm Kaipo along with Bruno. And this is going to be a challenging final 8 minutes for Kira Pinkerton. Can she come up with the challenge?
Oh, yeah. She had the time to do it. But let's see if the wave selection, the conditions, the tide is filling in. So we will have the high tide in maybe less than an hour from now.
Well, there's a lot going on in the water, but there's a lot going on the beach. Maida, what do you got?
Yeah, a lot going out here. I'm right in the sand. The tide is coming up, but I'm here with Lucas Medeiros, Caio Vaz, Ian Vaz, everybody like chilling, watching the competition. How's this Sunday?
Yeah, this is a beautiful Sunday. Like the waves are so fun. Everybody surfers good. Today early in the morning, the Gabriel like 9 and 3-3, and the best score I saw. And now it's the girls and the Warriors. It's one more beautiful day in Saquarema, but the sun, there's everybody on the beach. Let's watch it.
Yeah, very nice. About you, Caio, what was the interesting thing that you saw here today?
I think it's just a really beautiful weekend. It's sunny and it's full beach. A lot of good athletes from all over the world here surfing. So just made me come from Rio and spend some time here with my parents that are living here right now. So enjoying the beautiful day at the beach.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is the Sunday on Saquarema Beach right now, Kaipo.
Love it, Maida. Absolutely love it. I remember Kyle Voss doing some damage on the SUP World Tour.
That's it, man. He has his share of glory on the magical season of 2015. He was the stand-up paddle wave world champ.
He was. See,
yeah.
I knew it was something. I mean, I saw the guy.
He's a great surfer.
And he can surf anything, but particularly he was very, Kyle Voss, very impressive on a stand-up paddleboard. When it comes to that high-performance surfing, we used to have an event over at Sunset Beach, and he would always be one of the guys that would make finals day there.
Yeah.
Well, Bronte McCauley wants to make finals day.
Yeah.
And she's got a good opportunity right now with a two-wave total, the 13.5. That 13.5 two-wave total will get you through most heats today.
Oh, for sure.
Unless you come up against Gabe Medina, but he's in a different division.
And you know what? Lucas Medeiros, the first one that was interviewed by Maíra, is a great surfer. It's come from Espírito Santo, the next state here after Rio, going north. And he's a great jet ski pilot, and he's a pilot of Gabriel Medina now. Gabi is spending a lot of time in Rio capital, and Lucas is the pilot for Gab.
That's very interesting, Bruno, because in Gabriel Medina's interview yesterday, he was talking about dialing in his training process and his preparation for the upcoming championship tour season. And I think from what I've seen, clips, throughout that Gabe Medina has been putting up, he's been spending a lot of time surfing, but he's been accessing a lot of waves with the help of the jet ski.
A lot of step-offs, huh?
But incredible step-offs.
You know what? He surfs a lot in São Conrado, in Rio capital. Sometimes it's unsurfable for the most of the
unless you have a ski.
Yeah, unless you are Medina.
And have our Medina. Yeah. Hey, you ever get an opportunity to have a great ski driver and do some step-offs at a fun break? It is really enjoying, because to me the hardest part about surfing is this part, the paddling part.
Yes.
I like stepping right off of a sled straight onto the ski with flying. You already got all this speed. You can do whatever you want. That is a nice way to go surfing, and evidently part of Gabriel Medina's training regimen.
Oh yeah, he likes it. To have some barrels, to do some airs.
Well, Bruno, the plot is thickening right now. We're down to 4.5 minutes. Kira Pinkerton with priority and needs a solid score, an 8.1. That is a lofty number. Of course, we saw it's possible because we know that Gabe Medina, we were talking about, got a 9.33 already today. The conditions, however, maybe not as favorable. This wind is coming up, and I feel, and I want your opinion, this high tide's kind of creating maybe some rips, or it's changing the lineup.
Yeah, a lot of rip, a lot of current, and you know what? With the sunny day, the wind is blowing a little harder.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, a lot of time we get that convection effect, in which the convective heating of the land getting hot, will pull wind off of the colder ocean, right? And that's why a lot of places that have a big continent and a lot of inland area will have that onshore wind. Whether it's here, it happens in California, where you have glassy mornings, onshore afternoons. I'm fortunate to live on an island where it's usually offshore somewhere.
Yeah,
so
that's it. That's a spoiled boy, yeah?
All right, here we go. Now to 3 minutes, 15 seconds. And Kira Pinkerton with priority. We'll see if she makes a move back to the peak that Bronte McCauley's sitting at, because it seems like that peak that Bronte McCauley's been sitting at, she's gained some really good waves. She opened up with a 5, Bronte. She got a 6.17, then she got a 6.6, and then she got a 6.9. So building on her scores, but Bronte's been utilizing this particular peak to get those waves.
Yeah, only going backside and...
Well, let's take a look at Bronte's vicious backhand, because here's our heat recap. We start off here, 5.4 for one move, Kira Pinkerton.
Oh yeah, full of power. Nice touch.
Bronte McCauley, however, started to get busy here, snaps it up in the lip, and that was good for a 6.6. And then comes through here, hook and maneuver even further away, and even though she didn't finish this one off, it doesn't matter. All the damage was done. 6.9 for that ride for Bronte McCauley, and the lead, a strong lead over Kira Pinkerton. And as we're talking about, we're getting out of that recap, we see Kira Pinkerton now moving over to the peak of Bronte McCauley.
Yeah.
It's almost as if she heard us, that maybe the quality waves are where Bronte's sitting, and Kira, with that priority, is able to take any wave she wants.
Yeah, the wall at the left are more flat and more fat and wobbling.
The challenge, looking at the ocean right now, is to really pick out which one's going to be a good one. And you know what? Look at Bronte's going the other way. She's like, hey, you're coming to my peak. I'm going to get away from you. I have to have second with priority, which is a really smart move, because why sit next to the surfer with priority when you're in the lead?
That's it.
You got, you know, if a good one comes in, the surfer with priority is going to take the wave, or she may go back and put on her salesman hat and try to sell Kira on a less than attractive wave, on a wave that doesn't have any of that scoring potential. The proximity of the surfers evident from our drone angle here. What do you think the game plan now is for Kira?
Pray and look towards the horizon and see if something came up.
Couple of opportunities. With 35 seconds left on the clock, I would imagine she's just got 3 waves to choose from. So that's one. Man, this is going to be a time to pull the trigger. Here we go. Pinkerton lines up, starts off with a little check turn, looking down the line. Throws the layback and gets back up on her feet. Flexibility on display.
That was a good one, huh? She didn't
There's
have
a lot of
too
downtime.
much of a speed there.
Yeah, there was a lot of downtime. She did get that one check turn. There was a lot of downtime. That was a dynamic maneuver. Wasn't an excellent wave, though. That's the question that the judges are going to have to contend with. Anything over an 8-point ride is an excellent wave.
Yeah.
She needs that.
Unfortunately, I think it won't be enough. Huh? Look at that. But it was a nice effort, huh? Look at that. Wow. Throw the tail, right? She tried, huh?
Hey, she went down swinging.
Yeah.
She went down on her feet, surfing a wave, waiting for the score. It's a 5.63, not enough. Kira Pinkerton is going to take a 9th home from Brazil and prepare herself for Haleiwa. She's getting the news right now on the beach. There are the numbers. 13.5. That's a great heat surfed by Bronte McCauley. She's going to advance and be in quarterfinal number 1 when we go to finals day, which is likely going to be tomorrow. So congratulations to Bronte McCauley. Teresa Bonvola, Laura Ropp in the water when we return. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, round of 16. Heat number 2 out in the water with Teresa Bonvalot representing Portugal against the Brazilian Laura Rapp. Thoughts on this heat, Bruno?
Oh, nice one, huh? A goofy and a regular. The Portuguese is goofy, the Brazilian is regular. They can speak Portuguese inside the water now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That is Bronte Macaulay talking with the Caio Souza. He's a marketing manager of her major sponsors. Nice shot, huh?
Yeah, beautiful.
Nice
Again,
shot.
such a great job by our eye in the sky.
The water is so clear, huh?
Yeah, it's been beautiful for today and yesterday. We did have to contend with some weather at the onset of the Corona Saquarema Pro, but we got through that. We got to get through a lot of heats. We started with 96 men and 64 women, so we got to get through a lot of heats. We got through those heats in some, weather with large surf, and here we are. This is actually day number 5 of competition.
Amazing. We had so many different situations, wave-wise and weather-wise. Huh?
These challengers are no joke. Yeah. 5 days straight of competition.
The name said it all. Says it all. Huh?
It will challenge you as a surfer. Could challenge you here on the set too. But yeah, we had a couple of big 9-hour days, 10-hour days we did 8 hours of competition yesterday. We're going to do 8 hours of competition today. Our finals day, right about 7 hours of competition for our finals day. So highly likely we are going to be crowning a champ here tomorrow afternoon, local time. I'm going to say about 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, that's it.
But tune in anyway from the first thing in the morning because you're not going to want to miss any of the action. And by the way, don't go anywhere right now because we have some qualification scenarios happening for the women with this heat and what's going forward.
The updated rankings shows Teresa Bonvalot, Terezinha, how they call her in Portugal, is in the 5th position.
Okay, so she came into this event, number 7 on the Challenger Series rankings, so she's starting to climb the ladder.
Yeah, and Laura is in position number 33.
And Laura has climbed the ladder as well because she came into this position on the leaderboard ranked number 50. So Laura already crawling up the ladder there.
That's it.
What can you tell me about Laura Rapp?
Oh, Laura Rapp. She won a QS 3,000 points back in Florianopolis in Praia Mole. She was only 15, I think.
Yeah?
Last season.
So she's 16 now?
Yeah, she's 16.
Yeah? And you say hop?
Rapp.
Rapp. Rapp.
Rapp. Her father is a surfer. He's coaching her. And she's doing great, huh?
Well, I mean, for just 16 years old, she's found herself in the round of 16. This is the final 16 women. Again, we started off with 64. She's already had to be proud of her accomplishment here.
She's building some kind of rivalry with Sofia Medina. They have the same age.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
Their styles are not that different also, huh?
Teresa Bonvalot, however, 23 years old.
Yeah.
From Cascais, Portugal. Beautiful section of that Portuguese coast, Bruno.
Yeah, kind of a central coast of Portugal. Very nice weather, nice waves, nice culture.
Beautiful
food
beach culture, and the food is amazing.
Yeah.
The grilled octopus, you gotta get some. And the, oh my goodness, the pastries there are also really good, yeah.
Pastel de nata.
Pastel de nata, I can eat 10 of them. I'm not good for you.
Yeah.
Maybe you only should eat 1.
Yeah.
But I can eat like 10 of those.
That's it. And they're hot, coming from the oven. Oh, man.
You go to the bakeries in Cascais, Portugal, they bring out the pastel de natas hot from the oven, a cup of a pastry filled with like a custard and then with like a burnt little skin on top of this wonderful custard. And it's just a dream in every bite.
Yeah. And I burned my tongue so many times there.
You cannot wait.
Yeah. I can't avoid.
Oh, man. Well, Teresa Bombola, she had Portugal cheering at the second Challenger stop of the year at Manly, where she took a big win there.
Oh, yeah.
The Sydney Surf Pro. 22 minutes, 45 seconds on the countdown, and no meaningful numbers at all. Hey, let's hear from Bronte McCauley with a brilliant display out there. She's into the quarterfinals. She's with Maria.
Congratulations, Brown. So the wind seems to pick up a little bit. The tide is high. How did you find the conditions?
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky out there. It was hard to know which bank to sit on. The guys have been surfing that left bank pretty much the whole morning, and then we knew the tide was going to get higher, and that right bank seems like it gets pretty good on the high tide. So yeah, it was a little bit confusing before I went out, but yeah, really happy to get through.
And now you have another quarterfinals, like the third one. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel really good to get through that one. Kira's like so dangerous. Felt like she could get that 8 pretty easy, so it was quite stressful, that one. So yeah, but really happy to get through. Obviously, I've got to make as many heats as possible. Probably got to make the final to have a chance of qualifying. Not here, but in Hawaii. So yeah, just trying to like take one thing at a time and hopefully go further than quarterfinals.
Okay, good luck for you. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you, and congratulations to Bronte. She's well, she already knows what she's doing, so she's being a realist about, you know, where she needs to be as far as the qualification. I mean, she wins here. That's 10,000 points. That's really going to help her act. I mean, that's not a slam dunk, but that's going to put her right there.
Just a short way for a lot of help, but I like the serenity in Bronte's voice. Like, she knows what to do. Huh?
I think another thing that is, and it's 20 minutes, so I can start talking about this already. The reality coming out of that interview with Bronte McCauley is that she knows, she's probably already done the math, and well, we'll get back to the math because we got time to talk about that. We wanted to see live action with a couple of big hits on the backhand for Teresa Bombola. That's going to be the first meaningful score of this heat. That was beautiful.
Yeah. Very vertical.
Now you can see she feels good about it, kicking and scratching on her way back out. Here's the replay, Bruno.
Yeah, we can tell by the body language, huh? Nice little snap at the top and preparing herself to do that damage, huh? Go vertical with a lot of speed. Different angle from the same wave, huh?
Yes. Second turn, some lip demolition here. Whacking it off the top. Timed that perfectly. And that's going to be a good score for Teresa Bombola.
Yeah, we got into the lunch time and she went there at 12 o'clock, huh?
12 o'clock, ring the bell.
Yeah.
Ding, ding. All right, so 23 years of age. You can see some of her stats. Of course, she's a goofy foot, right foot forward, Teresa Bombola. And I was coming out of that interview with Bronte McCauley, and I think what Bronte was talking about is the overall math is that Bronte is already in quarterfinal number 1. Teresa, if she wins, will join Bronte in quarterfinal number 1. Now, both Bronte and Teresa need to make the semifinals to hold off the qualification of Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum. That is an impossibility because one of them is going to lose in that quarterfinal number 1. So we're going to fill you in more on this, of this developing story on qualification as this progresses. But right now, it looks like we're going to see some qualifiers because the way the draw is worked out here, in that these two surfers are going to meet each other in that quarterfinal number 1 if Teresa Bombola happens to win this heat, which is not a foregone conclusion because we know Laura Ropp is a talented surfer and can come back, and she needs to come back right now with a 7.1 because Teresa Bombola, her last wave, a 6.83. That's a keeper score, Bruno.
For sure, man. She's building momentum. She's getting pumped And like you said, if Teresa matches with Bronte in the quarterfinals, like we say in soccer, it will be a 6-point match. You know, because you gain 3 points when you win, and your opponent don't gain, so they lose in a way. You know, so it's a very important situations, ranking-wise, like you said.
Well, we got Laura out there. She's with the priority. And again, what I've seen, we saw it in the first heat with Kira Pinkerton getting a little lost out to sea with these ever-changing conditions and the changing banks. I think the same thing is happening right now in heat number 2, in that the surfers just got caught inside by a wave, and as we're flying by and are going to have to reposition themselves. And especially Laura, she's got priority. She wants to put herself in prime position for the next quality wave that comes through.
With the short period of this swell and the high tide, the conditions are not that good right now. We have a window of maybe 2 hours in this situation. Huh? That's the reason why we are seeing a lot of lows now in this heat. Huh?
Yeah, the water glass is getting topped off right now. It's full, right? When we look at a tide. So we got a lot of water on these sandbanks, and the sandbanks with that additional couple of, well, maybe meter of water.
That's it.
It makes it harder for the waves to break. It's hard. It makes it harder for the swells to really feel the bottom here.
They have to tune like the proper place to stay, to sit, and to find a ways. Huh? A little behind the peak. Nice snap. The wave closed.
Well, a nice carve by the Brazilian competitor. She's going to better her scoreline regardless. We'll see how much she betters her scoreline as the judges contemplate that number. Again, she needs a 7.1. Likely she's not going to get the 7.1. How much is she going to get? We're going to find out when we return to more action here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We're back at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Heat 2 of the round of 16 for the women. Teresa Bonvola in the lead over Laura Ropp. Ropp with a 3-point ride as we went to break. We're waiting for that number. Laura Ropp with a 3-point ride to get her name back in the game. There she is in the blue jersey representing Brazil. Just a teenager out there gaining some valuable experience against one of the more established female European pro surfers in the way of Teresa Bonvola, who's already had a win here on the Challenger Series. And Teresa is in the lead against Laura right now. Teresa with a 6.83 and a 4.77. 13 minutes on the countdown. I'm Kaipo with Bruno. And here's a pullback angle. We're going to see a nice wall in front of Laura Ropp.
Yeah. Let's see if she has like room for a couple of turns, but it was just one.
Yeah, just gets that one turn, and that's not going to be the 8.6, but she may be chipping away at the requirement. I'm sure she will reduce it just a bit. We'll see what the judges think. Here we go, Teresa.
Oh, going left.
Yeah, choosing left. Whoa, goes for a little air with the backwash right there. I like the intent.
Yeah, sometimes with the wind direction, it's good to do airs on the left.
Well, I think Teresa Bonvalot did realize that. Her second scoring wave of 4.77, and add that to the 6.83. Take a look here. This is going to be a 3.17 for this single maneuver.
Just one top turn. That was all.
Yeah, and this is just a throwaway.
Yeah.
Scratching on the outside. You can see water splashing there from Teresa Bonvalot, trying to get out to the peak. Series of waves coming through here, Bruno.
Even though they are very far away from each other, there was some sort of a paddle race there. Huh?
Mm-hmm. I think both surfers are recognizing that perhaps a set's coming. Looks like third wave on the horizon might have some juice behind it as it rears up on the sandbar.
I agree.
Teresa, second priority, says, you know what, I'm going to take this double up on the inside. Chooses to go left. Swooping bottom turn and catches the rail off of a soft shoulder.
That's it.
.11 on the countdown. And Bonvalot in control of this heat from the very get-go. Opened up with a 6.83, followed up with a 4.77 to put a lot of pressure on the young Brazilian, Laura Ropp. Teresa Bonvalot, of course, she's come close to qualifying before in the qualifying series. It would be her dream to be on the championship tour and yet another representative of Portugal. This young lady would love to represent France by way of Tahiti. This is Vahine Fierro. She's already been a world junior champion. She wants to get on the championship tour. I believe Vahine belongs on that. However, she's coming up against a great match here in the way of Minami Nooka. And Minami is going to put up a challenge because some of this beach break looks very, you know, like Chigasashi-ish, Shonan-ish, something. Yes. Like a Japanese beach break, perhaps.
Less than 10 minutes to go, huh?
Yeah, with this remaining time, Laura's really going to have to start getting on a roll because Laura Ropp, again, needs an 8.43. The 8.43, you can look at that number, that need, in two different ways, right, Bruno?
Yeah. It's a kind of a mini combo, huh?
Well, you could do it in one wave with the 8.43, or you can catch two waves, and if you get 2 6s out there right now, then you're going to take the lead off of Teresa. So, you know, as a competitor, there's a number of ways to look at it. When you have 9 minutes remaining and you have a big number, like an 8.43, you can chop it into little pieces. And so actually, you can also think that, hey, if I catch a 6 and I catch another 6, that's 12 points, and that beats the two-wave total of 11.6 that Teresa has.
Yeah, on the other hand, Teresa knows she can back it up with a strong score and try to avoid the comeback of Laura.
This is Laura coming back, needs to ride out in front of this white water for completion and unable to do so. So close. She knew she had to do that. I saw her getting low on her board to stabilize herself. Really needed that completion.
And she has such a strong stance, so solid always. Nice top turn like a snap. Then overcooked a little bit, huh?
Yeah, a little late to that, got caught up in the whitewater, just gets a 3.17, and the requirement remains 8.43 for the Brazilian surfer. Priority now with Teresa, who is our heat leader. Her low of a 4.77 is what she needs to improve upon.
Some lines, the horizon.
Teresa. Hooks on the backhand. And another hook. So that could improve her situation.
The thing, huh? Like we were saying, huh? Now she's going to have a strong backup score. Going to build a wall against Laura. Nice pace, huh? Nice snap in preparation for this top turn.
5.1 checks in, and she does increase the need for Laura.
Yeah.
Laura needing now an 8.76 with 7 minutes on the countdown, and neither surfer out the back, so we have yet to establish priority, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. Laura's still paddling towards the lineup. She lost a little time there. I always, when I see this situation there, surfing mostly almost in a kind of a short break, huh? It reminds me of Hossegard in France. Sometimes the outside, the waves are too flat. And they have more room, more potential. In this second wave, there is more close to the shore. And the next heat is already being prepared. Oh, nice directing, huh? Thanks, boys.
Well, as we're in between waves right now, let's check out a recap, Bruno. And this is what happened. It was all Teresa Bonvalo, really.
Oh, yeah. Going backside, one snap, and now the vertical off the top. I like the approach, the pace, the rhythm, the speed. And there's Laura Halp trying to find a wave with more space, more room to do maybe 2 or 3 turns. And she couldn't make it. And Teresa kept like trying on the rides, and one more wave with 2 maneuvers. Yeah, they're both struggling with the current, huh?
Clock just ticks down, and I don't know if the situation is going to change. Excellent score now. Now it's going to be really hard for Laura Rupp to kind of, we talked about earlier, in being able to break this down into 2 waves and 2 scores to take the lead off of Teresa Bonvala. And that is not looking like that's going to happen as we see both surfers diving under here. But more news to report to you as we follow the Challenger Series and the road to qualification for the Championship Tour. Bronte McCauley won Heat 1 of the round of 16. It looks like Teresa Bonvala is going to win Heat 2 of the round of 16. That means quarterfinal number 1 will feature Bronte McCauley and Teresa Bonvala. Both Teresa and Bronte need to make it to the semifinals to stop the hopes and delay the qualification for Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum. This task, Bruno, is going to be impossible because Bronte or Teresa will lose in quarterfinal number 1. You only got 1 winner in a head-on-head matchup, one-on-one matchup. So that means that at the conclusion of this heat, Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum will take 2 more spots and qualify themselves for the 2023 Championship Tour.
Very important news, huh? very important. Now we're seeing the rankings start to have the shape of the finals, like the finals moments, the final events. Now we have the throwaways and stuff.
Well, what that also means, we only take top 5 for the women from the Challenger Series. That means there's only going to be 2 more spots for the rest of the field to battle for. Just 2 more spots, given that, as we look at our leaderboard, Macy Callahan, she's in. Molly Picklum, congratulations, Pickles, you're in. Caitlin Simmers, you have qualified. Are you going to choose to surf in the 2023 Championship Tour? Remember, Katie Simmers qualified last year in 2021 for the 2022 Championship Tour, and she said, you know what? I'm too young.
Yeah,
I'm not ready for it.
I'm going to wait a little bit.
I want to be a kid for a while.
Yeah.
And she says, no, thanks, but no thanks, and gave back her invitation, which is unprecedented. We haven't seen that since Taj Burrow a long time ago.
I was thinking about 1996.
It was the last time we saw someone do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taj Burrow qualifying for the championship tour as a junior and said, you know what, I'm gonna live my life a little bit.
Yeah,
and
take one more season.
Take one more season. But this is giant news and repercussions for the rest of the field. Replay here of Teresa Bonvala.
Doing great on her backside.
Yeah. Good surfing there. We'll wait for that score. I don't know if that's going to increase her score line, but she's already put Laura into quite a corner right now, needing that 8.76. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the countdown. And the results are going to be elementary, but some lessons to be learned for Laura.
Oh, yeah. She's learning. That's the process of an upcomer surfer, learning all the time. And we usually say that the losses teaches more than the winnings. And she's so young. She's like a sponge and getting more experience each and every comp.
Yeah, you don't lose. You either win or you learn.
That's it.
Teresa likes winning, though.
Oh, yeah. They both, like you said, just one spot.
Texture surface here.
Yeah, yeah.
We're anticipating the next heat. The next heat in the round of 16 is going to be Vahine Fierro versus Minami no Naka. So Japan versus France, or in a way, Japan versus Tahiti. That is the end of the heat. And Teresa Bonvala is moving on into quarterfinal number 1 versus Bronte Macaulay as we set everything up for finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Like I said, big announcement. Congratulations to Molly Picklum. Congratulations to Katie Simmers. You have your invite locked. You are clinched in your spot to the 2023 Championship Tour. Big news, Bruno.
This is huge, huh? Oh, it's amazing.
Well, let's see some highlights of the year. Let's start with Caitlin Simmers and how she got there. She's had some big victories as we look back at the first opener series here. This was Snapper Rocks with Katie Simmers with her smooth style, great wave selection, and even found the barrel out there for the victory. She shared that final with Molly Picklum. And then Caitlin taking it to Macy Callahan. Had to settle for a runner-up over there in Bolito, but that 7,800 points have been very valuable for her qualification. Molly Picklum running out the rocks here, slicing and dicing at Snapper, where she had the runner-up finish to Caitlin Simmers. That was 7,800 points for Pickles. And it was a messy, junky super bank, but Pickles made it look easy. Then stop number 3 here at Bolito, where Molly Picklum took the W. The big win for Molly Picklum gets chaired up the beach, and both of those surfers are on their way to the championship tour. Big news. Again, congratulations to Molly Picklum. Congratulations, Katie Simmers. Hey, Katie, I hope you join us on the championship tour next year, 2023. You got some time to think about it? Everyone, you guys got some time to think about it. We'll take a break, but we'll be right back with more action.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Big heat out there in the water for the number 9 ranked Vahine Fierro in the red jersey, up against Japan's Minami Nonaka, number 30 in the rankings. My name is Mitchell Salazar. To my left, Maida Pops and Maida. We have a fun heat out there in the water. 2 surfers from different parts of the world, and it is their first time competing here in Brazil. Both Fierro and Nonaka have been having impressive performances so far, but really, what's on the line after the big announcement there? Only 2 qualification spots left for the women.
Yeah, we see Vahine right there. She has chances to qualify, but now things getting a little bit more difficult for everybody, because like 3 of them are already qualified, so 2 spots left. Yeah, they really need a big result here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and it's really going to have to come down to either a final or a win, really, for Vahine in order for her to qualify at the end of this season. Still has one more event after this, though, going into Haleiwa, but doesn't want to leave anything up to chance. Just under 25 minutes remaining. No waves ridden so far, and looking at both of the performances so far from these ladies, well, best result of the year so far already for Minami Nonaka. She had a 3rd place finish at the Corona Pro, a QS 5000 in Indonesia. But that doesn't count for the CS, Maida, and she is looking to at least move up into the quarterfinals. Seems like qualification, though, may be impossible for her.
Yeah, for sure, even now, like, maybe really impossible to her, but I mean, like surfing here, getting experience here in Brazil, because probably next year she will have to surf here again for the Challenger Series. So a very important championship for her. Let's see what she can do during this 30 minutes.
24 minutes remaining. You know who did get the job done was Teresa Bonvola from Portugal. She's moving through to the quarters, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, huge implications in this last heat, huh? How important was this result for you, and how is your mindset going to finals day?
I think first of all, I'm enjoying being here. First time in Brazil. Never been here before, and yes, it was definitely a big hit. But I think in the end of the day, you just like it's me against myself and me doing what I want to put in the water, which is my surfing, and that's what I'm trying to focus on. Not think about results, not think about the points. I mean, obviously it matters and it has like a huge like way on it, but I mean, if we look in that way, it's like I just want to focus on myself and what I can do and what I can think and what I can actually like take out of my mind, and that's what I'm trying to do.
How's it going in Brazil so far for a first time and as a Portuguese?
No, it's going good. Hitting a lot of acai, obviously, and finally it's back again, some sun, getting some tan, which now Portugal is cold. But yeah, it's been going super good so far.
Can you say a few words in Portuguese for the guys there?
For sure. Olá a todos aí a assistir. Estou super contente de ter passado este hito, um hito muito importante, mas para além disso, o meu objetivo é realmente fazer o meu surf e meter tudo dentro da água, aproveitar ao máximo esta experiência, esta viagem e vamos com tudo.
É isso. Congrats and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bruno. Obrigado to Teresa Bombalo, the lone Portuguese out in the quarterfinals now for the women. Would be a great addition to the CT. Already has one victory this year on the CS, Maida, and she's looking to get another one because there's only 2 spots left.
Yeah, and Teresa, she serves pretty well. I mean, I really liked to watch her heat. She was very in tune with the ocean, and I think she deserves a spot in the championship tour.
There's Vahine Fierro having a look at that wave. At a position it seems like both surfers are at the moment. 8 minutes without a ride so far. And Teresa mentioned that she's been eating a lot of acai while being here in Saquarema. So has Minami Nonaka. She's been loving Brazil so far, the Japanese surfer in the blue jersey, the smallest competitor in terms of actual height within the competition, 4'9". I think in meters maybe 150, if not even less, 145 in terms of a meter 45 centimeters. And, you know, just as Keanu Singh said, it says 4'11" right there, but I don't think that's, you know, absolutely correct. So around 144 in terms of centimeters, 21 years of age, number 30 in the rankings, and Japanese surfers tend to have a lot of great surfing when it comes to beach breaks. And here's Nonaka with a great turn right there and right on cue, Maida, surfing that wave well. Vahine, though, looking at a wave out the back, and Japanese surfers not only tend to be great surfers at beach breaks, but tend to compete even better when it comes to surfing at beach breaks, too, within a jersey.
Yeah, it's true. They all competed very well here. Like, they had, like, many people from Japan here in Brazil, and look, I like the way that she threw her tail. Was a good one. Just one maneuver this wave offered her, but it was a good one. And now Vahine upriding.
Yeah, the surfer representing France, Vahine Fierro. Father originally from San Diego, moved to Tahiti. She is from the island of Huahine in the French Polynesia, number 9 in the rankings. Just 22 years of age and having CT experience herself as well as a wild card in the Roxy Pro France. Would be a great addition to the tour, especially when we could see her compete at her home break of Chopo.
Yeah, it would be. She's a great tube rider as well. And I was talking to one of her coaches, like Frederic Robin. He was saying that she has a really strong and powerful backhand, and she gave her this advice, like to focus on her backhand here, like to look for the right waves. And yeah, she's probably doing what he said.
Looking for the rights. Up and riding is Vahine on the back end here. The one big section, and nice execution right there with the maneuver selection for the Tahitian. 19 minutes on the clock. Nonaka opens up with a 3.5 in her scoreline. And you were mentioning the preparation that the French Federation brings, not only to, you know, actual team events, but individually for their surfers too, such as Vahine.
Yeah, look it again. Yeah, just one turn, but as he said, like she's very confident about her backhand surfing, so she's looking for this right. And he said that they got here like 2 full day before, like
Full days.
full day, yeah, 2 days before,
Mhm.
but like complete days, and they've been surfing a lot here and training as a team, you know, because I think he's with Tessa as well,
Mhm.
and all the French Federation, and
Tim Bisso among those as well, Joan Duru.
Joan Duru, yeah, all these guys, and this makes like a strongest crew, you know. I think when you're traveling and surfing it with the crew, it might be very nice for them.
Have you traveled much yourself, Maeda, in the past?
Yes, I did. Not as much as I wished, but I mean, I've been to, I covered Bali, the WCT in
Right.
Bali,
In
like back
Kramas.
then in Kramas. Yeah, and also I've been to Indonesia, to Tahiti as well in 2007, a long time ago, and California, like many places.
Okay, so out of those many locations that you mentioned, it seems to me that you didn't mention either France or Japan so far. Those are 2 countries that you still need to go to.
Yeah, I really want to go to Japan one day. France, actually, I've been there, but only to Paris. So I was really hoping to go somewhere down the coast, like Anglais, many places that we used to have a lot of competition there. And yeah, awesome place to go. I normally go to Portugal, so it's pretty close. Maybe someday.
You go to Portugal just because you're able to speak the language or because there's a sense of familiarity there?
No, actually, I used to cover a lot, like big wave surfing there at Nazaré. So I think it's been already like 3 seasons, and that's why I always keep going to Nazaré. I'm half Portuguese as well, so yeah, for us Brazilians, it's really common to go there, and we feel like home there. It's very interesting how we can feel really home. I mean, yeah. Comfortable, very comfortable there.
Well, 16 minutes to go. That's kind of a similar relationship that Vahine Fierro has going from Tahiti to over to France too. She gets a 3.77 on her second ride, currently in the lead. A slow start to this one between Nonaka and Vahine. The surfer from Japan in the blue jersey opens up with just a 3.5. And, you know, looking at the schedule that we had this year, we're in event number 6 of 7. Last year after COVID, everything came back in a really rapid fashion too, Maeda. We only had 4 events on the CS, and it was the first year we were actually having the Challenger Series in comparison to just the qualifying series. We're going to get back to that as Minami up and riding. She's currently in second, needs less than a 1 for the lead. A great bottom turn right there. Setup snap, and then incomplete on the second. But I was saying 4 events last season. They did count your best results from 2019 as well. So fortunately for a lot of surfers, that actually helped out with their points. But looking at the 7 opportunities that the surfers had this year, for your maybe own pleasure, would you like to see the same amount of events, less or more?
Oh, I think 7 events is really nice. Look, it's Fierro up riding there. Her coach said about this, like, look for, maybe you can get a score with only 1 good maneuver. So just focus on being very powerful and precise in 1 big maneuver.
Well, I like the bottom turn right there too from Vahine. A lot of competitive experience right there for the surfer in the red jersey from Huahine, Tahiti. And you think 7 or 8 is the right number in terms of CS events?
I think so, because like when you think about a whole circuit, is not good to have like only like 4 or 5 events. I think you have to give opportunity to everybody to surf around and in different spots, and actually they can choose like maybe miss one another event. And so I think 7, look, the turtle, look how beautiful. It's pretty close to Vahine. Tartaruga.
Yeah, and it maybe reminds her of her home break of Chopo quite a bit when you see the turtles like that. I don't know if you've ever experienced it, but in Hawaii, you know, you see a lot of turtles swim next to you. It is illegal to touch them, though. You're not supposed to touch them or interact with them, but you can see from a distance beautiful creatures, and obviously here in Saquarema, a tropical place, a lot of marine wildlife too. Scores come in for Vahine Fierro. It is a 5.5. Nonaka in second place, now needing a 5.77. We got 13 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. It's been the French surfer in the red jersey that's been hunting these rights, and both of her top two scores, just as her coach was saying, have both been rights and single maneuver waves.
Yeah, I think she really stick to the plan what they were talking like right before the heat, because she's looking for the rights and very focused in a very strong one maneuver there. And actually, I think the ocean is not providing that much right now. The tide is really high, and I mean, we didn't see like many opening faces right now.
Yeah, and what I'm interested to see too is if whether or not Vahine actually deviates from the plan a little bit and ends up going left. Has a great forehand too, and we haven't seen too many rights today actually be scored that high. But in the last heat, Teresa did have a couple of rights. But on the men's side, besides Joan Duru and Ian Gentile, everybody else really went left to get their top two scores.
It's true. I talked to Joan Duru during the interview, and he said, "Oh yeah, I will stick to my plan, like to going right, and for him it worked. So let's see if it will work to Vahine as well."
Well, so far it is. It's working out well. She's in the lead with a strong margin too. We'll be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Boa tarde, galera. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Mitch and Maida here in the booth. And Maida, I'm learning my Portuguese. I've been doing it for around 10 to 12 years now, but guess what? I'm becoming fluent now in the language.
Yes, I think so. You improved a lot since you got here. As I am improving my English as well.
Big time.
You're
big doing
time.
Great, Maida.
Thank you.
And guess who's doing great out there in the water right now? The French surfer Vahine Fierro. During the break, she improved in her scoreline. Got a 6.5 on this ride right here. And she's looking to qualify. Number 9 in the rankings. Needs to make the final really to keep her hopes alive. And with surfing like this, more than likely going to be in the top 17 on the CT in the next few years.
Yeah, I really like this wave. It was the best one here. And now we see the replay for Minami as well.
And a deep bottom turn right there by the Japanese surfer. And really, besides the first wave, Maida, she's been out of sync with Praia de Itaúna so far. And a huge turn right there by Vahine. And that's how you get things done right now. Just under 9 minutes to go. She's looking to better a 5.5. She has committed to her strategy so far in this heat. She's been looking at the rights only, hasn't even looked left once. And she is looking to really close this heat shot in the last 8 minutes. Big turn right here.
Yeah, big turn. She slides a little bit the tail. I really like this one as well. Like, I mean, you know, from this angle we could see how she threw the tail over the lip there, and she liked it. For me, it's really interesting to see how these girls can serve so powerful, and they are like pretty thin,
Right.
and yeah, they can serve like really powerful. It's interesting to see.
Well, it's all about timing and precision for the most part, but if you're able to place the maneuver in the right location too, it's hard not to be that explosive and powerful. We're still waiting on the score. More than likely going to improve on the 5.5 right here by Vahine, but then you see a surfer like Minami Nonaka in the blue jersey, very small, really thin, as well as you were mentioning, and you wouldn't think that she has a lot of power too, but I mean, the two heats that led up to this point, she's obviously exemplified that she has a lot of power, a lot of strength in her legs as well. But unfortunately, in this heat, she's just going up against an informed surfer in Vahine, and she betters her situation with a 6.63, 7 minutes to go, and Nonaka needing something in the high nines.
Yeah, kind of a small combo right there for Minami. And did you see, like, this wave, like 6.63, the best wave of the heat, and she got it in with just one maneuver, like the explosive one that she was hoping for.
Well, it was violent, it was aggressive, and it was perfect in terms of the timing of the wave too. And you had talked to her coach before, and you mentioned that, you know, the game plan was to go right, but it's surprising every now and then that at a beach break, you don't even tend to look left once. I've been a victim of that myself, but hey, she's out there doing the right thing, and she has a 13-point heat total with two waves that are both of one turn each.
Yeah, the other one that I think she had like two maneuvers, the 5.5 is already a throwaway. It's a good one as well. Like, it's better than the best wave of Minami. At least Minami, she got a little bit lost there. I think she didn't find herself in the spot where to sit. Yeah, now we see again.
Oh, finally. She's going left now. She heard my praises and, well, went left and it didn't work out. Maybe she needs to stick to the rights here. Just under 6 minutes to go. Priority still with the Japanese surfer in the blue jersey. Nonaka needs a 9.63 for the lead. And we've seen it before in this event. It seems like the European surfers have a great connection with Brazil, and Ramsey Bukiem also was a runner-up to the World Pro Junior Championship in 2013. We've seen João Dru make the quarterfinals here before. He's in the quarterfinals now. Leo's in the quarters. What is it about Europeans and Brazil that just gives them that connection here with this wave?
Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, this girl, she is from Tahiti as well, so very different kind of waves. But I mean, if she lives in France, she used to surf like beach breaks like this. Here is a very powerful wave as well, and in Europe, especially in France and Portugal, we have like powerful waves to surf. So might be this, I don't know, Mitch. I think next time I will ask them on the sideline.
Well, there might be an Atlantic connection right there too. Just over 4.5 to go. Let's look at how we got to this point in the heat. The heat recap. Minami Nonaka opened up with a 3.5 on this wave right here. Nice little layback snap for the surfer in blue from Japan. But it's been all Vahine Fierro since. She has a 6.5 and a 6.33, Maida.
Yeah, she surfed pretty well this wave as well. And I really like the turns, and this last one was, oh, she had more. This was the longest wave that she ridden.
And then the 6.33 right here for just the one turn. A violent one at the end. Oh, man. What a maneuver. One of the best we've seen all day. Taking a page out of João Dru's book right there on the backhand for the French lady. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go. And another great heat coming up. Sori Lindblad, Tessa Thyssen. Limblad, number 9 in the ranks, tied with Vahine Fierro, so a big heat for her. And you look at, you know, the great performances that we saw from some Japanese surfers. We saw the bad loss, though, from Sarah Wakita. She was in second the whole heat, ended up losing right at the end. Bad use of priority. But how about the men, too? Taichi Wakita. We saw Reo Inaba do quite well, as well as Shun Murakami. But it's this lady who did the best out of the women coming out of Japan. And Nonaka was making a comeback right here, a 4.83. And with 3 minutes to go, it is her best wave, but now needs an 8.3. It's an excellent score.
Yeah, and she has almost like 3 minutes remaining. It's gonna be hard for her, but like she knows how to surf this wave. She looks sharp with this board under her feet, and let's see if she has a chance to find an opportunity there.
Yeah, not for lack of trying right there from the surfer in the blue jersey. And Vahine on the outside by herself with priority. Probably not going to see her catch a wave until Minami actually makes it all the way out the back. But the Japanese surfer now makes the requirement less, needing an 8.3. And it seems like we might see Vahine have a look at this one. She kind of realizes that Minami's still making her way out back, though. And she's going to hold down priority right here with 2 minutes to go. What would be the smarter decision, Maeda?
I think she should stay back there, wait for Minami, then stick with priority for a few minutes more and just surf a wave if she needs to, you know. But I was thinking talking to her coach, to Frédéric Robin, I was thinking how important is to have someone to give you like good advice before the heat, you know, because it seems that she really stayed on their plan, you know, and she was really successful.
Right, and has 4 scores that are above a 3.77 as well. That could easily be a throwaway, and she'd still be winning the heat here with 1:20. Vahine in the lead. Nonaka having a look at this. Needs an 8.3 or better. And, you know, just with not only the outcome of this heat, but the competitive experience in head-to-head matchups for Vahine Fierro, it seems like it might have just helped her out a bit too much in this instance, and it affected Minami Nonaka's performance too much. They also waited around 10 minutes to catch their first wave, both of them, so a bit of a different heat, but in the long run, it helped out Vahine a lot more.
Yeah, I think so. I think, as I said, like Minami, she didn't find herself during this whole heat, you know. It was not like only in the beginning. She just took like one wave better than four points, and yeah, I mean, today was not her day.
20 seconds to go. Lindblad and Tessa Thyssen already waiting in the background right there. And Nonaka might have a chance going on this one. She's turning around. It's a decent looking ride. Setup wrap right there, and the wave just kind of going flat. Really needs to have an amazing finish, and won't be it right there. You see the body language. She's going to end up with a 9th place result here in the Corona Saquarema Pro, and the thrill of victory, but also the agony of defeat. A couple of good performances in this event by the Japanese surfer in the blue jersey. She's going to have to settle with her best result so far this year. 9th place in the second to last event. She is more than likely going to surf in Haleiwa for the 7th and last event of the season on the CS. And it's the French surfer Vahine Fierro moving through with a pair of 6s in her scoreline. And we got more action coming up. Heat number 4, it's going to be Sori Limblad, Tessa Thyssen. And we're running all 8 heats of the round of 16 here in Saquarema. Don't go anywhere. We got a special guest coming up right after the break here in Saquarema. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 4 of the round of 16 of the ladies out there. Sori Limblad from the USA, ranked number 9 in the red jersey. Tessa Thyssen from St. Bartholomew in the Caribbean, representing France. She's number 46 in the ranks, out there in the blue jersey. And we got a special guest here in the booth for you, Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops, and guess who? None other than the Olympian, the Kiwi, Billy Sterman. Thanks for joining us, Bill.
Thanks for having me in.
Bill, I gotta say, you're killing me with the Boston Celtics hat, man. I'm a Lakers fan. This is almost betrayal on your behalf.
Yeah, I am a massive Celtics fan and a basketball fan, so yeah, I thought I'd rep it today.
Oh, dude. Okay, going back to the action that we saw in the round of 96, you did lose in the first round, but hell of a performance, though. I mean, I just gotta say, I went over and congratulated you, told you that it was one of the best performances despite the loss. How'd you feel out here competing for the first time in Saquarema?
Yeah, I've actually been here before. I love Saquarema. Yeah, I came here a few years ago now, but it was good to be back. And unfortunately, I had the last heat of that first day, and the conditions changed real quickly. And yeah, I managed to get a real good start in my heat, but yeah, obviously the other competitors got some good waves, and I couldn't control the rest of it. So yeah, I'm still enjoying my time here in Brazil and just yeah, really embracing it.
When was your first time here in Saquarema?
Oh, I can't remember now. It's a few years now, but yeah, I actually had a really good result here. I think I got third one year.
Oh, right.
So yeah, it was like pretty exciting coming back here, and I love going left. So normally there's a big left out there.
So is your favorite wave in the world Raglan then?
Yeah, okay. Born and bred. So yeah, like I said, I like going left.
Yeah, well, Maida here has been traveling the world for a few years. I don't think you've been to New Zealand, do you?
No, New Zealand I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be there soon.
I wish.
Yeah. You need to come over.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
I will.
Okay, so Bill, we have 2 surfers out there, both goofy footers. We've seen a lot of less this afternoon. Sori Limblad opening up with a 2.33, and Tessa Thyssen out there in the blue jersey. So looking at not only the conditions so far, it's a little bit tough to really read in terms of the actual quality of the waves. And Sawyer, no stranger to these bumpy conditions growing up at San Clemente. She surfed T-Street quite a lot.
Yeah, I've seen Sawyer surf a few times now. I actually traveled with her dad and her brother in France last year, and they've been ripping, and I saw Sawyer then as well, and she's been on fire, and obviously coming from trestles is a fun little wave, and I'm sure she's getting a good heats out here today.
Well, she's got a tough heat as this young lady from France, a great competitor herself. That's Tessa Thyssen within the top 50. Been a former ISA junior gold medalist herself, won in 2015. And the 25-year-old Maida, she's number 46 in the rankings, needs to make it to the final to keep her qualification goals alive.
Yeah, now like everything's getting really difficult here because we just have like only 2 spots left in the rank for qualifications in the ranking. So she needs to do finals here, but I think she's really capable of. We just saw a good wave ridden. Let's see it again.
And we've seen mostly lefts ridden so far today, Bill, but the last 2 heats, a lot of rights as well.
Yeah, there's been some big heats going down today. Obviously the men were on this morning going left, and the girls are going right out there now, so here's Sawyer up on a little right here.
Yeah, and a choppy one too, hard wave to ride. Does well with the end finish though, and she's gonna complete that wave. 24:30 on the clock, Bill. Only one surfer from New Zealand on the women's side, that's Paige Hare, former CT surfer. You guys come from a very difficult part of the world in order to qualify for the CS. What's it been like being one of the more relevant surfers still on the CS from New Zealand and even through that Oceania part of the world?
Yeah, the start of year is obviously pretty busy. We have to go to Australia and compete in the Australasia circuit. Fortunately, I had a really good run at the start of the year, and I qualified for the Challenger Series and the same as Paige and myself and Kehu as well. So there's 3 of us on the Challenger Series, and it's been you know, it's been pretty tough on the Challenger Series for us this year. The competition level is so high, and everyone's ripping, so every heat is really gnarly and crucial in qualification specs. So Yeah, obviously I've enjoyed my whole year. It's been a pretty crazy year, traveling a lot, not much time at home, but yeah, I'm looking forward to Hawaii and the summer back at home.
I think you can be a little bit too hard on yourself, though. You're really humble. You're an Olympian, man. How was it like competing there in Tokyo?
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy experience for me. It was one of the best experiences I've ever had. Traveling as a team, I think, you know, surf is such an individual sport, and you're kind of out there doing it by yourself, but to represent New Zealand at the Olympics for the first time as well was huge for me, and just being a part of that Team New Zealand and the whole vibe over there, even around the surf contest with all the other athletes and stuff, was just such a surreal thing for me, and I really embraced it all over there and learnt a lot. And I had fun. I came up, unfortunately, I came up against Italo in a pretty big heat, and then he eventually obviously won the gold medal. But yeah, like I said, it was a huge experience for me, and I learnt a lot, and I had so much fun. Like, I met some amazing people, and we were lucky to actually have waves, because normally it's pretty small there. But yeah, it was awesome to be a part of that.
And what do you think about next Olympics, like in Tahiti? Will be completely different, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't think I can qualify this year, so our Olympic qualification is the ISA World Surfing Games next year in 2023. So I think that's in El Salvador, I'm pretty sure they said again.
Going back.
So we'll be back there, which will be totally different to Tahiti. So no, I think it's awesome for surfing. You know, kind of shows different perspective of surfing, and kind of, you know, brings a lot more different spectators to watching surfing and stuff. So it's pretty exciting, and I've never been to Tahiti, so I'll definitely be trying to get there next year or the year after.
And you had an amazing junior career too, by the way. When you were still in your late teens, early 20s, there used to be this Oakley kind of global tour where you'd qualify for an event that they'd have at Karamas. Actually, you competed in that event, but also looking at, you know, the significance of those events now in the long run. Miggy's still here. Mark Lacomar maybe not as around. Kai Barger was in that. And Maxime Housineau still relevant today. Your generation, one of the best in surfing. What's it like still being here at your young 30s?
Yeah, I'm loving it, eh? I think competing with those guys brings out the best competitor in me, and I'll still talk to Jaddy. I think Jaddy was there a couple of times. Here we see Sawyer, just a big backhand banger. And yeah, obviously it's cool to see those guys still competing, and I'm still quite small in stature, so I reckon I've still got a few years of me, so which is helping me. But yeah, I'm loving it. I love competing. I always have been, and going through those juniors and then coming onto the QS, and yeah, luckily I've got some really good sponsors, and my wife can let me travel year round, which is very good. So yeah, wow, big backhand turn there.
Yeah, this is turning into a good heat right now. Looking at just under 21 minutes on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad and Tessa Thyssen go back-to-back in terms of the waves caught. Gonna look at some replays right here, because it looks like they're gonna have an impact to the heat. You like this one turn here from Tessa, Bill?
Yeah, huge bottom turn, bang, one big hit. Managed through the backwash, pretty good. It's pretty hard out there. I surfed last night, it was quite difficult. Same as Sawyer here. Pretty similar wave, really, I think.
I think they're going to give the advantage to Tessa Thyssen, though, right? A little bit cleaner wave, maybe bigger section as well. But Sawyer Lindblad's only 17 years of age, too. It's very impressive that she's number 9, and she's been close to qualifying both this year and last year as well, Maida.
Yeah, and now look, battle to see who's going to stick with priority right now. We have like 20 minutes remaining of the heat, so a very important point of the heat. Both of them just made a good exchange there, like similar waves. Let's see. It will be interesting to see, look, how the judges look at this. And you were right.
Yeah, it's a 6.5 for Tessa Thyssen and a 5.1 for the surfer from San Clemente, California, Sawyer Lindblad. She has priority in second place, needing a 5.14. As we see a break in the action here, Bill, you've always been one of the most conditioned surfers on the CS and on the qualifying series. But traveling so much year-round, how are you even able to really stay fit when you're traveling, 9 months out of the year?
Yeah, we do spend a lot of time on the road, and I love all sports, so I think that kind of helps. I like playing basketball and golf, and I like to skate, and I think keeping active on the road is very helpful. And obviously everyone's got their own training programs, and it is hard to find structure when you're on the road, but you kind of make the most of when you are home, and you can kind of, you know, put in your sessions and put in your time in the gym, so when you get travel, you can surf as much as you can.
And how is like to keep the routine like when you're traveling so much?
Yeah.
Let's see first here, Tessa.
Yeah, Thyssen with just the foam climb right there. She was in second priority. That's a good question, though, Maida.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Obviously, we got to, well, especially from New Zealand, we have to travel so far to get anywhere. But yeah, it's hard to get into a full routine. You got to, you know, jet lag and time differences, and you're away from all your trainers and your family and your friends. So it's a little bit different. But I think I try and get into a routine day one, and if I am tired, I'll try and, you know, push out through the day and hopefully sleep during the night, and maybe do a little workout or surf as much as possible just to get used to the conditions and get your body into the, you know, right rhythm. And yeah, and hopefully throughout the days, you kind of get better through every day.
Look, and I'm knocking on wood right now. I don't want to jinx you or anything, but I don't think you've ever had a severe injury that I've heard of so far. What's it been like keeping that non-injury going so far over your relevant 13, 14-year career as a professional surfer, but really, I guess, in a sense, keeping those injuries away? What have you been doing in order for that?
Yeah, yeah, I've been pretty lucky. I did have one major injury. I tore my MCL the year of the 2020, the start of 2020, during the Newcastle event. So that kind of put me out. I still competed in an event in Manly and made a heat, but then COVID happened and kind of, yeah, I don't know how. I had a massive brace on, and I was just going left, which I like doing, so it was kind of, you know, pretty simple. But luckily for me, kind of COVID happened, and the Olympics were meant to happen that year, and all these things were meant to happen, like major contests and stuff. There was meant to be a contest in Piha that we were meant to compete in, but yeah, COVID happened and kind of shut down the whole world, and it gave me time to, you know, really work on my knee and get me back into shape for the Olympics, which was my main goal at the time. And yeah, I surrounded myself with the right people and the right physios and stuff like that. And I think, again, I think my small stature helps me, like, not get as many injuries. I think the bigger guys is, you know, the longer limbs and the bigger bones and stuff are pretty easy to tweak and here and there, but I've got like a, you know, I'm a little hobbit, as they call me, so I'm quite short and kind of, you know, low to the ground, so I reckon that helps for sure.
Why are you such a big fan of basketball, by the way?
I don't know. I guess I even play basketball at home. I'm super short. I'm, you know, just around the perimeter trying to shoot threes, but
you're a Steph Curry kind of player.
Yeah, just catch and shoot. But yeah, I guess for me it's, I don't know. I played it at school as well, and then I think I had a pair of Celtics shorts when I was young, and ever since then I've liked the Celtics, and Jason Tatum's one of my favourite players, and I've actually played in tournaments and stuff like that before. Yeah, so I do love basketball. I'm watching it every day and every night before I go to bed, so I'm a big fan.
You think that helps you out in your competitive surfing career too, that you actually have another platform to play in?
Yeah, I reckon, and it's the whole team thing again. You know, you're playing for a team, so it kind of switches you off from your individual sport, and yeah, and you're being involved in a different sport and a different, like, mind game, different mental frames, and yeah, I really love it. And again, it's good fitness. You know, you're running for 2 hours basically on a court, up and down, and stop-start's quite explosive, similar to surfing. So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Did you play some basketball here in Brazil?
I haven't. I've actually, me and the crew, I'm staying with my crew, Sophie, Sheldon, who's gone home, Kehu, and Molly, who just qualified earlier. We've actually picked up beach tennis. We rented a few clubs and or rackets and balls, and we've been hitting the beach tennis court every day, which has been pretty fun.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited to go see you guys play now. It seems like it's pretty competitive over there, though. Knowing Glenn Micro Hall, he's usually that quiet, reserved person, but I know that when he gets into a competition mode, he's probably the one that wants to win the most. Just like Tessa Thyssen and Sori Lindblad out there in the water. It's Lindblad trailing Thyssen, though, hitting a 5-1-4. We're going to see if she gets it when we come back.
And we're back, and I have here beside me Varine Ferro, the winner of the last heat. Huge implications for the rankings. How was to manage the nerves with this? The wind is picking. We reached the high tide now.
Yes, today when I woke up, I saw that the swell changed and it was like mostly left. And then when I surfed, it was like only rights and it was high tide and it was the biggest backwash I ever surfed out here, which was quite tricky to, you know, surf on the wave, but I managed to find two open ones, and I was really happy on one of my, I think it was my biggest scores. I only did one turn, but my tail slid a little bit and that one felt good.
And how is for a surfer that is been raised in Taupo, and surfs beach braid kind of waves?
I'm actually, I started surfing at Teahupo at 15 because I'm from another island, Huahine, and but it's only reef breaks everywhere and really, really good waves, so it's different. But I like I said previously, that I want to be a well-rounded surfer and surf every types of conditions.
A different mindset to approach like the finals day?
It's like, it feels like it's a new day, you know, like a new, like it's round one again, like round one, and until the last round. So yeah, I'm excited.
Cool. Tu peux parler un petit peu de français pour votre famille et les amis?
Oui. Merci beaucoup à tous qui ont suivi à Tahiti, en France, partout autour du monde. Je suis super contente d'être au Finals Day et de représenter les couleurs de notre drapeau super haut.
Bonne chance à demain. Hein?
Merci.
Back to you guys.
Merci beaucoup, and felicitación to Varine Ferro moving through into the quarterfinals. During the interview, though, a great wave there by Sawyer Limblad, needing just a 5.14. Mitch Maiden here with special guest Billy Sterman from New Zealand. Bill, your former travel partner out there, Sawyer, just dropping a bomb right here on our last wave.
Yeah, 3 big bangers here. First little snap, nice little setup carve here, and then the big finish. Should be a pretty solid saw and pretty crucial in this time of the heat.
Yeah, with just over 10 minutes to go as well, it seems like there's going to be a situation change right here. Needs, you know, basically the same score that she got on her last wave. I want to talk to you, Bill, about your Maori heritage and the importance of maybe having that heritage carry you through your relevance in your competitive career. Being a Kiwi yourself, a proud New Zealander, what's it been like not only having that guide you through your pathway, but also knowing that that's one of the reasons why you're doing it so far?
Yeah, coming from New Zealand, you know, it's such a small kind of country, and we've got some amazing athletes coming out of New Zealand. So I'm not actually Māori, but Kehu's full Māori. So traveling with him and you know, seeing how his family and his whole culture supports him and where he's come from to now be competing on the international level and doing really well as well. So I can see it's huge also for the younger generation to see that, you know, they can actually reach that point if they want to take that path, and it definitely helps also with having the Olympics. You know, there's so many different varieties of competition now, so it's awesome to see the pathway that they can take now.
It's been a long time since we've seen a New Zealander on the men's side of the Tour, as we see a beautiful turtle right there with a great drone angle. Moss Quinn, I think his brother as well was over there on the cusp of qualifying a few times. There's Sarah Baum with former CT surfer Greg Emsley. She's coming up against Summer Macedo in heat number 5, the next one. And I don't know, what do you think it's going to take in order to qualify? Obviously, you have to win a CS event to move up into the top 10 spots, but you think somebody's got it in the next few years, maybe even yourself?
Yeah, for sure. I'll definitely, you know, be going for that Challenger Series again next year. But, you know, Kehu's got age on his side, so he's only 21 now, and he's been absolutely ripping. And I think his surfing and his competitive nature is, you know, beyond his years. So he's doing really well, and it's actually keeping me young, traveling with him. You know, there's that rivalry, not so much rivalry, but competition there. You know, we're always kind of out there surfing together and battling each other, which is always fun, I think. And yeah, obviously I want to qualify. It's the one thing I pretty much haven't done now. So like I said, I don't think I can qualify this year, but I'll definitely be training over summer and back to the regionals at the start of the year. And this year was actually really fun. I got a group of Kiwis and, you know, tried to travel with them and help them out a little bit. I was coaching Safi Vedi for a little bit over in the regionals, and it was super fun, so I want to bring that back.
Her brother also a great surfer too.
And Vedi, yeah. He actually was in university in Dunedin this year, but yeah, I think if he ever wants to compete properly, he'll definitely be doing pretty good.
Yourself, you're not Maori, Kehu is, but the reason I kind of brought that up is because I've been going to ISA events as a competitor twice, and I've covered a lot of events for the ISA in terms of the actual commentary too, but every time, regardless if you're Maori or not, you're actually doing the haka as well. Is that a part of you that you bring into an event like this as well? You do a mini haka?
For sure. There's like this unspoken rule: if anyone wins a contest, you have to do the haka for them. But yeah, it's basically like a war dance kind of thing. You know, we do it at the start of the ISA World Surfing Games, and the All Blacks do it at the start of games, and it's kind of just, you know, a dance or a haka, you know, just to fire up the team and get prepared for war, I guess, or prepare for battle. And yeah, coming from New Zealand, you know, we really embrace our culture and the Māori people and the Māori culture. So growing up, you know, we learnt the language a little bit, and we were doing waiata, which is songs, and learnt the haka and different types of haka from what region you come from and things like that. So, and I think, yeah, New Zealanders really embrace their culture. So it's awesome to be a part of that and you know, represent New Zealand on the big stage.
Yeah, and how important do you think is to show the world all this culture?
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously, it's such a small country, and there's not too much media that comes out of New Zealand. So to come over internationally and kind of embrace that and take it on board and show the world, you know, what we're made of, or, you know, where we come from is amazing. And again, I think Kehu's doing a really good job of that. You know, he really embraces his culture and where he's come from, and his family's amazing. So yeah, I think us as Kiwis, we really love where we come from, and I think I might be biased, but I reckon it's the best country in the world. One of the most beautiful for sure, and yeah, and it's always awesome to go home and kind of, you know, refresh and reset and kind of just enjoy home as much as you can, because, you know, yeah, we travel the world and there's definitely no place like home.
I agree with that. It's easily one of the most beautiful countries in the world. There's a reason they shot Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit there. And you call yourself a Hobbit, you know, you're a much better surfer than I think Frodo Baggins is. But, you know, who's a great surfer? Sawyer Lindblad. She took the lead on her last wave, a 6.57, excuse me. And with just the one turn here on the left with 5 minutes to go, looking to better a 5.1. Tessa tried to bait her into taking a wrong wave, and Bill, guess what? She might just better her low score of a 5 right here.
That was a huge turn, one big closeout turn. Again, this is a pretty good tight heat. There's been some crazy tight heats today, huge like qualification implications, and I've been, like I said, I've been traveling with Molly, so she just got confirmed today, which is pretty exciting. But again, there's also the other side of the draw, kind of losing early and making it depend on other people, which is kind of hard sometimes. Yeah. And yeah, it's awesome to kind of hang around Micro and Sophie and that kind of dynamic and see how people are kind of coping with things and how they, you know, look forward to Helieva. Obviously, I guess they want to win that last event for seeding and stuff like that. So it's good. It's cool to be around that, and it kind of motivates me too to, you know, do better and kind of step back into that like super focused and goal-orientated side of things. So yeah, for me, I guess going into Hawaii, I'm kind of just going to go have some fun over there and hopefully finish on a good note. I love Hawaii. It's awesome. Yeah, obviously the waves are pretty good, and you ride some bigger boards and you got a bit of grunt, so it's super fun.
3 minutes, 35 seconds to go. Might have a paddle here from Tessa Thyssen now on the right-hander. And the French surfer, originally from St. Bartholomew, needing a 5.18. This should help. Big turn right there, but needs one more. And this wave backing off and allows her a couple of more hits right here on the backhand. And that should easily get the job with 3 minutes to go. Bill, Sawyer Lindblad didn't improve on her last. It came in as a 3.97. So they're scoring the right quite high now. A 5, not really too much.
Yeah, I think she's definitely got the score there. 3 big hits, throwing a lot of spray. She did well, I think, kind of taking her time on that second turn. because you can easily get caught up in that backwash and it kind of shuts down pretty quickly. So she did well to finish off the wave there.
And looking at the replay here, Maida, you think this is going to be more than enough?
I think it's gonna be more than enough. Like this first maneuver was pretty good, and the second one was stronger than, as he said, like a lot of spray there, and she managed to finish the wave. So I think she will get the score.
Well, the crowd loves it, and a very educated crowd here on the beach as well in Saquarema. We're down to 220. We've talked about cultural responsibility, maybe the significance of getting a smaller country out there on the global scheme, and I also want to talk to you about, really embracing not only being a good representative of your country. We're seeing Taika Waititi do it, not only in movies, but worldwide. A lot of screenplays. I love What We Do in the Shadows. I don't know if you like that show or not. But in terms of New Zealand, what are we to expect not only within surfing, All Blacks, and even the basketball team maybe even too? Big things coming?
Yeah, there's a lot of really good UFC fighters at the moment as well.
Dan Hooker?
Dan Hooker, Israel Adesanya is coming from New Zealand. Yeah, there's a couple coming out of there. And I think, coming from New Zealand, getting out internationally and competing is huge. I think you learn a lot, and it kind of brings out a bit better of a competitor. Because I think, New Zealand, we're quite small, and if you start winning, you're kind of not learning as much. So I think going internationally as a young age really helped me, like going to Australia where, the competitive nature is just way gnarlier, and the likes of over here in Brazil and also Hawaii and America, you're battling with the best people in the world, and you learn a lot and you kind of evolve as a competitor. So hopefully there's some more surfers coming out of New Zealand. I would really like to help that pathway, and like I said, I'll be doing the regionals next year, and hopefully I'll get a good gang of Kiwis, and hopefully we can come over and dominate and get a few more people on the Challenger Series and onto the tour.
Hey, well, you've inspired many New Zealanders so far, an Olympian, a great representative of the sport, and love to have you here, Bill. I mean, we're going to see some good things out of you in Haleiwa, I bet, and hopefully there's some swell there too, so you can really prove your point and maybe even win the final, get into the top 4 right there. And we have a situation change as Tessa Thyssen drops a 6.93, 20 seconds to go. Lindblad now needs a 6.87. She's got a chance right here. Paddling for this one, up and riding on a right. Looking down the line, needs a big turn. Strong start, one more section, and it's just the one. A bit lateral right there too, and Tessa up and riding. Incomplete right there at the end, but doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough for the surfer from the US. And Sori Lindblad, 17 years of age, Bill, get a result. She's gonna move up a bit in the rankings. She's number 9 coming into this one.
Yeah, that was an awesome heat, and well fought by both competitors, and good luck to the rest of them.
Yeah, and Tessa Thyssen coming in after a huge win. Back-to-back wins for the French ladies out there, Vahine Fierro and now Tessa Thyssen. Sori Lindblad out of the event. The surfer from San Clemente, California will be going home with an equal 9th place. Not a bad result, but not the one she was looking for. Mitch, Maida, we're going to say thank you and goodbye to Billy Sterman.
Thanks,
Wish you
guys.
the best.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we'll be right back with more action. Heat number 5 coming at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Don't go anywhere. Back in Saquarema, it's been a beautiful Sunday so far, and boa tarde into heat number 5. Summer Macedo, the Brazilian surfer, ranked number 27 out there in the red jersey. Sarah Baum, within grasp of qualifying. She is number 13, and the South African will be in blue. My name is Mitchell Salazar. To my left now, joining me, Bruno Bocaiuva. And Bruno, boa tarde. And the galera showed up this afternoon.
Oh yeah, Mitchell, boa tarde. Yeah, the crowd is here, the sun is shining. We have the window issue, the wind issue, but the tide also. But we have to go and we keep on moving.
Hey, we got waves out there and it's
Yeah.
consistent. We're gonna be running as much as we can. Summer Macedo from Lahaina, Maui, now surfing for Brazil. Her father originally from this beautiful country, and now she represents the green and gold. Opens up with a 3.5. Sarah Baum, though, from South Africa. She's had a couple of great performances. Looking at Summer Macedo, though, comes from a surfing family. Her younger brother, Ocean, also a great surfer. And her partner, Joashianka, a local boy here from Saquarema.
You know what? I saw them just chatting, talking about 5 minutes before Summer gets in the water. And they were there just analyzing the situation, the conditions, and talking about the heat strategy.
What do you think he said?
I don't know, maybe to be fast and got like two reliable waves in the beginning, huh?
Bruno, we need you in on those conversations. You need to be sneaking in your way to kind of get this info out of everybody.
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason we have you over there at the Área de Atletas.
It's nice, huh? Yeah, I should have heard more, huh?
I'm just kidding, Bruno. There's a reason why these coaches know what they're doing, and they usually do it, you know, sneaking by everybody else,
very
too.
privately.
I saw Luca Messinas with his coach, Luis Escudero, a while ago, move over to the beach. He's like, hey, we're going to go be by ourselves for a little bit, just talk for around 10 to 15 minutes by ourselves. Well, 4 minutes have gone by so far. It's just the one wave by Summer Macedo. Sarah Baum with priority, and a huge win for the French surfer, Tessa Tyson. She's with Rachel.
That's right. Congratulations, Tessa. That was probably the most challenging moment of the day because of the wind and the tide. How hard was it for you?
It is difficult, like you said, but I feel like every condition during a competition is difficult because you have to figure out so many details. So it was quite difficult, but I feel like once you got a wave, you just have to do the job. So.
And anyway, you French girls got good results here back-to-back, you and Bahrain, so maybe you have some familiarity with your beach break.
Yeah, I'm super happy for Bahine. She's in fact in course for the qualification, so I do hope she does good. For myself, it's just extra points, extra pleasure, and extra learning, of course, because I'm not in course for the qualification. Hopefully next year. Right now, I'm just gaining and learning.
Good luck, keep going. Thank you so much, congratulations. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel. Felicitación to Tessa Tyson from St. Bartholomew representing France. She will be facing her good friend, Bahina Fierro, in the quarterfinals. That'll be quarter number 2. And she mentioned very honestly that she is not really in qualification anymore, but Bahina is. She came into this event number 9, Bruno.
Yeah, you said a key word, honesty. I felt the same way, huh? She was very honest.
Yeah, and you usually don't see that a lot after a win.
Yeah.
You see that usually after a loss.
That's it.
But in this case, you know, Tessa Tyson, great young surfer, comes from a lot of reef breaks in the French Caribbean, but now lives part-time in France. So trains a lot over there at the beach breaks. Here's a great surfer, one of the best in the world, Berilu Sakura Johnson from Haleiwa, Hawaii. And you know, she was on the championship tour at the beginning of this year, wasn't able to make the mid-year cut. She's going up against a very in-form surfer from Japan, Amuro Suzuki. And that's going to be a fun one coming up in heat number 6. Meanwhile, though, this just a 3.5 in this heat so far. The last 2 heats have been quite more difficult in terms of the consistency, and obviously that wind picking up a lot more too, Bruno. It's been tough to really pick the best waves.
Yeah, like Raquel asked Tyson about it. Yeah, we just faced the high tide, Now the wind is picking in because of this, the hot weather, like from the middle of the afternoon, the lunchtime. Huh?
23 minutes on the clock. Might see a set come through, but let's go down to Maida on the beach. Where are you at, Maida?
I've been exploring here the sponsorship area of WSL, and look what I found, the Banco Do Brasil surfing simulator. The kids love this area. The line's been like pretty long the whole morning, and yeah, look, everybody's enjoying this place here. So back to you guys.
Obrigado, Maida. And Bruno, you were over there the other day. You actually injured your big toe.
Yeah, I had a little wipeout, but it's okay. Yeah.
Are you sure? It doesn't. It
No.
doesn't sound like you're emotionally okay.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Physically, you're fine, but maybe your ego is
Yeah,
100%.
but I have several wipeouts skateboarding ever since I was a kid.
And you're originally a bodyboarder, aren't
No,
you,
no,
Bruno?
no. I used to cover the bodyboarding world tour.
Okay.
I'm a surfer, stand-up surfer ever since I was 10 years old.
But you know a lot of bodyboarders, though, right?
A lot.
Okay.
I just covered the GOB World Tour back in the 90s, the second half of the 90s, from 96 until the year 2000.
All right. No wonder I was like, why do you know so many of these
Yeah.
bodyboarders? I myself will admit that I was a bodyboarder
Really?
before I was a
Oh,
surfer.
nice.
Yeah. Here's Sarah Baum, the South African. Gonna be a throwaway score for her. 8 minutes have gone by, and that Smith shapes under her feet has looked great so far. And the Slater designs right there by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson as well. I love the fin setup right there. One red, white, and blue. Japanese mother, American father. Growing up in Haleiwa, Hawaii. And 17 years of age. She's looking for at least a quarterfinal finish. She came into this event number 4 in the rankings. And she is looking for one of those last 2 qualification spots heading into 2023 for the championship tour. Bruno, we were talking about the influence of other sports. Obviously, bodyboarding has a lot to do with the transition into surfing. I was a bodyboarder before. You see Summer Macedo growing up on the island of Maui. There's a lot of different water sports you can practice there, including both kite surfing and windsurfing, too. It's quite windy on Maui.
That's it, yeah. Well, we can't avoid thinking about Hukipa. Huh? Yeah, the mecca of windsurfing.
Yeah, you look at what Kai Lenny, Laird Hamilton has done. You know, Maui produces a lot of great watermen and waterwomen, obviously, with Summer being there as well. There's a few young ladies coming out of the island of Maui that I'm very interested to see on the CS in a few years. Here's Summer Macedo, though. Great wrap to start things off right there. More of a setup turn. And she's going to finish with the foam climb. Incomplete at the end, though. Almost 10 minutes have gone by. Riding that CI surfboard under her feet. Sarah Baum now with priority, just a 1 to start things off. And Summer used priority right here, and it goes to show you one of the best surfers in the world having difficulties finding the best waves.
I like it. The beginning of the wave was a kind of a double up there. She was trying to get some speed and attack at that little end of the wave, like with a little delay. Huh?
Yeah, and unfortunately right there, kind of a missed opportunity. Only a 2.1. You know, what I've seen today, Bruno, so far, especially with the lefts, you kind of want to be around the section. You want to backdoor it almost, it seems, right?
That's it. You do an angle that you avoid sometimes the backwash and, yeah, the difficulty.
You don't want to be too far out on the open face, it seems. You want to fade a little bit more and actually use the pocket of the wave. We've seen that from a lot of the surfers in the first few heats of this round, but I want to say the last 2, it's been difficult to really surf these waves, and we did just hit the peak high tide out here this afternoon, but they've dealt with the backwash before. I think what's happening today, though, Bruno, it's a little bit different because the angle of the swell is much more different than previous days.
That's it. We're now shifting from the southwest to southeast. There's Travis, for sure, cheering for the South African, huh? You know what?
Well, he is from Tours and Competition, so
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
probably
yeah,
not
yeah,
rooting
no.
for anybody.
I don't,
But,
I don't want to get Travis in trouble, huh?
Was with his.
But you know what? Sorry, Mitch. Sarah's been coached by the legend of South African surfing,
Yes,
Greg
sir.
Emsley, former CT surfer,
Yeah.
that have plenty of experience here in Brazil, in Brazil's waters. Like, he had finals in Fernando de Noronha. He had finals in the south of Brazil, from the north to the south. And he had a win back in 1997 in Rio's QS event. We had back in the day a Brazilian leg with a QS and a CT in Rio in Barra da Tijuca.
Right. He's got a resume right there just in Brazil. We should maybe even call him Mr. Brazil, just like Dave McCauley.
Yeah.
Here's Sarah Baum. Great combo there on the backhand. And, you know, I love the color of the board, but I love the performance even more. She's had a couple of great performances in the first few rounds of competition so far. In this one, 17:30 on the clock. And we see the replay right here, but no, it was a slow start, but then started to get to work right here with the finishing turns.
You know, I like the dynamic, like the fade that she did in the beginning. Like you said a couple of moments ago, just to be on the pocket. Look at that. Yeah, nice snap. Not very radical.
But for how the wave was, though,
yes,
surfed it as well as she could have. And I agree with you. I really like that fade. I think it's a necessary part in order to surf this wave at Praia da Itaúna. Well, you normally don't see it at Barrinha.
Yeah, no,
because it's
no.
such a forward wave.
Yeah.
But this is a much more complicated wave to surf. I can't even imagine competing out there right now. 4 people, you go into 3 people heat after that, 3-person heat, excuse me, and then head-to-head matchups. Your positioning changes so much with less people out there, and it's a lot more complicated, as you can see. There's Samuel Pupo, and the local boy, João Chianca, made us heat this morning. He's into the quarterfinals, and Mateu Sherdi also over there.
And Letícia Peixe is the girlfriend of Samuel.
Yeah. 21-year-old.
She's a surfer, yeah.
Well,
she's a good surfer.
She has to be if she's dating Samuel.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, he might want to have a heat with her every now and then. 16 minutes to go, 4.17 for Sarah Baum, the South African, still in second place, but now only needs a 1.43. Might see a wave here from Summer Macedo, though, and won't be able to get into that one. Bruno, we've been talking about positioning, the fade, the importance of coming around the section here at Praia da Itaúna, and it seems like on the rights, in comparison to the lefts, if you're not really deep, you're not making the section. But there's also a lot of runner rights, as we're seeing Summer up and riding the one big turn. And that's what I'm talking about. It's hard to find the right angle for the rights.
That's it. Really hard. She didn't did like a long bottom turn, huh? She just did it from the half of the wave, huh? We can see. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, didn't necessarily go all the way to the bottom, as you were mentioning.
Yeah.
And uncharacteristic fall right there by Summer. You see the reaction there by the surfers in the athletes area. Sammy, Mateus, and Joao. Joao is Summer's partner. And how cool of a story would it be if they actually both made the finals here in Saquarema
You know
as
what?
well?
They won the same comp back in Rio at QS. I think was a 1,000 event.
This year?
They won, yeah, this year in Prainha. It's a sanctuary, beautiful place in the capital of Rio.
There's Sarah Baum dealing with the backwash. And you were mentioning that she is being coached by former CT surfer Greg Emsley, who, by the way, his nephew, Daniel, an excellent surfer coming out of South Africa. There's another kid by the name of Luke Thompson that we saw in the Bolito Pro. He also competed at J-Bay for the CT event. Love this kid style, but those two names, Daniel Emsley and Luke Thompson, to me, will be on the CS next year. Luke Slipen as well. We have Jose Faulkner from Jeffreys Bay, who's a great surfer.
That's it.
He was on the CS, decided not to come to Brazil, though. May surf in Haleiwa if he does get in. But South Africa has a couple of places really on that CS that I think they could stand out. One of them is Haleiwa to me. It kind of matches the power of a lot of those waves in South Africa. But I always felt like a lot of these South African surfers would always do well in Portugal, too.
Yeah. Maybe because of the temperature of the water.
Yeah, and
and the
the waves kind of similar to a lot of
stiffness.
waves. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have East London that has similar rights, Victoria Bay
That's the
too.
hometown of Greg Emsley, huh?
Yeah, and it's surprising to me that we still haven't seen a breakout surfer make it into the top 20 or a push into qualification in the top 10. Obviously there's a lot of talent over there. Shane Sykes in the event.
Yeah.
But in terms of competitive, strategy and maybe effectiveness, we still haven't seen the one person that is maybe going to take over Jordy Smith's spot when he's done with the CT.
That's a hard task, huh?
Oh, almost impossible.
Yeah. He was the runner-up in the 2010 season, huh? Just lost first later.
Look, and I think when we are speaking of one of the most important figures in the history of surfing too, props to Jordy Smith and the relevance that he has kept over the last few years too. He had that bidding war in 2007 over major sponsors, and still to this day is on the CT. Here's Sarah Baum, great combination right there from the South African surfer. The goofy footer looking good on that right-hander right there. In the lead, looking to better, just a 1.9. Will do that and a bit more too, Bruno. Looking comfortable out here on the rights.
Yeah, I like how solid is her stance. I don't know if it's a nippy S board, but it's working good, huh?
Well, it's a Smith Shapes.
Oh,
Shaped
yeah.
by Graham Smith.
Father of Jordy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
And the board looks good. I like the color, too. The red and the white looks great. Very clean, stylish. I've always been a person that's normally ridden just white boards, though, Bruno.
Kind of boring, huh?
Yeah, I like color.
Yeah,
me
me too.
I like some color, but normally they charge you more to paint the boards.
You know what? I was interviewing the other day Samuel Pupu and Miguel Pupu together, and Samuel liked to draw and paint his boards.
Here's Summer Macedo. Beautiful wrap there by the surfer from Brazil. And one more just for good measure. Bonus section right there, but she's going to slide out. And as you mentioned before, Summer Macedo did win a QS 1000 earlier this year.
Yes.
In the state of Rio?
Yeah, in the capital, the city, yeah. Rio capital. Because we have Rio de Janeiro state.
Right.
And the capital is Rio de Janeiro.
And that was at a sanctuary.
Yeah, sanctuary. They have that blue flag issue, There's very protected. They don't have buildings, don't have constructions. It's just a wildlife sanctuary.
No. I love to go there myself.
Yeah, it's great, man.
Well, even Leilani McGonigal and Kiala Tamata Banner joined the party right there to support their friend, Summer Macedo. At the moment in second place, Sarah Baum drops a 4.93 on her last, so Summer needing a 5.6 or better to take the lead. 10 minutes, 25 on the clock. Waiting for that score. Sarah Baum on the outside with priority. Looking for the best wave of the heat so far. Her best is a 4.93. And it's been mostly all right in this heat so far. Big change in conditions compared to this morning. Basically all lefts. And with the high tide, seeing a lot more rights. You mentioned the colors. Sammy loves to put some colors on his board. Miggy usually with the whiteboards, though. But when actually Jordy Smith had an interview a few years ago, and he said that he always liked to have some colors on his board. Whereas Joel Parkinson said there's nothing better than just a plain single whiteboard.
Yeah, when you have the proper stickers, huh? It sometimes looks good too.
Personal preference too. Everybody just likes their own thing.
Yes, that's it.
And sometimes it's all about being comfortable.
Yeah, individual expression. Huh?
Yeah. 4.8 for Summer Macedo. She's still in second, trailing Sarah Baum. We'll be right back with more action from the Corona Saquarema Pro. Getting into this music right here, Bruno. We're back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And as we see some rock stars in the water, looking at the beautiful church right there over the hill, here closer towards Bahia. It's been a beautiful event, and as you can see, this place is as beautiful as it is described so far. Out in the water, though, round of 16, heat number 5, Sarah Baum, Summer Macedo. Macedo in second place with priority, needing a 4.31 at the moment to move up into the lead. 7 minutes to go. Bruno, just want to say it's been a pleasure so far working with you this week.
Likewise, huh?
With Kaipo, Rachel, Maida, and want to say a big obrigado and parabéns to our crew in the production truck. Been a long event so far. We're in day number 5, and we have one more after this, potentially finals day tomorrow. But guess what? We have a couple more heats to go after this one, and it's the Brazilian surfer in the red jersey, Macedo. Basically a local surfer now.
Yeah.
Her partner.
We can tell that.
One of the best surfers to come out of Saquarema, João Chianca. He's already in the quarterfinals. And Summer at the moment needing a mid-4. Spent a lot of time not only surfing out here before, but at both Bahia and Praia de Itaúna. She knows what she's doing.
Oh, for sure.
But she still goes and seeks some advice from João every now and then.
Yeah. She's building up this confidence, the intimacy with the conditions of here in Saquarema. There's Itaúna is a mutant wave.
Ever-changing.
Yeah.
Very tide-dependent.
So many situations in one day.
And just like the weather that we've seen,
yes,
we've also seen the 4 seasons in the water, too.
That's it.
It's like it has multiple personalities at the same time. You're speaking to one person, all of a sudden it's the next. And, you know, you try to get comfortable out there, and this wave just tells you no.
Yeah.
I got another face that you haven't seen.
It's a moody wave, huh?
It's a good description.
Yeah.
Moody. You know who's been moody so far out in the water? Sarah Baum. She's been ripping out there. Yeah. 4.93, 4.17, but in a good mood, though.
Yeah.
The South African in the blue jersey, both of her best waves have been rights. Caught 5 so far. Love the way that board looks under her feet, and you know, it's been a long time since we've seen a South African surfer on the CT as well. Yeah. Our colleague, Bianca Buttendog, and our colleague, Rosie Hodge also.
Oh, yeah.
So,
shout out to Rosie.
Been a few years. 5 minutes to go. Let's look at how we got to this point of the heat with the heat recap. Sarah Baum with an early lead right here of 4.17, Bruno, and she hasn't relinquished the lead since.
Oh, yeah, I like her approach. The way he moves her board, her body. He couldn't make it to the top in the last heat, in the last touch, the turn.
Nice
Wasn't good anyway.
Nice seeing a brand new sponsor on her board too. Really needed the support over the last few years, and Sarah been, you know, a finalist at major events in the past worldwide, and so far within striking distance of qualifying for the CT. But same can be said for Summer Macedo.
Yes.
She needs a big result here and has a tough task, but has a 4.8 on this wave as her best ride so far.
Yeah.
Still has 4 minutes to get out of second place and take the lead, Bruno.
For sure, that's the Lagoa de Saquarema. And that's the city of Jaconé going up south.
Ooh, big turn right there by Summer. And a decent finish too. Doesn't require a huge score. A 4.31, just under 4 minutes to go. Priority with the heat leader now, Sarah Baum. And I'm gonna look at the replay right here, Bruno. Great first turn.
Yes.
Not a huge second one, but it all might come down to this one.
But you know what? I think she was smart not to go big there because of the backwash.
It's hard to surf out there right now. There's the reaction. Once again, everybody loves it.
You know what? João just said, I just read the lips. Segura, so hold on, like.
Right.
Yeah.
Finish it off,
yeah,
really.
That's
right
it.
Out of it.
Make it.
4.31 is what she requires. Is it going to be enough? 3 minutes to go. The answer back from Sarah Baum. Big section right here, snap under the lip. Yeah, and that wave gonna fade out at the end. Gonna see the entire replay of the wave from Sarah. She's looking to replace a 4.17. And we'll still see if Summer Macedo will be able to get the 4.31 or not. 2 minutes 40 to go. And, you know, it's cool that you're able to see a lot of these surfers still in the athletes area supporting their favorite surfers. There's a couple of South Africans
my goodness.
in the athletes area, too, that are supporting Sarah Baum. And, boy, we didn't see that first turn, but it's a game changer, Bruno.
Yes.
She might be bettering the 4.17.
It's a whole different game, huh?
Wow.
With that first move.
And look at Summer's score. Macedo scores a 5.57. That means that Sarah Baum now requiring a 5.45. We're going to wait to see if she gets it or not. There's 2 minutes on the clock. Macedo recovers priority. Ooh, and an interesting decision right there for Baum. If it doesn't go her way with the score, was that good use of priority or not? She's at least secured a 9th place finish, but where she's at in the rankings and 2 spots left, she really needs to make the final right here. We're gonna see she's kind of away from the main peak. Does get second priority now, 90 seconds, and the score's coming through. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough. So Sarah's still gonna need a better wave. Seems like Summer using priority right there, 1:20. And it's a 4.87 for Sarah Baum, so she's still gonna keep her 4.93 as her best wave. Needs a 5.45 at the moment with just over a minute to go. Repositioning herself out there in the lineup. And Bruno, opportunity out there on the horizon if Sarah Baum can get out into position. And it's really do or die right here for the surfer in blue. She has 45 seconds.
For sure. That's the drama building, huh?
Could really be one turn as well.
Yes.
You know, we saw Vahine Fierro get scores with just one turn. And Sarah's got an incredible forehand attack and backhand as well. She looks at her watch, checks the time, 25 seconds. And she might get a chance right here. Paddling for this one. She's gonna stand up in the whitewater. Fades back. More of a setup carve right there. And she's really gonna need a huge finish and a decent one right there at the end. She likes it. And Summer up and riding right behind her. Cool little combo for Summer Macedo. Leilani McGonigal, Joao Chianca and crew think that the surfer in red has done enough to move through into the quarters. And, you know, Sarah Baum had the lead for the majority of the heat, Bruno. Just don't know about the last wave. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, with all the respect with Sarah, she did great, but that claim, I think she was trying to sell it, the score that she needs.
Well,
she did great anyway.
Desperate times require desperate measures every now and then. And
I agree with you.
You know, and you feel for her if she does end up losing. You're leading the heat. You know, it's a tough loss too if you're that close to qualifying and you end up getting a 9th instead of at least a 5th.
Yeah. Everybody wants to reach the finals day.
Yeah, well, you need to, especially in the 6th event out of 7.
Yeah.
3 people have qualified already. There's only 2 spots. It's now or never, Bruno. There is no tomorrow.
There is no tomorrow, man.
And still waiting on scores for both ladies. Summer Macedo on screen. He's just going to wait it out. See what she gets right here. A surfer representing Brazil from Lahaina, Maui. Seems like she is exhausted after that heat out there. A lot of paddling. Smaller conditions, but the backwash makes you pay. And it's a 3.8 for Sarah Baum, so not enough. Summer Macedo moving through into the quarterfinals. And with a big heat win against the South African, getting her best result of the year so far, and a necessary one, Bruno. She'll be going into finals day, and great sportsmanship right there between her and Sarah. Sarah will be seeing Sarah Baum over in Haleiwa for the last event of the season, but we're going to be seeing that lady into the quarterfinals, going into finals day. Huge heat win for the Brazilian. Well, we got heat number 6 coming up. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from Haleiwa, Hawaii, going up against Japan's own Amuro Suzuki. It'll be Kaipo and Bruno on the call.
Taking a look back at Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, North Shore of Oahu, Sunset Beach, Paumalu, longer boards, bigger waves, and you all gotta bring it into play. And Betty Lou Sakura Johnson did exactly that, mastering one of the most challenging waves in the world with big turns and escaping the convergence of huge mountains of whitewater. Betty Lou, this is when she made her stamp on the championship tour, and she's out of the water now against the Japanese competitor in the way of Amuro Suzuki. In heat number 6 of the round of round of 16 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
You know what, Kipes? Betty Lou was my pick to fight for the Rookie of the Year prize, you know, before the season begins in Hawaii. I love the way she serves, the style, the repertoire, all the package.
Ranked number 18 coming in to this event in Brazil is Amuro Suzuki, representing Japan. Suzuki on the 2021 championship tour had 4 different starts when we were doing that Aussie Quaddy. And Amuro Suzuki was able to make the quarters over at Rottnest Island, if you remember, Bruno.
Oh yeah, I remember that event. It was a different Aussie leg back in 2021.
Yeah, what impressed you over there at Rottnest with Amuro Suzuki and her surfing?
I think the power, the way she moves, the way her stance, her composure.
Yeah, certainly a force to be reckoned with. Suzuki wants to get back on that championship tour. Here's our good luck turtle as we fly by some clear water here at Itauna.
That's the real local, huh?
Full-time resident
yeah.
here and knows every inch of this sandbar, and maybe can be a guide to our 2 women out in the water. Remember, winner out of these one-on-one matchups move on into the quarterfinals. Final day, likely final day tomorrow. We got Summer Macedo straight out of the water and with Rachel. Rachel.
That's right, Summer. What a tough heat. How did you keep your mind clean when Sarah was leading the heat?
A couple of my friends actually told me to talk to myself, so I was kind of talking to myself, just telling myself that I could do it and just trying to convince myself that I would find my wave. It was so difficult to find waves. It just felt like there was nothing. I don't know if I was in the wrong spot or I don't know, but I'm really happy that I found that 5 at the end.
I think actually this is a really hard moment, but how much do you appreciate your family, your friends here cheering for you so much?
It really means the world. Just to the support crew is everything. So to feel loved and supported throughout your competition is incredible, and I'm so thankful for them.
You never miss each other's heats. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, and congratulations to Summer Macedo. The couple are going to make it both to finals day, Bruno.
I like the mindset, huh? She said about speaking to herself.
Yeah, and the fact that her and her partner are going to make it to the finals day.
Yeah, the support crew is very important. You know what? Believe in herself, like a little paper that somebody glued at our door here. Believe, you know?
Believe.
I don't know who put it.
That is one of the, that's our guiding spirit here over at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We have our guiding spirit that's giving us
Kai Bugueiro.
Positive motivation as we enter to the set, because we believe, and you got to believe to make it happen. You got to believe out in the lineup too. When you get in tricky conditions like this, a positive mindset is what is key.
It's a key element, huh? I'm there with you.
Well, as we're not doing any restarts today, and the wave has been already ridden, now it's really the clock ticking down. The last heat, as I was just coming into the set, catching up with the last heat, were there a lot of waves ridden in the last heat?
Yes.
Okay, so the consistency is there with the shorter period wind swell?
Yeah, and this one is being different now, a little long low.
There we go, the low ends right now with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on that Slater design board. Little chop off the top, but the wave doubles up underneath her feet, loses the forward momentum, and she's going to have to go back out and try again for another one. Here's a replay.
Yes, she chose not to run for the double up. Yeah, look at the line. She kept the high line, and then, yeah.
It was surprising, you know, on that replay, that, and it was hard to tell from the drone angle, right, as opposed to the first shot that we had. If we have time, maybe we can get back over there on how she wasn't able, well, how she chose not to kind of hop over that double up, because it seemed like that was doable.
Yeah, we saw some space there, huh? A little pocket at the double up.
Suzuki on the paddle and looking around the peak with priority. The score comes in for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, 1.5 for the surfer representing Haleiwa, Hawaii. She's got the nickname as the Queen of Haleiwa, Bruno. What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see her performance last year?
I'm fair.
Yeah.
It's a fair nickname, yeah.
Yeah, her performance last year to secure her place on the 2022 Championship Tour all came down to that final Challenger Series event, and that was at Haleiwa, where Betty Lou Sakura Johnson took a big win. And as we look at the rankings, remember, if you're just tuning in with us, we got big news. We have Macy Callahan has already qualified for the women for the Championship Tour, as well as Molly Picklum, as well as Caitlin Simmers. So number 1, 2, and 3 on the leaderboard have qualified. Next in line is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So this, I don't know if it's going to get between her ears. I don't know if it's going to mess with her mentally, but she's next in line if she continues to surf through heats here.
This heat means the world for her.
It sure does. And with the challenging conditions, I'm sure that even exerts more mental strain. How do you think surfers, or even yourself as a surfer, how do you deal with, you know, being able to be calm in pressure situations like today?
Like you said a little while ago, you have to believe in yourself. Believe in your instincts.
Kika making her way.
Yeah, Francisca Vezelko.
So she's been very impressive, Francisca, in this competition. She's going to be in the next heat, and she's got quite a matchup with Alyssa Spencer. I'm thinking Alyssa Spencer throwing down some of the biggest numbers so far in competitions, been very consistent in getting scores in the 6 to 8 point range. And you keep on doing that, your probability is coming through. So the 6 to 8 point range, you know, 5 being like a right in the middle average score. 6, you're into the good range. When you get to the 7, you're in the very good range. 8 and above, that is the excellent range, and that's what, you know, the surfers are aiming for. Coming out of a heat, there's an old saying, and it's been continued on through till today, 8s or lates. As we look at our judging criteria, you get an 8 to 10, that's excellent range. They're very good, 6.5 to 7.9. That'll get you through most heats. You get a couple 6.5s, a 13.2 wave total. You're through most heats. The good waves, not. Now you're getting iffy, you know, depending on the conditions, and fair and poor, that's when you get eliminated.
Yeah, I've got to throw away those scores, huh?
Amaro paddling and unable to get over the ledge. Betty Lou looks back and says, nice, I got priority now.
Yeah. The dice has been rolled, and she's got the priority.
Now, conditions seem to be difficult paddling, and why do you think they're having a hard time getting into the waves?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the period is getting a little shorter.
Well, a push into the wave here, a little whitewater takeoff by Amaro Suzuki, and then the wave opens up. Big snap comes around the corner again, snap in a second time, alligator jaws, and just brushes the teeth of the alligator jaws.
Yes.
That was a surprise for Amaro Suzuki. That was some dramatic intervention right there. Misses the wave, loses priority. Somehow, Bruno, a whitewater kicks her in, and the wave just doubles up beautifully.
I was thinking she did like she used the dental floss in the Boca do Jacaré. Nice touch, huh? In the beginning of the wave, we couldn't imagine the wave had that potential, huh?
Well, you said it before, Bruno. Yeah. Yesterday you were commenting, you had a Forrest Gump reference where you're just like, Itaúna sometimes is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
That's it.
All the waves kind of look the same, but some open up and have a wonderful, delicious center, and some are those weird nougats. Oh, man. Rachel, what are you doing? Where are you?
Kaipo, I'm here at the sponsor village again, in front of this Corona globe, which is huge and made by plastic, because of their campaign that they're going to recycle 1 plastic bottle for each Corona you buy.
Wow, yeah, that's doing some good there, and it looks like we recycled a lot of plastic so far.
Yeah, a lot. This year is going to be a lot.
Okay, I'm buying a bunch of Coronas tonight so we can recycle more plastic.
Me too.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. And yeah, that is the initiative, the Corona 77 Globes initiative, in which every Corona sold, Corona will recycle a plastic bottle. And so Corona this year is estimating to recycle 287 million bottles. So Corona doing some good work. Thank you. Mahalo. Obrigado, Corona.
Oh, yeah. Thanks a lot.
The number comes through for Amaro Suzuki, and this is pressure on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Let's see how she handles that pressure, because Amaro just dropped a 6.83. Here she goes, smart competitor. Oh, that didn't line up. I was just going to say, maybe I jinxed her. I was going to say smart competitor by backing that up. I mean, at this point, my analysis, if she just got a 4, surfed your way to a 4, you really got Betty Lou against the ropes. But Amaro kind of caught a rail on that takeoff, so she's going to go back out. But she's got a lot of time to back up that 6.83. In the framework of this heat, that number for our Japanese surfer is huge.
Oh, yeah. As you said before, it's like in this situation right now, the conditions, the high 6 feels like an 8.
The high 6 feels like an 8. This is true.
Yeah.
And an unlikely turn of events. But Amaro Suzuki, she's been a proven competitor, and she is like one of those bright shining stars as there's a new storm coming. Here's her backup. Nice carve, controlling the rail. If she finishes this one, I was going to say that would be trouble for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So there's a ray of hope for Betty Lou. She's still way in the game. I'm unable to really put a fundamental backup to her opening 6.83.
I liked the way she approached the last section, but was a little risky. Huh? she could make it a little more, less radical, and maybe, like you said, back it up and build that wall against Betty Lou. I love this name, Betty Lou.
Betty Lou Sakura
even with the surname.
Johnson.
Yeah.
I always have been saying since she was a Grom, so good, they had to name her 4 times because she has 4 names. It's an old joke, Bruno, but I keep on using it.
No, it's all right.
I'm going to tell you the history about this girl. The first time I saw her was at the Rel Sun, and you remember Rel Sun, right? Of course. So we do the Rel Sun Memorial, a Menehune contest on the west side. We've been doing it for 46 years now, and that's when we bring all the Menehunes out. She came out from Haleiwa as this little girl from Haleiwa. It was about 3 foot, Makaha. Really nice conditions, nice little point break, you know? And at that moment, not just myself, other people on the beach too, thought, we just went, you know what? There's a future right here. Yeah. It was so obvious, her ability at a very young age. And she hadn't surfed any competitions up until then. She wasn't like the normal kid that was just like at a contest every weekend. She just popped into that one. And I think that's when the spark happened. She got backing by her sponsor after that. She got picked up by Roxy after that. And the rest has been history.
Oh, so nice, that story, huh? Real Sun, the queen of Makaha.
The queen of Makaha and a pioneer in the way when we look at women's professional surfing.
For sure. It's a real legend, huh? And the sad story about the disease, the cancer. She used to ride those trucks that they put pesticide in the fields of pineapple or sugar.
Yeah, we had sugarcane fields. Yeah.
She used to have the rides on the trucks with water, but with a little bit of pesticides mixed with the water. I heard that story. That's the reason why she got cancer.
Yeah, we love you, Auntie Rel. That was a heavy moment right there for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So I'm thinking, wow, has the pressure started to penetrate into the mind of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, because that was unusual. She's so sure-footed all the time. But then again, as an explanation, it's difficult out there, isn't Bruno?
For sure.
Here she goes again. She's going to go quick. She wants to get back on her feet, get back some momentum, this time going left. Nice little snap on the backhand, and easily finishes off that wave. So just a reminder to herself, I'm sure, to get back in action, get some scores on the board, and start chipping away at Amuro Suzuki's lead at the moment.
It's a Campbell Kaipo. She put a little energy in this short little left. But I like the first turn. The second one was like a phone climb.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying, still trying. We have plenty of time. Almost more than a third of the heat. Still ahead of us.
Yeah, the clock is ticked down all the way to 11 minutes and 10 seconds. And we have Amuro Suzuki still with that strong 6.83. She backed it up with a 3.3. Betty Lou, the best she can do right now is a 2.4. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, if she wants to do it in one wave, Bruno, she needs a 7.76 to turn this heat. Big number, but we know she's capable of it.
Yeah. And like we said before, she can split there in that thing, maybe trying to get 2 regular waves. Like
2 6s, she takes the lead. 2 5.5s, she takes the lead.
Yeah.
So you can do it a couple different ways, right? Especially when you have, with 10 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. I want to check in with Rachel again. Rachel.
Kaipo, I'm still exploring again all the structure, and now I found here the 51 ice space inside the VIP area, and it's the perfect time to get your 51 ice really cold inside of this freezer. People are watching the contest, drinking their 51 ice. It's really crowded in here, in fact. Everyone is cheering so much.
Yeah, it's refreshing drink, and a ton of different flavors there.
Many flavors. Which one do you have? Do you want? I can take it for you.
Okay, I'll take a sampler platter, so get me 3 different flavors.
Okay.
And bring them over. Thank you, Rachel. As we go back to Betty Lou Sakura Johnson getting bucked off there by the backwash, Bruno, happens often.
That's it. One more left for Betty Lou. A short one, huh?
Yeah, it's a short one, and it was just another, you know, showing you what you one of the challenges here. Here's a replay. You can see all this backwash.
Wow. Double up, and then nice bottom turn. Yeah. She anticipated, yeah, the way she hit the lip.
Replay here, right behind her, was Amaral.
Oh, yeah. Going vertical, huh? She's trying to improve, to change. 3.33.
Maybe, you know, if it does, it's going to be slight, but the real kind of context of this heat is that Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who's the top seed coming into this heat, certainly on paper going to be the favorite of this heat, underperforming at the moment. But you know what? When you have a winning spirit like Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, you're able to come back. We'll see if she's able to come back. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, she needs this at this moment, a 7.76. Can she do it? We're going to find out right after this commercial break.
Super and Blue improved her second best score was 3.33, now 3.83, Amuru. This is your second best score. Super and Red, second position needs, Betty Lou needs 7.33. Red needs 7.33. She's looking for this wave. Just look. Again, repeating, Betty Lou, Super and Red, you need 7.33 to move to the first position. Está precisando de muito bom 7,33 a Betty Lou para mostrar sua primeira na frente onde não viu. Michelin Super Blue from Japan is Suzuki. First priority blue, second priority red. Check. 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. 7 minutos pro final.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro. By TikTok, download the app. By 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. It's a glorious afternoon here at Itaúna Beach in the town of Saquarema as we fly above. Beautiful scene, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. Always a good flight going with the drone. And there comes Betty Lou. Nice wave, huh?
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson trying to make her comeback at the moment against Amuro Suzuki. Suzuki on her last effort with a 3.83. So that increased her lead. Here's a replay of Betty Lou on her last ride.
Yeah, it can be crucial for this duel. Huh? A lot of spray. The wave was almost flat there.
Had to put a lot of effort into that. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson needs a 7.33. Now, I don't know if that wave is going to go up into that range, but that performance should reduce the requirement for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
I think she will get her highest score. Huh?
Yeah, that should go north of the 3.33.
Oh, yeah.
That'll reduce the requirement. Here's Amuro Suzuki. Steep drop, is able to pull that off. Slashing. Backwash, throws the tail a little bit. That's going to be doing some damage.
Yes.
And a Japanese squad Minami Nonaka and Chino Matsuda and the crew over there do appreciate that, and they should, because right when Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is able to kind of reel Amuro Suzuki back into a manageable need, Betty Lou with the last score of 5.33, now Betty Lou needs a 5.34, but that need is going to be increased because of this performance here by Amuro.
Oh, yes. She took off like in the same spot of her best score, and she was very smart to avoid the second move to do the last one. Huh? Now, after the carve, and she did a nice finish. Very smart move.
Smart surfing, good surfing, solid surfing by Amuro Suzuki. Suzuki made some history for Japan. She won a surfing bronze medal. So that was a big happening for Amuro Suzuki, and that increased her overall star power in Japan. Where she did it? In Japan,
yes,
at Ichinomiya Beach there in Chiba. Conditions fairly similar to what we're seeing right now.
Yes.
Maybe not as much backwash, but certainly a broken up wave. That is Shinobu. That's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's mother, rooting her on. Shinobu's been a great supporter of Betty Lou since a young age, and probably one of the sweetest moms on tour too. Such a nice lady.
I had a chance to talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she thought I was my twin brother, you know? That's the reason why she approached me. And I said, no, I'm not Marcos, I'm Bruno.
And then what happened?
Oh, we have a nice chat. It was okay. Very
give,
lovely person.
Give you any strategy or secrets or anything that
no, she was just nice.
Just like
happy to be in Brazil.
You know what? Yeah, this is because this family's, you know, from a small town of Haleiwa on the north shore of Oahu. When Betty Lou qualified for the championship tour, the family had to make a decision. You know, 16 years old when she qualified. I think she's 17 now. But they had to make a decision, you know, hey, do we take this? And do we take this show on the road? I mean, a lot of ask. She's still in high school. Her high school, Wailoa High School, didn't offer an online course, so they had to find some other schooling opportunities for her. And what a great family. They said, you know what? We're going to take advantage. There's a huge opportunity. And since then, the school of the world has taught Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Because when you go around the world to all these different countries, that's school on its own, right, Bruno?
For sure, man. As a post-graduation, like, yeah.
I mean, I almost think it's just as valuable. You know, you go to Australia, you go to Portugal, you come to Brazil, you go to El Salvador, Indonesia, Europe, and all of these places. And every single place that you go, you learn about culture, you learn about other human beings, you learn about how to get through things.
Oh, yeah, languages and stuff.
And it makes you, I feel a lot of times, it makes you a more humble and tolerant person, because you see how the other people live, and you don't just live in a little bubble.
That's it.
In your zone.
Yeah, different realities, huh?
One of the gifts of surfing
Make us appreciate more what we have, huh?
Well, Bruno, we're down to just 1 minute and 20 seconds, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson needs a giant score, a 7.37. 90 seconds are going by right now. 7.37 is the need. She has priority. She's down to a minute. She needs to use that priority, and she needs to surf to the highest single wave performance of this heat. Taking a look at this wave, doesn't have the potential for that very good number. And she's gonna go. One big off the top there, claims it to the beach. The support squad likes it.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big off the top, but was that a 7.37? 7.37, that's a lofty goal. That's a lofty number. Your initial thoughts, Bruno?
I don't know. I think she's going to be closed, but not enough.
Here we go. Take a look at it again.
Yeah, nice touch. At the second floor, fist pump. Look at that. Nice, a clinic. Perfect positioning. The expression, the body language, the way she holds the power of the foam.
6.2 drops in, not enough. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is eliminated from competition here. Amuro Suzuki, we're going to see her finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, and an emotional ride-in for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Good news for Betty Lou. She can regather, and she's got one more chance, and that chance is going to be at her home break when we finish off the Challenger Series at Haleiwa. But Amuro Suzuki's on to the quarterfinals. We're on to a commercial break. We'll be back with more right after this.
E até agora a portuguesa, Vesselco, Pista Vesselco, de Portugal, jogando duro ali.
Hey, welcome back as we fly by the quaint town, the surf town of Saquarema here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. This is the site of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, and Heat 7 in the round of 16, out in the water. Alyssa Spencer versus Francisco Vesselco, and I have a special guest for you. Kikas is here.
How are you guys?
So good. Thank you for joining us.
No, thank you guys for the invite.
Oh man, I'm so happy. I saw you in the competitors, and I'm just like, what a perfect match, you know?
Yeah,
we got Kika.
Yeah, and Kikesh.
And Kikesh.
Yeah.
What do you think about this matchup?
It's a really good one. Kika has been surfing super well this whole comp. I think this right-hander fits her really good, her surfing. But Alyssa has been really good as well. Really tough backhand to beat. Yes. So it's going to be a good one to watch.
Yeah, it is going to be a really good one to watch. Thank you for joining us. Kika also from Cascais?
Yes, she's from Cascais.
So that's your town?
Yeah. We kind of live close. She does surf the same spots as I do, Guincho, Carcavelos, so all over that area. We were just in the ISIs together too, with the Portuguese team. So yeah, it's been fun hanging with Kika. She's really fun and always ready for a surf.
Yeah, it'd be great to have a female Portuguese surfer on tour. And,
I know.
And it can happen. I mean, we got Teresa.
Exactly.
We got Kika. We have a lot of potential. Here's the opener for Alyssa Spencer, Maida.
Yeah, very good one, very strong maneuver. Just one big wreck right there, but a good one.
I think it's a good one too, and you know what? The judges thought it was a good one too. A 6.67 drops for the opener for Alyssa Spencer. That's what you were saying, Frederico. Like Alyssa's been tearing it up on the backhand, and as soon as you said that, she caught a wave. A 6.67 for a single maneuver.
I know we've seen that for a few hits already in this event. Single maneuvers scoring really high on end sections, and that's what Alyssa just went for.
Yeah, well, I want to say right now we're going to throw it down to an interview. Omedetou gozaimashita. Congratulations to Amuro Suzuki. She's with Rachel.
That's right. I'm here with Amuro Suzuki, and for sure we all want to know, what was your strategy for such a tough conditions as the ones right now?
My strategy was actually I wanted to try to more catch waves because she's really good surfer, and yeah, I don't want to give chance to her, but yeah, I'm happy to make it. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't give her a chance. And how about your mom? She's here with you. It's her first time in Brazil. How important it is for you this support?
She's best coach for me. Yeah, she's really good, and she's always supporting me. Also, yeah, this is first time Brazil. Warm water, beautiful place. Yeah, I love it.
Thank you so much and congratulations. You're into the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we'll see Amuro Suzuki on finals day. Alyssa Spencer got a wave during that interview. She's going to back up her 6.67, and it looks like she's going to back it up with another pretty good wave. Great performance, consistently able to connect maneuvers on the backhand. Federico, Alyssa Spencer coming on, so she's gonna put Kika in a little bit of a pickle right now. But talk us through this replay.
It's just really nice first turn and just a good finish. I guess after that strong start, a 6.67, it's a pretty big score to die. I guess under priority, she's just looking for a backup, and she did really well in finding that little wave. You know, maybe for Kika that's still looking for that main wave wouldn't be the right choice, but for someone under priority, it's the perfect wave.
Right. I love that insight from the competitor. There's certain you wear certain hats at different times, right? Sometimes you have to be selective when you have priority, but when you're under priority, give it a chance.
Exactly. Always. It's almost you want to be under priority most of the time. Because you can just, look at anything. When with first priority, you kind of sit and you got to be really picky on your waves. So it's tough, because if you make a mistake, it's just like, I just wait as my priority. But if you're under priority, you kind of you can look at anything, and if something shows up, you're just ready for it. So it's it's a hard choice.
That's why, the championship tour, it's pretty hard to surf the surf ranch, because you can't surf under the priority at the surf ranch.
Yeah, you got one shot, and either you make it or you're going home.
That's a whole different mindset, right?
It is.
And it messes with people.
No, it does. It's really hard, because it's like you have two shots, a right and a left, and there's no margin for error, and yeah, it's hard.
I personally think it's really cool that it's back on the 2023 championship tour, because it makes surfers have to utilize a different strategy. Everywhere else you can use this strategy where I'm going to surf on the priority, and I'm going to keep my priority and perform when the good one comes. But that particular event is going to be a mental test for the championship tour surfers. So I think it's at the end of the year, you really are going to have the most well-rounded world champ.
Yeah, I think so too. It's almost a wave where you can sit at home and kind of visualize it before you surf it, because it's always the same. The section doesn't change. Like, the wind might play around, but we see Alyssa here going for another one.
Alyssa Spencer, she's already got a 6.5 and a 6.67, so looking strong already. The surfer from Carlsbad, California, she kicks out. That's not going to add to her already dominant total over Francisca Veselko. Take another look at it, Maida.
Yeah, very nice first turn right there. And then she got a little click there, and the wave didn't offer much for her.
Yep, but no harm, no foul. Surfing, again, like Federico was talking about, under priority, just keeps on trying. I want to talk a little bit about Kika and Francisca. How old is she?
I think she's 18, 19.
She's 19 years old, so she's a teenager. She lives, and I call it your town, Cascais, because it's been a while. It's been like since COVID. I haven't been to Cascais since before COVID. But last time I was there, it seemed like it was your town, because there was all these giant pictures of you.
No.
All over Cascais. This is true, because you made the whole town proud, making it to the championship tour, and you did it in a brilliant fashion. And that's something that, like, I'm going to relate that to what's happening here in the Challenger Series. You get 2 big results, you win these last 2,
Oh, yeah.
you're on. And that's basically what you did your qualifying year.
Yeah.
2 runner-up finishes
Yeah,
at the last
exactly.
2 events of the year.
Exactly. We have Kika here. Nice first turn. Good snap. Yeah. You see, this is the tough one. Like, she hold priority for 10 minutes and, you know, she didn't really capitalize on that opportunity. But you see the other surfer just catching waves and getting scores under you, and it's a tough one. But I think she just wants to get moving, and hopefully she'll get a good one.
I was thinking about this. What kind of strategy you would pick here if you have to surf these conditions right now?
It's really tricky. Definitely my strategies this year haven't been paying off much on the Challenger Series, but I'm usually the surfer that sits and waits for the wave. Usually I just sit and wait, and I know exactly which wave I want to go. But you need to be really solid on your nerves, because it's really easy to, you know, to just make the wrong choice, and then you're just chasing the other surfer. Today, because it's pretty much a right-hander. It's almost, I wouldn't say a point break, but it just breaks on the same place. It's kind of easy to identify the good ones. I'll probably just sit and wait and hopefully make the right choices.
Yeah, the patience that involves, but sometimes, no matter what, I feel, Maida, that you can have all the strategy, you can have the ability, but there's still a luck factor in surfing. And that's the thing that's very special about our sport.
Yeah, for sure. There's this factor like luck, but sometimes you gotta know how to deal with this and make around of this. You know, like I think Kika, she just made a bad choice. You know, because she only took like a 3.67 ride, and as he said, she held priority for so long.
Yeah, well, the good news for Francisca is that she's got 18 minutes, 25 seconds, plenty of time to turn this heat around. She does need a 9.5, but she doesn't have to look at it as a 9.5. She can look at it as a 7 and a 6.5.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She can just, like, here's Kika again.
Here she goes, looking down the line, loads up, bangs, the alligator jaw section right there here at Itaúna. And so that's more like it. I like the commitment and the speed and the flow. What do you think, Maida?
I like it as well, like how strong he finished this maneuver, and she could stand on her feet. We know this backwash is so hard. And this is what I want to ask you, Kika, about the backwash here. How do you deal with that, and what do you think about these girls dealing with this?
Oh, they've been doing a really good job. And that's the good thing about here. It's because with one turn you can still get a pretty good score. And so if you make it through the backwash, which is the hard part when you're landing, it can be pretty tricky. You just got to make sure you go early and land kind of early so you can manage. Because if you're struggling with the whitewash plus the backwash, it's deadly.
Yeah.
But we saw Kika managed it really well. I think she needs a better and bigger wave to throw some more spray and have some more impact, and then she'll probably go into the 6s ranges like Alyssa did.
Yep, so the number comes in at a 3.27, 3.67, also in the scoreline for Francisca. She still needs that 9.5. Again, enough time on the clock for her to get to that requirement in 2 waves. Alyssa Spencer now sitting with priority, and now the tempo has changed a bit, Maida, for Alyssa Spencer. At first, she's surfing with a lot of waves. Now that she has a big lead and priority, it looks like she wants to stay out and dominate the peak.
Yeah, probably she does. As Kika said here, probably she's going to stick with the priority and wait for the bigger ones and for the best ones of the heat. Then maybe she can improve her 6.67. That is already a good score, but she can improve it a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be her mission at the moment. And the conditions I feel are starting to improve. Perhaps I think we're past the high tide mark, so getting a little shallower out there. We're seeing more waves break, and hopefully more opportunity. Last heat, we saw Amuro Suzuki move into the quarterfinal, and Amuro with that Olympic bronze medal, you know, is a landmark thing. I'm going to get into Olympic kind of conversations. Okay, I'm going to get into with you, Federico. You said you were the ISAs. Obviously, on your radar is Olympic qualification for 2024. How good, or well, what do you look forward to? Because Teaupo is going to be the site for people who are going to win a gold medal.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be really fun, and definitely I'm aiming to be part of it. I couldn't go to the last ones because I got COVID before the Olympics, so I missed my spot.
Ah, this is right.
So yeah, definitely I want to make it to these ones. These last ISIs, it was just a spot like it. The qualification was not weird. It was just like the whole team had to be first. Like the male side had to be first, the women's side had to be first, and then you'd get the spot for your country. So it didn't really depend on just yourself. So, but now next year and the year after, I think there's some more ISIs where you can guarantee your own spot.
Right.
So yeah, looking forward to that. I think it's going to be El Salvador, which usually it's a really fun wave, and yeah, looking forward to it.
If it's at Punta Roca, I think you're taking the thing, bro.
I don't think it's Punta Roca. I think there's other two venues.
Okay.
But really fun waves. We went there last year, and it was cool.
Yeah, I saw what you did at J Bay, and that's like the El Salvador J Bay right there. That's why I thought you were in. I'm just like, oh my goodness.
No, fun waves.
And how heartbreaking it was for you to not go into Olympics?
Yeah, it sucked. It sucked. It was really frustrating because it's something it doesn't depend on you, you know, like
right.
COVID, let's not even get into that because it's a whole different story. It's something you just don't depend on. Yeah. Like you're just on the road, whatever, traveling all the time, just happens. And yeah, it happened to me, and like I was just so sad, you know, like it's one of those things where you dream your whole life. First Olympics, that surf scene, first Portuguese male to go. I was gonna go with Teresa, and like you missed it because, you know, of COVID. It is what it is. Everything's got a reason to happen, and I guess it is what it is. Hopefully I'll be in Chopes.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. I think with this mindset, you can go with.
Yeah, hopefully.
We got a lot of wood here on the set. I'm going to knock on wood. That's good luck. So that COVID stuff, that whole world COVID thing never, ever happens again. How good is it to be back on tour? I mean, this year,
it's so
finally
nice.
When we have a full tour, for me, this has been groundbreaking.
Yeah, and just you're traveling, you're going everywhere, no masks, everyone's hanging, talking. It's beautiful. We're back to normal, I think.
I think so, too. I'm so enjoying it. Well, we're going to be back with the conclusion of this heat and more conversation with Federico Moraes. Stick around. More to come. Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice,
official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro. I'm Kai Paguro, joined by Maida Pops and Frederico Moraes Kikas. And we are in the back half of heat number 7 of the round of 16. The winner moves on to finals day and the quarterfinals for the women. Alyssa Spencer right now with the advantage over Kika Francisca Veselko out of Portugal, the wonderful country of Portugal. Little backwash there. And I don't mean to say that, Frederico, just because you're in the booth. I really do think Portugal is a wonderful country. People ask me what's one of my favorite places to go on tour, and Portugal's always on the top of my list.
Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot, and there's a lot of Americans, Brazilians.
I'm ready to move over, bro.
Yeah, everyone's moving over. I just think the quality of lifestyle against the price and against the culture, weather, it's a pretty nice place to be.
The secret's out, okay? So because every year I go back, there's more and more surfers. What about the early years, like when you were a kid and stuff?
Oh, there's no one out.
Right.
Yeah, you'd surf by yourself. It was so much fun. But even though it gets crowded, but I just think the main place is if you take your car and drive a little bit, you'll find empty beaches.
Right.
Like you go around Santa Cruz and all those areas where you kind of get out of the city a little bit, and you'll surf by yourself most of the time.
And you'll find you'll find a wave. Oh man, I love it. Look forward to going back. Well, Maida, we're down to 8 minutes and 50 seconds, and still the need for Kika is that 9.5.
Yeah, very hard mission to her right now because the waves are not offering that much, like this high score. So she probably will need to catch like 2 waves and split this score that she needs. And she's not with priority right now, so she has to take a chance in an insider.
Yeah, that's good that you pointed that out, because not only does she need a big score, but she also has second priority at the same time. Federico, you got any tricks to get out of this situation?
She's a really talented surfer and a really good surfer. And today you can see scores with just 1 turn, so it's pretty easy, and it's a really easy paddle out. So you can just get 1 turn, paddle back out, get another one. You're under priority. You can have a wiggle around, have a look. So I think the 9.5 looks really hard to get, but like you said, if you split it in 2 scores for Kika surfing, I think it's completely achievable.
And she's taking a look at this one, and here she goes. Nice little wave, snaps off the top there, and that's all that wave's going to offer for her. So that was unfortunate. It didn't give her more open face, Maida.
Yeah, it was kind of shame because she really needs to put some score on the board right now because we have like 7 and 15 seconds remaining. Yeah, I don't know if she can change her 3.27. What do you think, Kaipo?
I don't think it's going to eclipse that, and it doesn't. It's a 3.07. So back to the drawing board. One more try. Still, the clock is favorable, but now the time is really tightening out. There's a time within a heat that the clock turns into your enemy. Not just the other competitor, but the real enemy is the clock.
The clock is your enemy when you're winning, and it's your enemy when you're losing. It's never in favor of you. So it's a hard one. When you're winning, you're just like, come on, finish. When you're losing, you're like, no, don't finish. Like, I need more 5 minutes. So yeah, but I think Kika has the skill to do it. So hopefully we can see some more exchanges, and even from Alyssa. So let's hope that the ocean gives us something.
Entertaining surfer, but has had limited success in a jersey is Mason Ho. And Mason has a classic quote where he's just like, hey man, I've never lost the heat.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I've just run out of time. I never lose, I just run out of time. I could have won that thing.
It's so good. I've heard him say that once, and I was just going to say that. It's so funny. Mason's so good.
Yeah, Mason, that's good stuff. We got more good stuff because
We got Rachel out somewhere wandering around the site. What do you got?
I am always in a nice place, Kaipo. Look, I just told you about the 51 Eyes, but if you're not in the VIP area, don't worry, because they have a really nice space out here at the beach that you can enjoy and buy your 51 Eyes. They have many flavors, and you should come here, viu, after the booth.
I think I will, and I want to check out that Combi behind. I want to know what year that is, because that's a classic vehicle. I love the look of that thing.
That combi is really nice. Frederico, you should come here.
Yeah, I will for a drink.
Thank you, Rachel. All right, so back down to the beach, and we're having fun on land, but it's not so fun for Kika right now out in this heat, because now it's 5 minutes remaining, and the requirement remains the same, a 9.5. The teenager, however, you know, regardless of what happens in these last 5 minutes, she's got to be proud about her performance here on the Challenger.
Definitely, she showcased a really good surfing, really mature surfing. She's got a lot of comps ahead of her, so no need to stress or feel anger. It's normal, but we would lose a lot more than we win. But if at least we do some really good surfing, that's already a really good goal to achieve.
Yeah, and that's I mean, we had William Cardoso in here, you know, and we're celebrating his career and how he's mentoring kids. And he said, imagine when you tell a kid, if you told a kid he's really stoked on surfing, but you tell the kid, you're going to lose more than you win when you first start. I mean, it's a reality, and it's something we all live around. But, hey, let's check out a recap right now. And we're going to see some spectacular surfing from Alyssa Spencer, Maria. She's just got a super sharp backhand.
Yeah, super sharp. She just started like right in the beginning of the heat, catch some good waves. This was just only one maneuver, but a really good one. And for this next one, very nice first maneuver, and she pulled another good one.
Yeah, 6.67 and a 6.5. Kika tried to fight back, Frederico.
I know. I think just the waves she got didn't really give her the chance to, you know, to put the best surfing. But with the waves she got, she surfed really good. I think it's just sometimes you can be the best surfer in the water, your surfing can be on point, but if you're not on the best waves, it's just hard to fight back, you know.
Great surf coach, legendary shaper, legendary surfer Ben Ipa once told me when he was coaching me as a young man, is that quite often and most often the best surfer does not win the contest. The surfer that plays the game the best wins the contest.
Yeah, and it's really hard to play the game.
It's a difficult game because look at the field keeps on moving around.
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't get any rain delays, you know. There's not a guaranteed smooth field for us every time. Sometimes the field's all roughed up like this, Maida.
Yeah, sometimes it does, especially here at Itaúna. We saw this spot like switching, how to say that?
Switch
so quickly. Sorry. And yeah, here it's very different spot, and the wind and everything that switches.
Yeah, the tides come into play. And even the swell angles, look up here in our bird's eye view, you can see the different swell angles that this beach is open to. And each swell angle and swell period will give this beach a different personality of a wave. Right, Frederico?
Oh, completely. But it's kind of good because any swell can get in and you have rights, left, so it's pretty fun. Oh, I just saw Kika. That looked like a good turn.
That looked like a good finish.
Landing.
Yeah, it looked like a good finish. We'll get caught up with that. 1 minute and 35 seconds. And we'll see what the surfer from Portugal just did. An impressive, here we go, Maida.
Yeah, it was only one maneuver, but a very strong one. What did you think, Kiki?
Yeah, it's like, again, I just feel like the waves didn't really give her a chance. But with what she had, she surfed really good. It's always the same topic. It's waves, wave selection. You know, if you're on the best waves, it's so much easier to, you know, to perform and to get the scores. When you're just chasing those sections and kind of late and closeouts, you can be the best surfer, but it's tricky. It just gets super hard. And I feel like that was the only problem Kika faced this heat, you know, besides a really tough Alyssa picking up the right waves and performing on those waves.
Yeah, I mean, because on one-on-one heats, you're not really surfing against another person.
Yeah.
You're actually just surfing against yourself and your own performance. Well, we're down to 35 seconds, Maida, and this looks like it's it for Kika, and Alyssa Spencer is going to be moving on into quarterfinal number 4, where she'll be faced against either Leilani McGonigal or Keely Andrew.
Yeah, we're gonna see them the next heat. Yeah, and she did a really good job, Alyssa Spencer. She has been surfing like so good here at Saquarema. I think she has like the highest score of the women event as well in the first heats, the previous heats. So good job for her. Shame for Kika.
Well, on this big stage of the Challenger Series, a congratulations to Francisca Vesaco. However, with a great performance here, she's going to walk away with the equal 9th from the Corona Saquarema Pro. Alyssa Spencer, she's going to ride into the beach and ride straight into finals day. She's in the quarterfinals. She'll be in quarterfinal number 4 when we get to that finals day. Frederico, obrigado.
Thank you, guys. Muito obrigado.
Mahalo. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us and a lot of insight. We got more. It's not done yet. We got one more heat today, and that's going to happen right after this commercial break. Stick around with us. And we're back. Final heat of the day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And heat number 8 in the round of 16, Leilani McGonigal facing off against Keely Andrew. There's just one more spot in the quarterfinal, and one of these women are going to take that spot, and we're going to find out within the next 30 minutes who it is. I'm Kaipo, joined by Maida Paps to take you through all of this action this afternoon, Maida.
Yeah.
What do we think about this heat?
Yeah, the last one of the day. We have like a very long day here of competition. And look, Leilani just started. Sorry, yeah, it's Leilani. Pretty quick this heat.
Yeah.
And it was a good one. Huh?
Yeah, let's see the opener for Leilani McGonigal representing Costa Rica, coming in at a 3.67, so nice start for the Goofy Foot.
Yeah, she's 27 on the 27th spot of the Challenger Series, so she has pretty much to win this competition here to maybe have a chance to qualify if she wins.
Yeah.
Haliva.
Yeah, that's true. When you're out there, but you know, there's a hope for everyone. Ranked number 27, just like you said, 22 years of age, hailing from Pavones, that beautiful left-hand point break in Costa Rica. Her family moved out there from San Clemente before she was born and built like a little hotel out there. It's a wonderful, I mean, I haven't been there for like 20 years or whatever, but when I went there, it was a wonderful place. I'm sure it's still wonderful.
Yeah, I've never been there before, but I really wish to go someday. It's a lovely country. And also now here in this heat, we have an Olympic athlete as well. She went to Tokyo to represent her country.
Oh, Leilani.
Leilani, yeah.
We'll see if Leilani has a goofy foot, if she's going to be back on that Costa Rican team to represent her country when we look around to the 2024 Olympic Games. Got a lot to happen in between there, but right in front of Leilani McGonigal is Keely Andrew, who would be the veteran of this crew out here. Keely Andrew, a veteran of the championship tour, spending some time on the tour with some pretty good results. I believe 27 years old. Here she is, Keely Andrew, and a nice dynamic finish there to that wave.
Yeah, I really like this one. It was really strong, very vertical there. I really like this. And now she's getting back, and Leilani will be with priority to try to get a backup score. Actually, she has like 3.67 already.
Yep, Leilani already with 3.7. See some of the stats for Keely Andrew. 27 years old, from Mooloolaba, Australia. We'll get more with Keely because I want to talk and hear from Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa's against the glass with Rachel. Take it away.
Alyssa, congratulations. You're in the quarters now. And tell me, what was the best and the worst moment of this heat?
Yeah, there's really tricky conditions out there, and I knew surfing a heat against Francesca was going to be a tough one. She's an amazing surfer, and man-on-man heats are always really tough. So, yeah, I was just happy that I could find two waves in the beginning and then close out the rest of the heat.
And what are the expectations for the upcoming heat?
Yeah, I'm definitely really excited for tomorrow. I've never made it past the quarterfinals in a Challenger Series event, so I'm really hoping that I can make a couple more heats. And yeah, my goal is to win this event, so I'm hoping that I can make that happen.
Keep going, good luck. Thank you so much. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, and congratulations to Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa is an interesting story because she nearly qualified a couple of times. Alyssa Spencer. I remember 2019, I think she was one spot away on the qualifying series to make it to the championship tour. She was very young at the time, but so getting over that line, I think, is really important for her. I think the surfing's there, Maida.
Yeah, for sure it is. She's surfing pretty well. And especially here at Saquarema, she's shown like everything she has, all the powerful maneuvers and with a good flow. So she probably might get classified, like if not now, like soon.
Yeah, so this is going to be her third quarter of the year, Alyssa Spencer. She made the quarters in Manly. She made it again in Bolito. She was mentioning, I want to get past that next round. So she's already got her eyes past the next round and into the semis and finals. So it looks like she's got the form to do so.
Yeah, I really think so. She just showed on this heat for us right now. She made a really good job against Kika. And now we see Leilani upriding.
Leilani McGonigal, another surfer with a great backhand, and it's surprising how polished Leilani's backhand is, being a goofy foot coming and growing up on a left-hand point ride, but she's been pretty much a kind of a traveling surfer for years now on this Challenger Series. A quick up and out by Keely Andrew. Keely Andrew, like I said again, from the Sunshine Coast, the sunny coast, small town called Mooloolaba. 5 years on the championship tour. Let's take a look, however, first of Leilani McGonigal.
Yeah, I like this one, not pretty strong, but then the second one looked a little better. You know what, Kaipo? All these girls are surfing like on their backhands here in these rides, and they're doing good. We just saw like Fahini doing the same, and also Alyssa. So,
what do you think? Do you think it's an advantage in the? It seems, well, by the numbers, it looks like it is an advantage. Do you think it's an advantage to be a goofy foot right now on these rides?
Oh, I really think so, because like the waves are not offering much, like not too many maneuvers. So with backhand, if you do like a really strong one, I think it's getting better reward.
I agree with you because I think Alyssa Spencer showed that, and like you said, Vahine Fierro showed that. On the men's side, certainly Gabe Medina showed that. Other than the giant 9.33 air that he did on his forehand today, all his really big scores were happening on the rights up until now. So that leverage sometimes and that ability to put your board more vertical and sometimes even surf tighter when you're bottom turning off your heels could be an advantage.
I think so. We saw João Duru doing the same. Like we can like point many of them, and look in the forehand, Keely, she looks good as well. But I mean, like just for a single maneuver, I think on the backhand they look like better.
And actually the numbers have backed up exactly what you said. So that's a really, really good observation, Maida. We talk about Keely and we talk about some of her highlights. 2018. Keely Andrew surfed all the way to second place at Trestles, right behind a Brazilian in the way of Silvana Lima, who won that event. Keely, you can see with the quick feet that she has, no problem getting up in the lip and putting it back down. So we'll see what that number comes through. Judges are still waiting to give us that number.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the judges look at this, if they are looking the same as we are here. We just talked about this. But the ocean is not offering like left-handers right now, not that much. So yeah, they gotta put some flow in their forehand on the rights to see.
Yeah, well, Keely's the veteran of the two, and she just checked in with a 5.1, so she's taking the lead now off of Leilani Maganago. Leilani, you can see her on the screen on the paddle back out. Leilani does have priority. A 6.6 will put Leilani Maganago on the top in this exchange. Keely Andrew just hearing that message right now from our on-site announcers of that 5.1, but she's kind of cruising on the paddle back out.
Yeah, she seems very relaxed, and yeah, it was a good number for Keely, like 5.1.
I think the judges acknowledged and the judges appreciated just the risk in that inside section, the section that's called the alligator jaw, but there's a better word for it in Portuguese, I think.
Boca do jacaré. Boca do jacaré.
The boca do jacaré sounds so much better than alligator jaw. A lot of Portuguese words sound better than some of our English words. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, they sound like a little harder for you, probably.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying. I am.
You're doing good, Kaipo.
Everyone's telling me that, but I know they're just being nice to me. 18 minutes. And
the same as me, you know. I'm trying my best to speak good English here, but I'm improving a lot.
Your English is outstanding compared to my Portuguese. I read it off of my translating apps to people, and even when I'm saying it, I'm saying the word, but the way I say it is.
You notice that people doesn't get it. They don't get it at all. I mean, no, but at least like you're trying to learn. I think this is really interesting when you're traveling. Like, but let's see, like Keely upright.
Oh, that was surprising.
Yeah, it was kind of awkward. She bended her knee right there, and I don't know what happened.
I have no idea what happened right there. She really was loading up on the bottom turn, but then the board just shot out like a missile. Let's take another look. Gets it, and yeah, started kind of counter-rotating the body, but the board just kept on going straight.
Yeah, it was really awkward, and now Leilani uprighting.
Yeah, Leilani, just a paced approach at the beginning. Wave stands up on the inside. Nice little hook there for Leilani Maganago.
I mean, but I think her wave choice, it's not being like the best right now. She just ridden like 3 waves around like 3 points, a little bit more than 3 points. And again, I think she picked a smaller one.
Yeah. I mean, and she had priority to pick this wave too. So maybe going a little early instead of a little bit more patience. Another look at it is this first little check turn just to buy some time to get to that inside section, but that inside section not presenting itself in a way that you can get a big number. We've seen that inside section before really stand up and offer you an opportunity for one big maneuver, but that was not the case for that time for Leilani McGonigal, and the judges thought so too. A 2.97, not one of her top two. Leilani's still searching for a 6.6 at this moment. Keely Andrew with priority takes a look at that wave, decides not to go, to hang on to that priority. We're nearing the halfway mark here at 15 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown.
Yeah, you know what, Kaipo, I think the swell just faded a little bit, you know. It's not, the ocean's not pushing a lot of sets like during this afternoon. Yeah, let's see for tomorrow what we're gonna have, but I've been talking to local people here, and they were like very, they were thinking that tomorrow maybe we're gonna have like really good conditions here. So let's see. We weren't expecting today for these conditions.
It was supposed to be really less wind today, right?
Yeah. Supposed to be like offshore, and yeah, the wind came like onshore, and we don't know what to expect right now. But in the morning, I talked to this guy that really knows the spot very much, and he said, "Oh, we could have like the best day of waves tomorrow." So I don't know.
Well, you always love to have the best day of waves on finals day. That's what we all hope for, you know? So yeah, but as far as what happened today, we got through, this is our 16th heat today, so we did get through competition. We started today with 32 surfers, you know, between the men and the women. And tomorrow we're gonna enter it with just 16 surfers left in competition. 8 in the women and 8 in the men. So it's gonna be exciting finals day here.
Exciting finals day. Hopefully we have some good opportunities for them to make the show like complete, and yeah, I'm really excited with that.
Me too, I can't wait for it. Actually, here we go, Leilani. Nice snap off the top, fades back around, long bottom turn, hooks it off the top one more time, has to press on the nose to get through this section. Wave splits into two, and with that wave splitting into two, that it just went awry, not able to complete her final maneuver. Couple turns on the backhand, likely not the 6.6 that she's looking for, but perhaps she's going to improve her scoreline. Talk us through this replay, Maida.
Yeah, nice bottom turn there, a quick snap up the top, and then another one. She threw some water right there, and then she couldn't stand on this last one. It was kind of awkward at the same time. I think maybe they're putting like a lot of power on those maneuvers, and the wave is not pushing that much. Seems something like this, don't you think?
I agree. I mean, sometimes when the waves push hard, you have to push hard back, but when the waves don't push hard, you have to be a little bit light-footed and just, you know, use a soft shoe, maybe like walk in socks really quiet. We're going to quietly walk into a break, but we'll be back loudly right after this.
Corona Saquarema Pro apresentado pelo Banco do Brasil. Attention, international surfers, therefore important warning about the call for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to make a call at 7 a.m. for a festival to start at 7:30
Hey, we're back at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Final heat of the day. This is heat number 8 for the women in the round of 16. Winner moves on and takes the last spot in the quarterfinals. Finals day likely tomorrow here at Itaúna. I'm Kaipo, along with Maida Paps. And the interesting heat has displayed itself in front of us between Leilani Maganago and Keely Andrew to finish off today. Leilani started off looking really good, looking really strong, but since that start, she's been struggling to find some open face and some scoreable waves, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. And you know what? I just said that people surfing on their backhand here on the right were doing better, but we just saw like Keely just proved different, and she took like 2 rides and put a good surfing on it, and now she's leading the heat with a 5.1 and a 5.17.
Yeah. Well, Keely can pull from some emotional memories and some positive reinforcement, because back in 2019, Keely Andrew surfed her way to a semifinal finish right here at Saquarema, at Itaúna.
Oh, yeah?
So she's been successful here.
Yeah, she knows how to surf this wave. So honestly, I don't remember this heat, but I mean, she proved once here, now she's proving twice.
Yeah, I think I got to look back and see. I know the women started here in, we all started here in Itaúna, and but that event we get to go both sides of the beach. We get to go Bahia if that thing's happening. Well, right now making it happen, Leilani Maganago, if she gets a 3rd one in here, what wisely straightens out actually instead of forcing the issue and goes incomplete, but 2 nice forehand snaps for the Costa Rican.
Yeah, it was, but I don't think that she will get the 6.6 that she needs. So maybe she can improve the 3.47. Let's see it again. Yeah, nice snap right there. And another one, better. And she tried for the 3rd one, but the wave didn't offer.
Yeah. So we get to take another look from above, and you can see some of the clear water. Quick board redirection for Leilani Maganago, but it would have been money if she was able to get a final turn.
Yeah. If she could, probably she could get closer to what she needs. But what do you think, Kaipo? Do you think she will get close?
She'll be close, but she's not going to be at that 6.6. I don't think so. Keely Andrew hooks it on the backhand, but I don't know if we're going to count that as a complete. Gets kind of looped out on her heels, trying to ride out of that maneuver. So the important score that we're waiting for is for Leilani Maganago. Again, she needed a 6.6, and she got a 4.3. Replay of Keely Andrew. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It was she seemed to like being on her feet, and then suddenly she slapped. I don't know. She slapped. No, she. Sorry.
That's okay. She fell off.
She fell off.
Kind of a sleepy little dismount. Sleep is fine.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
4.3, 3.674. Leilani Maganago. She needs a 5.97 to take the lead from Keely Andrew. Leilani has regained priority, however, so that's the good news for Leilani. And she does have a 7 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown.
Yeah, but she really needs to improve her backup score. And now time is clicking, and she needs to find a good one. It's better if she can wait for a good opportunity to do this. I think it's a high score. It would be like the highest score of the heat, so she really needs a good wave to do this.
Yeah. She's reduced her needs, so that's the good news for her. She has priority. That's the good news for her. Let's look at all the positives. She has 6 minutes 45 on the clock. That's the good news for her. So we'll see how it plays out. Good news for all of you watching. Breaking good news is there's more action after this heat, because stick around. It's going to be the Corona post show, where we're going to break down all of today's happenings, and we're going to show you today's top 5 moments in that Corona post show. Maida is going to stay with me for the post show, and then we're going to bring in our friend Bruno as well.
Yeah.
Are you psyched for the pro show?
Yes, I am, of course. I think like most people, they cannot watch like the whole competition day, and the post show is a good time to look for what happens the best.
Yeah, we'll do the recap of some of the highlight heats, and we'll do today's top 5. I wonder what's going to be in the top 5. You're going to have to stick around. Don't go anywhere. If you do go somewhere, come right back for the Corona Post show.
Yeah, perfect. And look, I think she picked this wave. Wow. She will have room for just a single maneuver and uncompleted, Kaipo.
I was clutching as Leilani McGonigal took that wave. She took the wave, and then she was caught behind the white water after the takeoff. I was like, oh, here we go. This section breaks in front of her. This is tragic right here. Tries to get to the open face. By the time she gets to the open face, kind of overcooks that maneuver, because I feel like she felt like she needed to make up for it. And I think as surfers, any surfer, whether you're a competitor or just a recreational surfer, you can relate to that feeling. You take off on a wave, you think it's going to be a good one, you get caught in the white water, you finally make it to the open face, and then things go wrong.
Yeah.
I do that every session.
Especially when it's crowded. Like, this is so a bummer when you do like this. But I mean, she went for that maneuver, like very, very, I forgot the word, very strong. And if she could pull it, I think she would get the score, you know.
Oh, she was right there.
Yeah, she was right there, but she couldn't finish.
If she was if she was a meter to the left as well, and was in front of that white water and had all that speed going into that section.
It was progressive, what I was trying to say. Like, she went kind of for a layback or something, but yeah, shame that she couldn't.
Yeah, it was forced. Let's take a look at the recap for this heat between Keely Andrew and Leilani McGonigal. Keely Andrew, she got some good ones, Maida.
Yeah, she did. She started the heat like pretty busy, trying to build some momentum and put some scores in. And then, look, I like this one.
Single maneuver, she gets a 5.1 for that and took the lead. Leilani McGonigal trying to battle back. Couple of snaps here on the forehand for Leilani. This is a 4.3. Got her back in the action and within reach of taking the lead. But as of yet, as we come out of this recap, Leilani is still trailing Keely Andrew. Leilani needing a 5.97. Leilani also second priority behind Keely Andrew. So we'll see what the heat leader does right now with this priority. Left coming through. Keely takes it.
Yeah, nice wrap right there. Another one. And a good finishing turn.
Wanted to make sure she put a ribbon on the end of that ride, and she did so. So Keely Andrew looking to better her 5.1. A little bit of defense at the beginning, taking a nice left right in front of Leilani McGonigal. And then some offense with some great surfing here, Maida.
Yeah, surfing on her backhand as well. I thought this first one was a good one with a lot of spray, and then the last one was good. Not so vertical, but very good finishing maneuver.
Yeah, and just to hang on and show the judges that you're in control, really valuable if you want a good score. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Leilani now out the back with priority. Waiting for scores of last to Keely Andrew to set the situation. And a 5.5 checks in, and that ups the need for Leilani McGonigal. She now needs a 6.37. She's going to get that news right now. You see her turn her head, and the announcers are saying, hey, you need a 6.37. You have priority, and Leilani, you have 1 minute and 50 seconds counting down.
Yeah, it must be kind
stressful.
of stressful, nerve-wracking for her, because she has.
How do we say stressful and nerve-wracking in Portuguese?
Estressante.
Estressante.
Like stressful is kind of similar. Estressante. Stress.
Estressante.
Yeah, it comes from the same word.
What about nerve-wracking? Is there a Portuguese word for nerve-wracking?
No,
No,
I don't.
this is just an English thing. But there has to be another Portuguese term for what's going on right now.
Yeah, she might be like tensa, tensa. She's tensa.
Tensa. Well, some tensa moments at 1 minute and 10 seconds. Counting down here, flying above. The conditions are getting a little bit better. I think it looks like the water's getting a little bit more smooth, so maybe that's some good news for Leilani as we hit the 1 minute mark.
Yeah. Oh my God. You know another word that we can say is like aflita.
Aflita.
Things aflita. Yeah. Who is tensa is me because I'm it's always challenging to think in English, to talk to you in English, and then have
I make you switch to Portuguese.
Yeah.
Desculpa.
No worries. Just because sometimes it's hard to remember a word.
Yeah, licenza.
Yeah, but Kili
coming in.
Yeah, coming in, trying to better her 5.17, and yeah, now she left Leilani there with 5 seconds remaining. But do you think it would be a buzz beat?
2-1. She got it, but that wave not offering it. So she got to her feet. We're going to wait for those scores, but the decision's already been made. Keely Andrew will be moving on into finals day and the quarterfinals. We're going to wait for the numbers to come through to make it official. And it is official at the moment. We'll take a look at those numbers with Keely Andrew getting the job done right here at the end of the day.
Yeah, very strong performance for Leilani, for Keely, and she put really good waves on score.
Yeah, there it is. 5.93, 5.5. Keely Andrew takes the last spot in the quarterfinals. Leilani McGonigal will be leaving Brazil with an equal 9th place finish. Stay tuned. Corona post-show on the way right after this. Stick around, I'm telling you, you don't want to miss it.
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go high. Try to pull me out and I go wild. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
It is the Corona Post Show here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. That's right. Thank you for tuning in. And as we told you before, we got a great Corona Post Show set up for you as we enjoy the beautiful sights of the wonderful beach town of Saquarema, Brazil. I'm Kai Pagaro. This is my Pops, as well as Bruno Bocuyuva joining me. Maria, Bruno, thank you for joining me. Maria, I'm going to start with you. What did you think about today?
Yeah, what amazing day. Like many good heats served. Yeah, and especially to see Gabe's Medina with Miguel Popo. And we also had like really special guests here this morning, so it was fun.
Yeah, we had a good time. We got special guests. We saw some excellent surfing. We're going to get to that by Gabe Medina. We also saw some qualifications. Your favorite part of today, Bruno?
Oh, man. I don't want to sound repetitive, but what can I say about Medina clash against Miguel? The big air, the big scores was a spectacle, like a show.
It was a special show, and we're going to get to that. And then we also had some big news today. We saw some more women qualify for the championship tour, but we're going to get back to that because I want to hear from our last quarterfinalist. Keely Andrew surfed the last heat of the day. She's in finals day, and she's with Rachel.
Keely Andrew, you made it to the quarters. Congratulations. Looks like the waves are getting better now, but you tell me, how was the heat for you?
Yeah, that was really challenging. It looks a lot better when you watch it from the competitors area, and then to get out there's a lot of water moving, and it's tricky because I knew Leilani would go to the lefts eventually, and it was kind of that in-between heat where it could have gone either way. So, yeah, it's very challenging out there.
You got the second position a few years ago in Bahia, right? So maybe you feel familiar here?
Everyone keeps saying I got second, but I actually got knocked in the semi. So, but yeah, I love Brazil. I feel like I always perform really well here, and I'm just really comfortable in beach breaks, and yeah, I just really enjoy my time here.
Thank you so much. We're going to see you in the finals day. Thank you, guys, and back to you.
Thank you, Rachel. Congratulations, Keely Andrew. Get some rest because it's finals day. Likely tomorrow. We don't know that for sure, Bruno, but it could be.
Yes.
I think I called the heat with you with Teresa Bonvala and Laura Ropp out there in the water.
Yeah. Was a good one, huh?
And it's important for Teresa because
a lot of implications.
A lot of implications in that. You know what? Let's go check out the heat recap for that heat, and we can tell you all about it. It was one to catch. Starting off with Teresa Bonvala coming in against a big challenge in the way of the Brazilian teenager Laura Ropp, Maida.
Yeah, Laura Ropp, she's ripping so much. She just won a competition here 2 weeks ago, and she's surfing pretty well. But this lady made a good job.
Yeah, the backhand surgical attack by Teresa Bonvala, but Laura, Bruno, put on a good effort.
She's evolving so much in this such a great platform here in the Challenger Series.
But again, the backhand here from Teresa, too much to deal with.
Yes.
Too much to deal with. Very strong maneuvers there and good finishing ones. And as we said, like the backhand here really counted.
Yeah, you pointed that out, that a lot of the goofy foots were getting scores on the rights on their backhand, and Teresa was exactly one of them. She's already got a Challenger Series victory to her account. Can she make it 2 this year? We're going to find out. She's into finals day. Look at the numbers, a 6.83 and a 5.1, 11.93. That's enough to make it to finals day, and the crowd in Portugal are stoked, Bruno.
Oh, for sure. She's such a great surfer, and it's so good to see a level of surfing come out from a female representative from Portugal.
Yeah, well, with the conclusion of today,
we have our women's quarterfinals, Maida, all set. So let's take a look at our women's quarterfinal brackets as we anticipate finals day tomorrow. We're going to look at those graphics in just a bit, but we're going to have some more conversation here. There they are. Okay, well, as we can see, quarterfinal number 1, 2, 3. You got a favorite one, Bruno?
Oh, you know what? I love the backhand, the goofy affair between Bront McCauley and Teresa Bovolo.
You know what? I was going to pick that one, so I got to pick. I'm going to wait. What you got to pick, Maida?
For sure, I'm going to pick Summer Macedo ones because, yeah, she's representing Brazil, so I'll pick this one.
That was going to be my second pick. So I'm going to go with my pick, Alyssa Spencer and Keely Andrew. We're going to see if Alyssa Spencer can continue with that vicious backhand approach that she's been showing on this left, getting big, big numbers. That's all in anticipation of finals day. Now, we're turning our attention to the men's division. And Bruno, you mentioned it right at the beginning of this show. Your favorite part of today was?
Was Gabi's show.
Gabby's show and Miguel Pupo.
Yes.
What went down there? We had the 2 sea tiers out in the water, Maida.
Yeah, we did.
I think did you call that heat?
Yes, I did. And Gabe, he gave us a show. I mean, that 9.33, right?
Yeah.
I think was the best score of the competition until now. And actually, the landing wasn't clean enough. But if it was, I think it would be a 10.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, the amplitude was incredible. Let's take a look at that heat on the recap because that was one of the highlight heats of today. 2 goofy foots, 2 Brazilians, and two
friends.
And 2 friends.
Yeah.
Here we go. A lot of people come to the beach just to see this guy. 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina, Bruno, and he did not disappoint.
Oh, my goodness. We were waiting for the 10, you know. I was just beside Sofia, his sister.
Miguel Pupo, Maida, put up a battle. They're good friends out there. Pupo bringing some momentum after closing out this year on the championship tour with a victory at Tahiti.
Yeah, he did. And here he gave like a pretty good show, like with many like tail slides and a very strong rail game. And this is Gabe's nice score right there.
Yeah. What about the full rotation? They're really impressive, Bruno. Cat-like to be able to regain balance and go complete.
My goodness. He was so high, and the amplitude, the lateral amplitude was amazing.
And I love the claim as well. He was like, oh, okay.
He does that a lot. He's like, I didn't mean to do it, but you know you meant to do it, Gabriel Medina. We know exactly what you do. And you know what? You got to back it up, though. It takes 2. And Gabe Medina did just that with a 6.07 for that last effort as we're taking a look at it. Snap to air reverse combo for the backup of the 9.33.
Yeah, he gave us a show here. Like the beach was really crowded and everybody was like cheering so bad for him. But also Miggs is a lovely person here and everybody loves him as well. So it was really a wonderful heat to watch this afternoon, this morning actually.
Back, and we'll see the numbers from that heat. Gabe Medina, 9.33, a 6.07, 15.4 for the advancement into finals day. Bruno, you got to think Medina's going to be a favorite when we look at finals day.
Oh, yeah, we can't deny it. Yeah, he's the 3-time world champion. Is here just to cruise, huh? To train for the Hawaiian leg.
But
he's doing great, huh?
But Maida, Gabe Medina has never made a final here in Saquarema, which is something that's very surprising to me. Meanwhile, his good friend and fellow world champ Felipe Toledo has won 3 here. Gabe wants to at least win 1.
Yeah, we were talking about this during the heat. I mean, I think here he has a lot of distractions when it comes to Saquarema because like all the media, all the pressure that maybe the crowd makes on him, and if I mean, he needs to leave this like behind and make a good choice.
I think
Like-
what he talked about in a post-season interview is that he's here not just to put on a show, but also to prove to himself the formula for preparation, you know, and to make a winning go at it. Because he knows when we go into the championship tour next year in 2023, Bruno, this is going to be an important stop, and he's going to want to not just win finals day here on the Challenger Series, but he's going to want to win a CT here.
No, for sure. Actually, he never had a final in Brazil event on the CT, so he's willing to go big. Huh?
Let's look at the story for tomorrow with the quarters brackets as we look towards finals day, and Gabe Medina will be matched up against Maxime Husno, and in the context of that heat, that is such an important heat for Maxime Husno, who's looking to qualify for the championship too, Maida.
Yeah, this might be so hard for him because like fighting against Gabriel Medina here in his home country actually, and also for Kalani Ball, fighting with João Chianca will be very, very difficult as well.
Yeah, Chumbinho, João Chianca, Bruno, we want him back on tour. Hey, he wins this event, he gets very close to getting back on tour.
Oh, for sure. The last two efforts from João here, competing in qualifying events, he had two runner-ups, one for Iago Dora and the other one for Miguel Tudela.
Yeah, and I don't even know who to pick in quarterfinal number 3 because both Ian Gentile and Ramzi Bukhayam have been absolutely on fire. It looks like they've been glued to their board, Maida.
Yeah, and he really looks like in tune here in Brazil. He's feeling good, and he speaks Portuguese. I think he'll
be comfortable. We got quarterfinal number 4. That is an all-European affair. Leonardo Fioravanti and Joan Duru, Bruno.
I like that. One regular, one goofy, one from Italy, the other one from France. Would be a nice one.
Yeah, let's get it going, and we are ready for it. We're ready for it. I mean, I can't wait for tomorrow. It's not guaranteed that we're going to do it, but I'm saying 95% chance, Maida. What do you think?
I think so. I talked to many people down the beach today, and I really think we have like better conditions for tomorrow than the day after. So yeah, let's see. But Travis Logge is the man who will say.
Yeah, Travis will give us the information in the morning. But Bruno, it's my favorite time.
Oh yeah.
It's time for the top 5, man.
It's
time for the top 5. Let's get it going. Here is today's top 5 moments for your enjoyment. Number 5, the rockin' Moroccan, Ramzi Bukhayam, looking like a UFC fighter getting ready for his heat, Bruno. But you know what? You know who he took it out on? He took it out on the water right now. He took it out on Itona.
He's a giant and he's surfing so big. Look at that, so powerful.
Giant off the top, beautiful surfing, works his way down the line, little release on that layback. Ramzi Bukhayam, absolutely on fire, takes down Morgan Siblet and earns his spot in finals day. Number 2, Amuro Suzuki, Maida. The Olympic bronze medalist came up against a challenge, and she was able to be successful, beat an on fire Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, she surfed pretty well there. Look, very in tune with this wave and surfing very strong. I really like her surfing right there.
Great rail work, great wave selection. She got this wave under priority, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Such a nice tempo.
All right, well, we're at number 3 right now. Leo Fioravanti with the highest 2-wave total of the day. Actually, the second highest 2-wave total of the day. I'm going to correct myself. Leo, did anyone tell him you're already qualified? You don't have to keep on taking points, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. He's keeping the speed, the composure. He's doing great. It's with a lot of confidence. We can tell by his moves.
Hey, this momentum is going to be spooky for all the other competitors on the Championship Tour 2023 because Leo Fioravanti is bringing a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence. Big smiles on the shore for Fioravanti and some congratulations. He's into finals day. Number 2, 3-time world champ, Maíra Magina, set the water on fire.
Completely, the water and also the crowd down the beach. Look, this the best wave of the competition right there. It threw to the air so high and landed.
Just like a cat falling off the roof, lands on his feet, no problem, almost every time. And he says, what? Give me 9.33.
Yeah.
I deserve it.
Maybe a 10, huh?
All right, and then
we could tell, huh?
Yeah.
The way he stalled before, huh?
But then again, Medina, ultimate heat IQ, backs it up and easily makes his way up the beach and into finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. And Mom Simone with a touching greeting on the beach. Number 1, we got 2 more women qualified for the Championship Tour. Caitlin Simmers, congratulations. We're going to see you on the CT in 2023. Caitlin Simmers qualifies for the Championship Tour, and she did that by way of some incredible surfing here in Bolito. This was one of her keeper finishes. She had a runner-up here.
My goodness, a teenage sensation, huh?
Teenage sensation. Welcome to the tour. She had an invite last year. I hope she takes it this year. I'd love to see Katie. And also, Maíra, congratulations to Molly Picklum. Pickles fell off tour, and she's right back on.
Yeah, quick fell and come back, and then she was here at the athlete area, like really happy, really stoked with her accomplishment, and she really deserves to be on CT.
I agree with you 100%, and I'm really happy to know that Molly Picklum is going to be back on the Championship Tour. I'm sure she's happy, and she's probably happy, Bruno, after a stunning loss out here earlier in competition. She got that interference.
Yes.
So that was a dark day.
Yeah.
But the sunshine's come out for.
Oh yeah, man. Like Saquarema, huh? Like cloudy days and sunny days. Huh?
Cloudy days and sunny days. Well, Bruno, thank you. Thank you for joining me.
My pleasure, brother.
Maíra, obrigado for
Caipo.
joining me. And you guys, thank you for joining us. We're going to say goodbye, but stick around. We got end of the day highlights. And remember to check in worldsurfleague.com tomorrow. Likely finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.